pride. To be the best, you gotta beat the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best, to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
It's a new set of teams from the Danger Red, and can they make an impact which will shake the overall standings? Only time would tell. But for now, I'm going to be a host and caster, Necro. John alongside with me on the panel will be Super Johnny for this iQOO BMPS 2024. And Johnny, so far, this Danger Red has been incredible.
Exactly. As you keep calling them Danger Red, they have proven themselves to be quite dangerous because the competition is super tight. I mean, in the first 2 days, we noticed Carnival Gaming climbing the rankings at a staggering pace. And of course, iQOO Seoul as well, a fan favorite team. They have showed up quite consistently, but yesterday's surprising entry was made by the Angry Swans. I mean, in the matches that they played, they were very impressive and turns out very angry.
Hey, you cannot also forget about the performance that TWOB put up in the final 3 games. Prince with that 1-on-4 against the players of Angry Swans themselves, if I'm not wrong, and then moving on forward with that conversation. Even TWOB in the last game itself, they were just dominating through and through.
And who can forget that amazing winner chicken dinner from Hyderabad Hydras in the game of Miramar. You and I were casting that particular game, and the setup from the start was there for them to be successful, and they definitely capitalized on it. But as you mentioned, 2 new groups and last 2 days of the first half of round 1 before we go for the reshuffle.
And even yesterday, one single man from Angry Swans, Debe, this man was dominating the entire ground. He had 7 to 8 eliminations, somewhere around that in the last game. And just if you think about it, newer faces on the block still doing so good against the known names, you can only imagine what the future is going to look like. And speaking of the future itself, as you mentioned, now a new set of groups will be joining alongside. And in these groups, you've got teams like Reckoning Esports, Team Insane, and those 2 names should be more than enough to maybe let that impact be known in the overall standings.
See, they should be more than enough, but they aren't the only ones here. You have a lot of comebacks being made. Esports, Regultos, I mean, it was a big conversation, a lot of hype around that one player, but Esports, can they actually pull off a successful round 1, finish in the top 64 and qualify for round 2? A lot of pressure is going to be there. Team Lolzzz as well, another big name in the community, is going to be competing today. So it's going to be exciting to see how they, in fact, push themselves forward and will they finish in the top 64.
Even Raw Esports and NIY officials too. This team is once again back, and you speak about NIY. The last time in BGMI 2024, they made it till quite the late game. Unfortunately, NIY later on just got disqualified because they were not able to make it till the grand finals.
And see, and how surprising it is that we haven't even spoken about WindGod or Team Empire yet.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot more teams. Even Carpediem. You cannot forget about that name as well. Carpediem has been quite an incredible force in the recent third-party tournaments. So yeah, one thing is for sure, this lineup does pack a lot of punch. And the OG players this time, they have stepped up even in the fragging department. So that's another thing we need to look at. But for now, something we need to look on the screen, that's going to be the prize pool, which is 2 crore rupees for this iQOO BMPS 2024, from which the champion team will be getting 75 lakh rupees.
Along with the trophy itself, it is going to be an exciting journey ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen. But moving forward, the runner-up of the tournament walking away with 30 lakh rupees. The second runner-up walking away with 20 lakhs in their bag. And of course, we talk about the individual accolades. The iQOO MVP of the tournament getting 4 lakh rupees for themselves. In-game leader, 2 lakhs. Emerging star, 1 lakh. And fan favorite player walking away with 50,000 rupees.
It's not going to end just there. As the page flips, you see Hero Extreme, MVP of the finals, getting his hands on Hero Extreme 160R4V. And then Hero Extreme, survivor of the finals, getting his hands on Hero Extreme 125R. So both those bikes will look incredible on those players.
Exactly. They will look incredible. I mean, the bikes themselves are incredible. Every day we get an opportunity to see them in the van, and it's always exciting. And of course, I can't wait to find out which those 2 individuals are going to be. We're going to have a conversation with them. Can we get it right, buddy? But let's move forward and right towards the point distribution. We are... And in fact, everyone right now has gotten used to it. Winner of the game walking away with 10 placement points. Whoever finishes on the second walks away with 6. Whoever finishes on the third walks away with 5 placement points, so on and so forth. Up until the 7th and the 8th position, you get 1 point. And 9 to 16, you get nothing. The most important thing, Necro, the one thing that you and I both have fallen in love with, 1 finish. 1 point.
And Reckoning Esports is going to try to get as much advantage as possible for those elimination points. If you speak about Team Insane, this is one of those teams that likes to play tactical, methodical, especially on the day 1. They do tend to perform pretty nice, but then you see a big disconnect in the gameplay. Day 2, day 3, the performance is just not there.
But hey, I mean, the curse is there for the finals, right? Not for the league stages. So at least in the round 1, we can hope to see a wonderful performance from them, a good outing.
Hey, as long as 3 games go good, that's all that matters, man. If you're going to have a good head start in the overall standings. As long as you make it in the 50% of that chunk, that's all that matters. Just move into the round 2.
And of course, one thing that I have been looking forward to, but no one has succeeded yet. Can someone please take down Silly Gaming? They have been sitting on the first position since day one.
Silly Esports, they have been incredible. Nothing taken away from them. As you mentioned, sitting at the top with 89 points in total. But all the other teams, they're not really over here to set any sort of benchmarks. They're just over here to qualify. As long as they're making it till the grand finals, that's what probably matters to these T1 teams.
I mean, you are correct. I mean, as long as they qualify for round 2, that is all that matters right now. Doesn't matter if you qualify in the first position or on that 64th position. But it is just about avoiding getting cut off and getting eliminated from the tournament right off the bat. That is what everyone is trying to avoid, but unfortunately it's not going to work for almost half of these teams. Yeah,
Silly Esports was definitely a major astonishment when we saw them for the first time, right? Winning those games back-to-back over and over again, just in the span of 6 games. Them getting 89 points in this blue set was insane stuff. But as you move on towards the overall standings, these teams are already done with their 6 games. You've got CG currently at the top, leading the pack with 82 points. Hyderabad Hydras with 68. You've also got OG right there with 67, and TWOB in the top 5 with 64 points.
Well, I mean, it is going to be an exciting journey ahead of us, because as far as Danger Red is considered, the set Red, Carnival Gaming, they've set up a good target. Hyderabad Hydra's performance yesterday, as you mentioned, was amazing, and same goes for TWOB. I think we are going to expect at least one more team to perform like Angry Swans, because this is that one name that has done so well for themselves. Look at them on the 8th position, 38 eliminations, just 13 placement points. But right now, considering it's just round 1, it's okay.
If you are in your faces on the block, and if you're still performing, if you're there in the top 8 in the overall standings, you will get a lot of praises, because it is quite a big astonishment. The page turns over, and you see Team Originals, Newman, GS, Hail India. Hail India in the final 3 games that they played yesterday, they were looking pretty nice, but I want to see a bit more of that aggression.
And of course, I mean, GS had a pretty decent bounce back yesterday. Day before yesterday, they weren't really doing so well, but yesterday's matches were kind of okay. We see them on that 19th position. Although, as you were talking about a few known names, 4 aggressive, man, what happened to them? Only 18 points secured, not a single placement point in the 6 games they played.
Maybe they're looking to pull off the greatest comeback we've ever seen in the latter 6 games that are left over.
True.
Maybe these guys get 2 chicken dinners back-to-back with incredible performances on the board and some nuclear points. But moving on the conversation towards this group itself, as I mentioned, Team Insane Day 1, usually as the stats peak, they're supposed to perform really good. Reckoning Esports, an aggressive banner on the board. You've got NIY officials too, much more of a newer faces on the block. Still, we have been seeing this team making their comeback over and over again in the official tournaments, but they failed to qualify till the grand finals.
And they aren't the only ones. Raw official is also going to be there. KARUNADU Esports is also in this list. So there are a lot of top contenders playing today in this first group, and of course, not all of them will be succeeding, right? Not all of them will get to move forward. Someone will get left behind, but the question is about finding out who will that be. Who gets to make it to the next round and who gets left behind. And along with that, I think, as you mentioned, Carpediem, that is also another big name. But we have a new name with old players, Legacy Esports. Now, we recently saw Vasista Esports at the finals of BGI's 2024. After that, the roster was let go, and, well, they show up under the banner of Legacy Esports now.
Let's see what they've got. They've got a lot to prove this time, that's for sure. You've also got the predictions from the caster. At the start of the day, we all made our prediction, and I went with Team Insane, because I know as long as the stats are there, it should be correct. Team Insane should be able to perform pretty nice on the day 1 itself. Fixes one with GT, nice.
I mean, he believes in his boys from the Gujarat Tigers, and I think you are confusing the league stage with the finals once again, Necro. I mean, Team Insane, yes, they do very well on day 1, but let's see how today goes. I have gone with Carpediem because this is an aggressive group of lads, and what we have noticed in our days so far in this iQOO BMPS 2024 is that aggression has been working out for all of the top teams.
I like the fact that I'm the only one with Team Insane over here, so I'm going to get that extra bit of X factor. And if Team Insane does secure the most amount of points, then yes, you know, I'm already going to be bragging a lot.
You're just insane, man.
I know, man. But let's move on the conversation towards Carpediem. Carpediem is another band of misfits, if you remember. Now, in the past, 2 of these guys used to play all the way for Team Entity. Then later on, the separation came through. Now they created their own organization called Carpediem. And in the recent third-party tournament, they were looking so formidable.
Yeah, I mean, all of them come from different organizations. Fierce used to play under a different banner. Max comes from a different banner. And Pukar and Gamla Boy were the ones who were playing for Entity. And after that, as you mentioned, the separation happened. And now they formed their own new team. And it seems like there is only one thing on their mind. And it is just to make sure that they have the most finishes every single game that they play. There is no two ways about it. This team has a lot of similarities in terms of playstyle to how we see Mugo Esports play these days, how we have seen Xpark play, how we have seen Global Esports play. Aggression is the only game they know.
Exactly, and a lot of these teams in general are facing for the first time against each other. So just to pull off the aggression off the rip like that in the game one might just be a little bit tougher, considering we might see a lot of those drop collisions.
But I feel it would be much simpler to keep the game going on an aggressive front, especially considering these players have a lot of experience and majority of them have been on rosters, on championship rosters before. So look, keeping all of that in mind, just if they go out keeping things simple as just running into fights and going for those individual frags or going for those 4v4s, I think they might be able to come out on top. If they try to play tactically, if they try to make things complicated by figuring out how the other teams are rotating, looking to cut off rotations as well, then things can go the wrong way.
I mean, if they think there's a fight which can be easily taken, which they can easily win, then why not? But there's also a third-party factor that you need to watch out. Because if you end up taking a lot of that damage upon yourself from that initial fight, then the third party will be way too easy for the opposition.
Exactly, and that is where teams like Reckoning Esports might capitalize, right?
Exactly.
We remember BGIS, right? Viper was breaking records during the recent BGIS, and of course, Hunters has also been in incredible form recently.
Exactly. We've got the matchup on the screen. Teams like KARUNADU, Esports, Raw Officials, WindGod too. They're going to have a lot to prove this time. Even TE's right there. And our Officials, they fail to qualify to the Grand Finals every single time, but they get really close. Can this be the sprint they're looking out for?
I mean, let's see, and we can be hopeful always because of all of these teams, and of course, a few big names over here as well. We spoke about Carpediem, we spoke about we didn't speak about Rulers actually. Rulers, a lot of expectations from this team as well. Another team that has made its way to the iQOO BMPS 2024 through those third-party scrimmages, and it is going to be exciting to see what they bring to the table. Our Esports, as we mentioned, a lot of big names in this team. You talk about iQOO, he's been off the competitive circuit for a long time, but now even he is making a comeback. And of course, I've already mentioned Regaltos. Everyone's going to be keeping an eye on this man today, see what he has been up to.
It's been a while, though, let's be honest. These guys, they have been now a complete full-time content creator for a long time, and now switching once again towards the professional circuit. It will be a little bit of a time-consuming thingy, considering now they need to get used to the rotations, understand how exactly the lobby plays too. Yes, they have faced these type of intensity in the back as well, so it's not going to be that tough, that time-taking, but still, it will require some efforts.
It's not just that. I mean, you remember yesterday you and I were having a conversation about how it completely feels different when you go into a lobby like this, right? Every single fight, every single shot that you fire, there is so much pressure behind it. I think, again, as you mentioned, they have been outside of the competitive circuit for a long time, so maybe they've forgotten what it was like, and today it might just take them a game or two to get used to it again, so I'm not expecting a lot of big performances from them, at least in the first game of Erangel, or even in the match of Miramar, but maybe once they come back tomorrow, they will have readjusted, and tomorrow might be their day, but today, hoping for a big performance is going to be tough.
I would be surprised if they end up dominating, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it's going to be surprising.
If they do end up winning at least one game from these three, that would be really nice. And even for the fans, they would just be going crazy in the chat. Because it's been a long time since you've seen these guys on the playing field, especially in the pro circuit. And now if they do tend to perform against the formidable forces like Carpediem, Reckoning Esports, and even Team Insane, this will definitely be a remark being said. But that should not be something that should put them in a big comfort zone.
Exactly, but talk about being in the comfort zone. It seems like a few individuals have gotten really comfortable inside of those team fights. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about the iQOO MVP of the tournament, top contenders, and of course, Goblin from the side of Carnival Gaming. That man has been on fire so far. 20 finishes secured, 39% finish contribution for his team.
And look at that, Devias from the side of Angry Swans right there too. You've also got Goblin at the top currently, Hydro is right there too from Silly Esports, and then you've also got Aditya, Devias there too, and amazing. These 5 individuals, they have been performing at the top-notch level, but 3 of these faces are completely new in the circuit.
Yeah.
And that's why this is something that's really adding on the X factor.
Exactly, and again, I mean, we have been hoping to see new faces pop off, new players show up and prove their mettle, and this time around they have been on fire indeed. As you mentioned, Hydro, Divey, and Amazing. All three of these players have just been amazing, but I'm so happy to see Aditya from the side of 8-bit on that list as well. Every single time we see that team make it, we see that individual Juicy and Aditya. League stages are just amazing. Semi-finals even better. But as soon as we get to the finals, something just happens to them.
Listen, in grand finals, it's all tight. No one's really going for the aggressive measures anymore. Everyone's trying to be the opportunistic ones. They just want to capitalize, third-party those fights. But no one wants to initiate those. That's the main problem. As soon as the initiation happens, there's like 5 to 6 teams just wanting to prioritize that one. But you know what? What you should prioritize as a viewer, that's going to be this iQOO Z9X that's currently online already. All you need to do is head on towards Google, search iQOO Z9S, and you might just have a chance to win up to the prizes of 50,000 rupees. And the segment phone is starting all the way from 17,999.
Exactly, and it's an amazing device. We keep talking about it every single day. 5500 mAh battery, 80-watt flash charger, and segment's slimmest phone with all of those features, along with a Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. So if you want to get your journey started in competitive BGMI, I think this device, it is amazing. Fixes has been testing it out for the last few days. Have you gotten a chance to 1v1 him yet?
No, I haven't.
Oh.
I wish, though. I really do want to beat Fixes, though. I'm not going to lie. It's been a while since me and Fixes have went inside of the playing field and went for a one-on-one. But now, focusing on the game. Game 1 itself, what are your predictions going to be?
I think for Game 1, I think Carpediem. I'm going to keep things simple, and I want them to keep things simple as well. Because, as I said, I believe, first of all, that Pochinki drop spot of theirs has become a nuisance for anyone who even goes around them. If they don't find anyone in Pochinki, then they're going to go look at other places for those aggressive fights. And I like that proactive approach that comes in from this team. Plus, I believe in Pokar. He has been an underrated player, an underrated IGL, and I believe this time it might be his turn.
Ooh, maybe. And they also like to drop in towards Pochinki, as you mentioned. It's a big limelight spot. All these teams, they might just be looking forward to also contest towards Pochinki. And as I mentioned, for the first time as well, these guys might be facing off against each other. So that's another factor. As the Game 1 boots up on the screen, the plane flight path begins all the way from Georgia Pool towards down south, which is going to be Sosnoka military base. But if you want to move in towards the extremities off the right side, Yasna Polyana, Lipovka, Milta Power, that's going to be out of reach. That means now it's time to go for a pit stop, get your hands on the vehicles, on basic weaponries, and then move in towards the home turf.
Exactly, and a few common locations where the teams do go looking for those vehicles are going to be the shorelines north of Rozhok. There are a few roadways there that have few vehicle spawns, and of course the road that leads from Milta to Shelter all the way to Mansion. You can look for vehicles there. The roadways from Shelter to school as well. A few other options for the teams to take, but all of these options do result in a few early drop fights as well, and that is what we are going to keep our eyes on.
We all love to see those collisions, and even Reckoning Esports is now dropping towards that Georgia Pool city. Let's see how that one's going to pan out. You've also got R4W right next to him. You've also got TGL2 now dropping out towards that same vicinity. A lot of these teams taking an exit within that same time stab. You've also got TE now moving down south towards Fairapir. Even TR's moving down south over there. I'm just looking out for potential drop collisions because that's going to be something that will be adding on a lot of that spice. And I'm even looking out for the players of Carpediem towards Pochinki.
I think Carpediem might have gotten away scot-free without a drop clash, but Necro, we were having a conversation about Reckoning and NIY before the game began, and look at what has happened. Reckoning Esports, they've gone for a split drop, 4 players landing in different spots, but NIY right in between those 2 units of Reckoning Esports. It was a risky move coming in from NIY Esports, but they've successfully picked up those vehicles and now looking to move towards the northern Georgia Pole area.
I don't think so we're going to see any sort of fights just yet.
I agree.
It is going to be a peaceful start for this entire game of Erangel. It's all going to be good in the hood. You've also got 7 Oceans down south towards Norapnoy. And yes, the zone 2. A high chance it's going to shift down south towards Sosnoka military base completely. So if the teams are moving all the way up north, it's time to buckle up now and make that quick rotation happen.
So for sure, there will be a lot of early rotations down south, as you mentioned, and that might result in a lot of early action along the shorelines and along the 2 bridges, both the military bridge and the Novorapnoy bridge as well. And it is going to be interesting to see which teams go down in that action. But Reckoning Esports, we saw them a few moments ago drop towards Georgia Pole containers, have taken control of the Georgia Pole city just west of that position as well. And of course, they have found a few early vehicles. But now is when their looting stage begins.
Slow start so far.
Yeah.
Nothing really out of the box, out of the ordinary. You also see Carpediem towards Pochinki. It's quite a big split drop that they went for. They're also dropping towards the individual compounds near Pochinki itself. Regotas, there's a DBS right underneath you, and he's still not choosing to use it.
Well, let's see. Our esports, I mean, there will be a lot of pressure on these players. As we mentioned, a few of them making a comeback after a long time. And it's not going to be easy. Again, 128 teams right now in the tournament. And the only way to survive is to finish in the top 64. And you have to wait after the reshuffle, re-perform, show up again in the matches, put your best foot forward, and then again secure a good aggregate number of points per game to move forward. So this is just the start of their journey. Opportunities are still going to be there after week 1 comes to an end. In the meanwhile, Team Empire. Now, Necro, this is one of those teams that has not gone through any changes. Even the last time we saw them in an official tournament, they had a pretty decent run, but did not really go as far as we expected them to go.
They were looking pretty formidable. Yes, nothing taken away from that. Team Empire was looking pretty promising, formidable, strong. But then when it comes to those end moments, that's when they end up choking everything. And hopefully that's not going to be the same storyline this time, too, in this iQOO BMPS 2024. Those end moments are really something that does test a player. Team Empire's back. A lot of these returning names. You've also got LG. And as you mentioned, this time LG, a band of misfits, too. You've got MJ, Austin, Fury, Sue. All these guys, they've packed a lot of experience and a punch, too. But I'm not sure how the journey is going to look like for these guys, too.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, majority of the players from this particular lineup, the last time we saw them were playing for the banner of Vasista Esports. K47 this time, their IGL from that back then. He has moved forward and joined a different team for this iQOO BMPS 2024, while the rest of the lads are sticking around together with Legacy Esports as their new name. But the problem is that the last time they were there, they were very confused about what they're playing for was going to be. And I hope that's not the case this time. Because that is what lost them a good performance in the finals of BGI's 2024.
Yeah, but still, they try to pull things back in the last day.
Last day, yeah.
But it was a little bit too late. That's when they amped up the aggression a little bit, realized the fact that, yeah, now the passive approach isn't really going to get us a lot. Even if you do end up securing the chicken dinners, that's just 10 placement points. It's not a lot in the overall standings at all. So you need to prioritize those eliminations whatsoever. And Carpediem is one of those teams that has been doing that phenomenally well in the recent tournaments. So let's see how that transition happens towards the officials. Team Insane on the board. And for Team Insane, day one's supposed to be their charm. This time, is it going to be the same storyline, or is it going to be something else?
It's going to be interesting to see, nonetheless, whatever happens to the players of Team Insane. Because, again, this has been the epitome of consistency, this team, every single time around, as you mentioned. It became a fact at one point that day one, no one else was allowed to be on the first position in the overall leaderboard. It was always going to be Team Insane. But since then, there has been a slight fall-off in their performance as well. On our screens right now, it's going to be Team Lolzzz. And, again, a big name from the community. A lot of expectations from these lads as well, but again, we're seeing them for the first time, so it's going to be interesting to see where they end up on the overall leaderboard today.
You can pretty much call them the new faces on the block. In the pro circuit, yes, Lolzzz himself is a content creator, but now he's going to be facing a complete different heat.
Yeah.
And this heat, we do not know if he's going to be capable enough to face it, but let's see. Only time can tell. KARUNADU Esports on the screen, another returning banner. This time expectations are going to be a lot from the fans. You've got players like Gyro, Manny too, and we have been looking at these boys from the past. But the conversion towards this one matters a lot. It's been a while since I've personally seen this team in action. If you're trying to compare all the way in BGIS 2024, it's been months now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And even that run of theirs came to an end quite early than expected. So hopefully this time we see them make it far deep into the tournament. One thing that, I mean, we enjoyed about KARUNADU Esports was how aggressive they were. would show up out of nowhere, running into 2 different fights, taking off a lot of placement points, and of course finishes in every single game they played. But eventually, as soon as they started to get shut down, they weren't really able to figure out a way to recover. And now Esports right now starting their early game from Savani, so they are still up north, still in the midst of their looting stage.
They should try and move. Time's running thin. And it seems like even the zone's going to pan down south, but nothing can be set just yet. You never know. A hard shift can come up north. It's happened a lot of the times in the past too. It's caught everyone off guard. Anything can happen. Carpediem is still in Pochinki. They haven't left that vicinity too. And seeing Carpediem play this slow, it's pretty uncharacteristic. And as I mentioned, it's the game one. Carpediem themselves do not know how the lobbies can look like. It's all about testing the waters and playing it patiently.
So I did want to say this. I mean, Pochinki is quite close to that northwestern edge of the circle. And if you are put in a position like this, when you have to rotate quite a lot for the zone, it's better to just stay in towards the edge. For a team like Carpediem, they have the opportunity to gatekeep a lot of these other squads who are looking to move in. But the problem is everyone knows who is at Pochinki. So no one will dare get anyone close. You give them a sound cue and they will start chasing after you, the players of Carpediem.
Exactly the point. We might see potential rotation clash between NIY and the players of LG. It is about to happen up north as the map pops up, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say. And there we go, the fight kicks off. NIY, one of the men gets ran over. It's not a good news at all for them. Fight starts off in quite an awkward manner. For NIY, they've got the compound to play with. The cover's right there. But now just taken down to a 3-man squad where Mikey's knocked out. For Mickey to be back upon his feet seems next to impossible. But Sam's popping this util. It's getting cooked to perfection too. Eventually, a few confirmations and a knockout as well does happen. As it's going to be the return knock this time. NIY, they're doing a great job giving a tough fight to the players of LG. They're not going to crack under the pressure just like that. And Yuki's constantly going for the patch-up too. Considering the fight's happening outside of the zone, even the zone damage is something you need to try and consider. But this time it's not a lot, so it's lucky.
Yeah.
But if you look at NIY, their position they have, it does favor them. But still, for some reason, there's this hesitancy that I'm not a big fan of.
And it's quite an awkward position for MJ actually to be in as well. As you mentioned, this position favors NIY, but MJ with the DBS finds the opening knock. And NIY, they're going to be scrambling for control. The gates are open for Legacy Esports to move in, and they move in extremely quickly. It's down to a 2v2. Sam on that first floor. He's trying to hold his ground while his teammate Mobashir in the ground floor with the DBS is mowing down the competition. Finds one more knock, and Legacy Esports, all of a sudden, they're down to the last man. It's RageGod, the last survivor. Runs out into the open with the S12K. Brings the fight down to a 1v1. Who's going to come out on top in this one? It's the first fight of this match, Necro.
Yeah, Legacy Esports not really able to live up to the legacy that they've put up so far. These players choking the fight, and I'm not sure what exactly went through their skulls. For some reason, this fight was never supposed to pan this way.
Yeah.
Su's getting ticked to his death. And now for RageGod, it's time to buckle up. Time's running thin, and even the patience. Something needs to be done right here, right now. Utilities. The man's looking forward to toss them, and this time it might just be on the perfect spot, but barely misses the mark once again for RageGod. Now it's time to reposition as he tosses second utility, and now the man's already pushed up close and personal. RageGod with his constant barrage of utils, he wants to find that knock, and this time he will find the succession as Yuki hits the deck. And now for RageGod, it's going to be a one-on-one. Finally, the fight's taken down to his equal level. Sam goes for the patch. It might just give him the extra bit of advantage that's needed before RageGod. Even he's doing the same thing. Now it's time to face off, my friends. It's a shotgun versus shotgun battle. S12K in the hands of both player, and it will be RageGod this time to give him the death penalty.
But look at this RageGod. He was in fact enraged and played like an absolute god. A brilliant 1v4 clutch. A proper one, that too, in this fight. The last player surviving takes down all 4 of them by himself without even breaking a sweat. But the players of NIY definitely broke the other lads from the side of Legacy Esports. So while they might have gotten 4 eliminations now, RageGod, he's going to be under immense pressure because he has to play for survival and he's still on that northern island. So it's not going to be easy for him to rotate. But what is happening over here? This is a different set of Carpediem. We are seeing, I was worried for a second, but all of a sudden they turn around, find the knock. Fierce goes down as well. What is going on over here? KARUNADU Esports, they show up and they dominate this fight.
A lot of no names. They're making a lot of these rookie mistakes, and that's why they're getting punished. What are these stances in the fight, too? That's another question I'm trying to wonder. But eventually, it will be Gamla from the back, providing that assist fire and saving the day for his team. He gets a 2-piece with that one single magazine, but still, you got to question what was going on in that fight. What were these two players thinking?
Exactly. I was actually surprised when we saw how the fight began, right? I mean, Fierce was trying to walk away. Pukar instantly just falls back, recharging, re-engaging into the action. And I think even the players from KARUNADU Esports were a little bit surprised because Fierce definitely panicked. It took him a second to realize, all right, I'm supposed to turn my vehicle around, slam into the rock and take that fight. But kudos to the decision making, and I think this is what we were talking about, the experience the individuals from the side of Carpediem has. That Gamla boy, he was far away, waited for the perfect opportunity to strike, let the opposing player take his teammate down, and then later on just sprayed and mowed all of them down. But this is how the fight began. RageGod, while he tried to take on the players of NIY Esports, MJ did find a knock, but that man was revived again, and that is why RageGod had that 4K on the board.
You know, I do not really like to overshadow things. I do not really like to sugarcoat things as well. But this is the fact that I need to put up for the viewers too.
All right.
The fight that Legacy Esports took, it was terrible.
Yeah.
I don't know what was going on there from the players. And the only reason why I'm being so critical is because all these players are the known players in the community. They have been performing in the pro circuit for a long time. They've got so much experience, but still with the way they approached the fight, it was terrible. It's not something you would expect from a known banner like that.
I 100% agree with you because it should not have gone to the point where RageGod was forced to clutch out a 4K, right? They had the opening knock, they had the opening advantage, they put down one player out in the open, then MJ charged forward, he found the second, so you were pushing for a 2v4, and yet, 3 of your players got finished off. We did not expect Legacy Esports to be scrambling for those finishes, but hey, we can chalk it up to just them getting things started, right, Necro? It's just game 1. Maybe, warm-up match.
Maybe, but still, they're the experienced faces on the block, and this is something we do not expect from them at all.
Look at the circle, though.
Exactly. Zone panning out towards Milta. A major chunk of teams are also over there, too, inside of the city. Before Team Insane and Raw officials, it's a date with Destiny. Team Insane is right in the smack center, but this can also be a kryptonite if the zone moves away from the city.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think you and I are on the same page that we want the zone to take a southern shift.
Maybe. Towards the bridge area?
Yeah.
It will be magnificent.
Ooh. I mean, all of a sudden, Team Empire right now, I'm pretty sure they are panicking about how they want to cross over and how they want to get to that main island. But if that southern shift happen, this game will be set up for Team Empire's success. The first challenge in their way right now, it's going to be on the Nova Repnoy Bridge, waiting a little bit further ahead in the form of Seven Ocean. There they are, just crossing over. But ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024. It is the iQOO Z9S series starting at 17,999.
Pocket friendly, that's all I'm gonna say. Seven Ocean on the screen up against the players of HR. And for HR, all the 3 players right next to each other. Lucifer, Arto. You've also got Phoenix. For HR, they know. They do not even need to make any sort of moves. They're in a really good spot inside of the circle too, so it's completely fine. They can't keep themselves pinned down over here for a long time.
It's always a big play from teams playing on these compounds just across Nova Repnoy Bridge. They always try to pick off teams coming from the southern side of the map. With Seven Ocean, they've crossed over, and I think HR's... They realize that there's one more squad in their backlines. It's going to be the lads from the side of Raw Official. Another big name, not easy to beat. This time coming with a few big changes. They've added Anuj to OP to the lineup. If you remember, a big name who used to play for the side of WSB in the last tournament. And Daljit, by the way, has also decided to join Raw Official.
Interesting choices of players, I'm not going to lie. You're getting pieces of puzzles from all the different games, and then you're trying to put them together. And let's see what comes up as a picture. Assam Titans this time. Luckily enough for them, they do find that one single piece of candy just lying across the field. So it's an instant confirmation too. For Assam Titans, all the 4 players playing from the edge. Hopefully their firepower is going to be off the mark. Because if it's not going to be there, then playing from the edge is not going to pan out that well for these guys.
Yeah, it's not going to be that great. Well, I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, look at this. Stage 3, we still have 14 teams alive, 51 players still in the match.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that we expected a lot of aggression in this game, but another shout out, ladies and gentlemen, to our official mobility partner, Hero. And of course, Hero Extreme 125 are waiting for the player who walks away with the title of Survivor at the Grand Final.
Stay alive, my friends. That's all you need to do. For the teams that like to play it slow, that's going to be an incredible opportunity for the individual man. TC on the screen, Crimson, even he's going for the patch up a bit, just top his HP off. But they're still all the way outside of the blue. And the breaching point they're looking to find, it's going to be right next to the players of Reckoning Esports. And that's something I'm not a big fan of. Reckoning Esports, the Hungry Wolves on the block. And this time the zone moves away right on top of the city. Also consists a bit of the open fields. And now this is where every single team from the city will sort of have a rough clue where the upcoming zones might pan out.
I mean, first team to panic right now, it is definitely going to be the side of Team Empire. But as you were talking about the players from the side of TC, Necro, we saw them stop in their tracks. I believe the players from Reckoning Esports have been spotted out. But hey, I thought they were going to panic, but no, they maintain their composure. Team Empire, first knock has been found against the players of Seven Ocean. Storm, he's taken down one man from the opposing side, allowing his teammates to cross over. And they find the second as well as Reaper runs over Probot. Incredible moves coming in from Team Empire right now.
Yeah, they're here to establish their empire and take it away from the opposition. As now they're just taken down to a 2-man squad. And for Team Empire, it's looking really easy to try and accomplish. Already taken down 2 players within a jiffy. Team Empire looking pretty solid so far. It's all good in the hood. Storm is still trying to find that one knocked player, and he's not able to find him. He's on the search, on the quest.
I mean, it's hilarious. Demon is just hiding behind a pillar, I guess, but yeah, that's just time being wasted. But oh, hold on a minute, what's going on over here? Immortal, it seems like the players from the side of Team Cosmic, they found him isolated and they are looking to pick him off. Reckoning Esports, they might be in trouble, but the cavalry has arrived and peek around the corner with the DBS. There's the opening knock they wanted.
And the fight kicks off just the way Immortal wanted it to. The opponents are here to ask Immortal, do you bleed? And Immortal replies back saying, no! Even the cavalry is available for Reckoning Esports at the perfect time. And now for TC, it feels like they're not going to stand a chance anymore in the fight. As even Viper is right there to inject his venom in the opponent's veins. As Crimson takes an exit from the entire fray. And even while taking an exit, a few bullets were peppered upon him just to make sure that he's not going to be coming back over here anymore. But there's one man from TC who can be a big surprise factor. And if he does find a perfect time to strike, things can be better. And Gravity, it's not going to matter for this man because he's got the line of sight of an eagle.
What a play coming in from the players of Reckoning Esports, right? I mean, Immortal was all alone in that gas station, and yet, as soon as he found the first knock, Team Cosmic, they just instantly panicked, tried to run away, but Reckoning Esports, the cavalry, alive with the perfect timing. And now, as they go out on the hunt for that last man, who has been finished off, by the way, by the players of Team Insane, Reckoning Esports, they find themselves up against WindGod.
I love this from Reckoning. Taking fights after fights, not shying away from those at all. And for WindGod now, it's the Hungry Wolves. They need to be careful. Yes, they are the WindGods, but can they blow away the players of Reckoning Esports? The answer seems like no so far. Reckoning's firepower has been formidable. Not just in this tournament, even in the past couple that we've been witnessing them. But the zone this time moves away, Johnny, in the open fields. It's going to catch every single team off guard. For Team Insane, it's now the perfect time to try and make the sprint.
Yeah, this game of Erangel has showed up with the most awkward circle shifts that we've ever seen. First one taking us towards the southeastern quadrant of the map, and then it's just been all over the place. We saw the previous zone shift, a hard shift down south. This one, a hard shift towards the northwestern quadrant of the previous play zone. But Reckoning Esports, let's come back to them for a second, because it seems like while WindGod has been trying to back off, exit this fiasco as safely as possible, Reckoning Esports, they do not want to let go of the competition, of the fight, of the potential frags that are there in front of them.
Greed sometimes cannot be good, and that's what Reckoning Esports needs to realize.
Yeah.
For raw officials, they're in the perfect spot. In the smack center of the zone 2, they've got the only compound to play with. It's all looking good in the hood. For Assam Titans, they need to try and breach in as well. And now seems the perfect time, too. A lot of these teams are taking a back step. No one wants to be the first one to breach inside of the zone because they know it's the open field. And you might just be the target. And no one wants to be that. Carpediem's Gumla Boy all by himself, spread out in the open like that. And I'm not sure what exactly Gumla Boy was trying to accomplish there, but his position is now noticed, and his teammates are nowhere near to provide him that cover too. For WindGod, this can be the exact elimination they're looking out for, but then a big mess up comes in from Avi, and he gets knocked out. I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but this is a big misstep from the side of WindGod, and this gives a lifeline to Gumla Boy, but as soon as I say that, even he gets strike down in return. Now the wall of death is starting to move, backs against the wall. This time it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the cover from the players of Carpediem, it needs to come in now. But WindGod, as you mentioned, they've made a big mistake. As you were talking about it, Necro, greed is always going to be a bad thing. And WindGod, it was their greed to pick up the point of Gumla Boy that resulted in them losing out on 2 players. And even Rex might not make it through, slams the vehicle into the rock, goes down to the last surviving player of Legacy Esports. Rage God, by the way, is still in the fight, and Carpediem, they show up to get some revenge against the players of WindGod Esports, but Carpediem, I believe one of their players has also been knocked down, so they are down to the last player, who is the IGL, Pukar himself. But what is going on over here? The players from the side of Team Lolzzz put under pressure by Reckoning Esports.
Yeah, and Lolzzz is knocked out for now. It's not a great sight to witness, I'm not gonna lie, for Lolzzz. Communication and synergy needs to be on point. They need to get the fallen player back up on his feet. But it's Reckoning Esports taking the prowl against them. And this time, they're being the Bloodhounds as they sniffed out the blood trail. And now Gravity, he closes on up towards the entire fray. He goes for the finishing blows on the knocked out players. That's going to be 2 free points accumulated. But unfortunately for Gravity, even he loses out on his own life. I'm not exactly sure what happened to the players of Reckoning Esports, but even the backs were quite exposed, and that's where a lot of the damage was dished out. This one single man from LG has been a big pain in the foot.
Yeah, he has been an absolute menace, because you were asking what happened to the players of Reckoning Esports. Well, Rage God happened. One nade from Sanchit, he found an opening. Oh my god, that's gonna be a cleanup over there if that blows up in time, but they managed to avoid it. Mudit barely survived. Sanchit's frag is definitely gonna be picked up by one of these 2 squads. Either Pukar takes it, or it's gonna be the players of Reckoning Esports. But Pukar, he is moving forward, not afraid to pick a fight, and now looking to run inside of the smoke. Well, he's out of throwables at this point, Necro, so this is gonna be a troublesome situation. He found the refill. Found 5 grenades inside of that crate. The Molotov to flush him out. This one overshoots. S12K around the corner. Pukar takes down Mudit. Now it's down to a 1v1 against the last surviving player of Team LOL, Sanchit, but the blue zone takes him.
Before getting taken down himself, he at least spoiled the game for Team Lolzzz.
Oh, of course.
That's what he did. Reckoning Esports on the sprint towards the safety lines, and now they're taking too much fire upon themselves. Our Esports, they collide against TR, but this time they survive. That's a nice thing. Our Esports back in full force once again. All the 4 players will be back upon their feet. As you now try and talk about the formidable forces, Team Insane, they're taken down to a 3-man squad. You've got raw officials with all the 4 players up and alive. Anush2 OP was knocked out a while ago, but he can be brought back to life. For Team Insane, they're in the circle, they're in the prime spot.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a Team Insane's win over here. As you mentioned, they have the complete control of the circle. Top 5 teams remaining. They have 3 players left, so they are going to be at a man advantage. But hey, Necro, I think we spoke a little too soon, because HRZ from the distance, Bijlu tried to line up a spray. That man from Team Insane just barely survived.
This entire lineup from HRG used to play for Skulls back in the day. And they are known for the aggression, for the firepower. Lucifer is just looking to find that perfect angle as he tosses the nade, but this time in the wrong area. It's not going to find him the sweet spot just yet. Raw officials, though, there's a constant threat of HRZ, and this nade does a lot of damage against Duljeet, but does not knock him out. HRZ2 with all the 4 players, they need to face off against Raw officials, and this will be a great battle. If Team Insane wants, they can try and capitalize as well with the third party, but there's also our Esports around the fray.
Team Insane needs to time the third party, as you mentioned, perfectly, because Raw Official and HRZ are the only 2 teams with 4 players still remaining for their sides.
Our Esports now, it's time for the sprint, as one man gets knocked out while they try to make that rotation, and even second one falls down. It's not a good news at all for our Esports. They had no other option too. Their backs were against the wall as they try to make it inside of the zone. They instantly get vanquished, poof into thin air.
But again, I mean, it is going to be an interesting game. Look at that. Legacy Esports, WindGod just chimes in, and I think he's ruined the day for one of these sides as well. He's secured another knock for his team. Finally gets eliminated on the 4th position. And iQOO, as he slowly crawls towards the pairs of HRZ and Nate to find a knock. And HRZ, they are going to be wiped off the map. Raw Official out of nowhere. They stand up as one of the top contenders in this game. But Team Insane, they are insane indeed. 10 eliminations in this game secured. Looking to secure the win as well. Allowing, or in fact, not allowing the players of Raw Official access to the play zone. Superman, he's going to step out into the open. iQOO prepared with the S12K. Sees him in front, but instantly goes down from the distance. Evil looking to chime in. He's not going to be able to find that knock. But Team Insane, I think they might have dropped the ball over here.
Yeah.
It's a 2v3 situation.
Hold on, not just yet. They do find the returning knock this time. 2v3, man advantage, yes, in the hands of the opposition, but the smokes is wall tossed out, and Evil now knows exactly what the opponents are trying to pull off. Evil needs to go for a heroic play. He's got the only option to win the game. And Evil pulls out the shotgun, waits for them to try and close on up. He's got the line of sight as well on the players. Anush2OP's got no clue there's Evil available there with Evil plans in his mind. And he's looking to execute those Evil plans. As Spies there in the back lines to provide that cover fire. A constant barrage of utils will make sure that the opposition will be quite weak. But Raw Officials, as they do strike back, it will be Spy this time to find his team the advantage. It's now taken down to a 2v2 as Evil now finally reveals his intentions, as he reveals his position and walks around. He wants to hand out another death blow. He hears the footsteps of Duljeet, but this time it will be Duljeet to come out on top in that duel. Team Insane, they failed to collaborate a bit better, but instead it's now Spy in the backlines with a lot of that burden on his shoulder.
A 1v2 situation for this last man from the side of Team Insane. Either they finish the game with 14 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner in the bag, or they're going to have to settle for the second position. But either way, it's a good start. It's a great, amazing start of their journey of the iQOO BMPS 2024. The players of Raw Official pushing forward. Spy pinned down, no HP on him, takes down one and instantly gets finished off. And there we have it. Out of nowhere, they show up and they stand tall. Raw Official, the winners of this game number 1. And I believe they ended this with 10 eliminations as well, Necron. That is an incredible start.
Raw Officials, an incredible start, as you mentioned. Even for Team Insane, they had a lot of points to back them up. Even our Esports there in the final few moments. HRZ2, they were taking so many fights, but that one man from LG.
That is what I want to talk about.
One single player, RageGod. He was a big table turner in the major fights. As Reckoning Esports, they clashed against their foes. Even Reckoning Esports, the only reason why they lost out in that fight was because of that one single player.
But I mean, ignoring all of that, ignoring what all he did in that last few moments, think about how big his journey was in this game and how incredible his feat has been in this particular match. That first fight happened just south of Severny, just north of Rozhok, actually, on that northern island. And that is where all of his teammates got finished off. Yes, he was able to secure 4 eliminations, but that was the first fight of the entire match as we are talking about it. He was in the blue zone the entire time. And yet, he exited the game with 5 eliminations on the 4th position.
That's not a
took
bad
his team
start.
to the top 4. That's an incredible start for a single player.
Yeah, exactly. That's not a bad start for SG at all. Now in the upcoming games,
Yeah.
they can tighten up a few loose screws.
No, I mean, we are praising RageGod here. You can still criticize the rest of the squad, Necro.
I mean, that's what I was doing, right? Now in the upcoming game, they can try and tighten up a few loose screws that are there, because they are definitely there.
Yeah.
The communication in the fight itself, it was looking really bad, but let's just hope that in the upcoming game of Miramar, things are going to be a bit better. You've got the winner-winner chicken dinner moment on the screen. It was Team Insane facing off against HRZ and Raw Officials too, where Raw Officials, considering they had the better man advantage in the fight, they were just the one to come out on top.
Oh man, and it's such an incredible moment to see Daljit play the way he did in this particular game. Now, we keep talking about players making comeback, right? This is the man who has been out of the competitive circuit for years now, and what an incredible start. An amazing performance. Anush 2 OP as well after the switch up. I mean, we expected him to... well, we expected there to be a little bit of a dip down, but it seems like he is still playing around his teammates quite well. Doesn't matter which team he's on, he's always going to be eyeing out for the win.
For a banner like Raw Officials, who's been existing for such a long time, you would like to see them in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Maybe lift a couple of champion trophies too. But
Oh,
it's
yeah.
been a while since we've seen this banner do so. So maybe right now is the time. This lineup's looking pretty nice. They're having quite a confident approach. If they do move on to the grand finals, things will be good.
I mean, but Raw Official, I think it's an incredible achievement for their side as well. As we keep talking about Team Insane, Raw Official has been responsible for giving us a lot of those legacy names in the past as well. And it's a good thing to see them start the way they did. And as you mentioned, it's going to be an exciting. It's going to be exciting if they make it all the way towards the grand finale, that land stage. But I think with a start like this, now the expectations have been raised for this particular group.
Exactly. I expected a lot from Carpediem moving inside of the day. But unfortunately for Carpediem, game one was a big letdown. Knowing the fact that one man from the side of Carpediem was just out in the open like that, I do not know what Pucar was trying to achieve over there. And then him just getting pinned down like that, it just threw his entire team off guard.
I think it was a little bit of a scramble in that particular fight, but thankfully Gamla was there to recover. They did walk away with a few decent points, although I doubt if they're going to have a lot of placement points from this particular game. They will have a decent number of elimination points on the board. But apart from them, I think this was a very chaotic match, and not just because of how the teams were playing, but because of how the circle was moving as well. This was one of the most unpredictable zone movements we have ever seen.
The MVP was zone, that's for sure. First of all, just panning down south, later on moving up north towards Milta, and then when every single team was just stacking towards that Milta city, it just moves out in the open, just catching everyone off guard. And when the teams were trying to make it inside of the zone, while teams like Carpediem, Reckoning Esports, they got screwed in that rotation itself. Reckoning Esports, they faced off against Team Lolzzz, if I'm not wrong, and while Reckoning Esports were trying to take him down, there was also the third party from the side of RageGod, and this one single man was just being a menace, wrecking havoc in that area.
And of course, I mean, we can't really ignore the one move from Carpediem where they were able to capitalize on the players of WindGod Esports making the mistake of thinking Gamla Boy was the last survivor for their team. They got very greedy, and you were just talking about it, right? You have to be a little patient, you have to analyze your position, you have to look at your surroundings, see where everyone else is and where the threat can be from. And WindGod Esports just ignored all of that, just moved out because they saw one player hiding behind a buggy, and two of them instantly got knocked out.
That's the thing, right? We're speaking about the known banners and we completely forgot about WindGod Esports. Even in the previous game, WindGod Esports were not able to get a lot of elimination points. They tried to play for the placement, considering they were there in the Milta city. And as soon as the zone moved away, WindGod, they tried to make the rotation, as you mentioned. And things just did not work out. A lot of questionable steps were taken in that fight against Carpediem. I do not know what they were trying to do there. Abi was out in the open, as you mentioned, getting knocked out by the players. I don't know what WindGod was trying to accomplish. A lot of questionable moments were there from the T1 teams.
Exactly, and there was one more team that I want to talk to you about because I kind of missed out how they took an exit inside of this game. They had a decent start. I'm talking about Team Empire. We saw them cross that Nova Repnoy bridge, and they were off to a decent start, right? But from there on out, I mean, they just completely disappeared after a few seconds.
Yeah, they poofed into thin air. And all thanks to the zone moving out in the open like that. HRZ was right there around the fray. And I think so HRZ has to be the main reason why they were not seen in the final few moments too. Because HRZ, we know it's quite a formidable force. Nothing taken away from them. A player like Bichlu, he has been in the forefront of the action in BGS 2023, if you remember, for Skulls Esports.
Exactly. As we were talking about these guys, right? I mean, mentioning that, all right, this was the previous lineup of Skulls Esports. Imagine how much pressure there must be that Hub X Skulls now has done such an incredible job job once they began their journey in Set Blue. They have to outperform their previous banner, of course, but we do have the rankings for this particular game. Raw Official finishing with 20 points, Insane with 17 points, HRZ with 10. We have the players from Legacy Esports, 9 points secured from this particular game, but all because of one player, RageGod.
For Reckoning Esports, it's not that bad of a start as well, considering they got 8 points in total. You've also got PR right there with 2, and you've also got Team Empire with just 2 points accumulated. That Brits fight was the only fight that they managed to convert, and they only got those 2 elimination points. Other than that, they got nothing else.
Yeah, and a lot of big names took an early exit. We expected a lot from KARUNADU Esports, but that fiasco against the players of Carpediem did not really go their way. And of course, I mean, just the start of the journey, right? This was just game number 1. They still have, if you look at their whole journey in the first half of round 1, 5 more matches left. 2 today, 3 tomorrow. How much can you pull back from the rest of the games? That is going to be a question. And of course, I mean, who is going to be the most consistent from this group?
It's been a recent meta where teams do like to give us the heart attack, showing that, yeah, they're not able to perform in the first 3 games, and then in the latter 3 games, they just pull off a Glitch X Reborn. Because Glitch X Reborn is the only example I can try and give you. When we saw them perform for the first 3 games, they were just nowhere to be seen. Then they come back on the other day, and they just pull off 2 chicken dinners back to back.
Hey man, better to be a Glitch X Reborn than be team captain.
I know, right? Team captain, they performed on the day 1. They got back-to-back chicken dinners. They were looking so formidable. And then in the latter half of the days, they were just not able to play that well. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, after this game 1, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच
आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस
300 यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार
क्या हो रहा है
कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर
बस
अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, last 2 days of the first half of round 1 are already underway. We have witnessed game number 1 from Group 3 of Set Red. But before we jump into our journey, or before we move forward in our journey for this particular group, we have Mr. Fixes joining us on the panel right now. Now, Fixes, what an incredible start we have had to our day today, right? A lot of legacy names, few falling apart, few actually making a brilliant, brilliant comeback.
things really got heated down towards the very end. And for a moment, we were all thinking that it is Team Insane's chicken dinner. But hold on, Afu goes, makes a small mistake, and that costed them heavily.
Yeah.
But putting everything aside, we came in with a blank canvas. We thought that there would be certain other teams that would really play well, like Reckoning Esports. They could not show up in this one. We had WindGod, we had Carpediem, but eventually Raw officials coming in from nowhere got this one home.
And of course, we can't be too surprised, right? Raw Official, of course, is also very well-known name inside of the BGMI community. Same goes for the likes of Carpediem. We talk about Legacy Esports. While the name of the team might be new, you might have seen the individual players again and again in the officials. And of course, RageGod, that run of his in this Erangel, that gives you such a big confidence boost for the day. I really hope Legacy Esports, they pull back together in the next upcoming matches of theirs.
He literally was a loathsome survivor. He was the hero for his team. The dire wolf fend to somehow fend for himself. And at this particular moment, the way he performed over there, getting all those finishes and surviving, he got around 5 position points also for his team, which is apparently a huge feat.
Exactly, but another huge feat, ladies and gentlemen, is having a 2000 Hz instant touch sampling rate on your device, which this one has, of course. The iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, it is out now, available starting at 17,999. So do make sure you go ahead and check it out. But now I'm going to check in with you. Which team was the biggest letdown for you in that previous match?
Has to be Reckoning Esports. Considering their run in the recent BGIS 24, they came in 3rd, and this is not the kind of a start that you would expect. What we did see from their side was they were playing around from the edges, they were going after squads. We saw them hurting down the players of both WindGod and even Carpediem at the very same time. But the circle shifting away from them, that was a huge letdown. They could not enter in, and hence they got taken down.
Man, that zone was a letdown for basically any team that was inside that particular lobby. For us, it was quite entertaining, right?
Yeah,
it was just like all over the place. I enjoyed that particular game because of the zone. But if you are one of those players, I mean, it is very difficult. I can't even imagine the headache the IGLs must be having right now.
For sure, especially when you talk about that final shift towards that western side, when we were all hoping that the circle sort of sticks down to the players of Insane. But a quick look at the overall standings, and up here you're going to have a lot of those teams from Group 1 and 2. Carnival Gaming, they have set the benchmark. It is at 82 points. But right after, we've got Hyderabad Hydras, and none of those teams from Group 3 have yet made it inside the top 16. But hoping so. I think after this game, maybe we might get to see 1 or 2 outliers.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look at how far Raw officials have brought themselves in just the first game of the day. They're already sitting on the 22nd position with 20 points to their name. And even Team Insane, of course, on that 26th spot with 17 points. And these two teams have just played 1 game each, mind you. And as you mentioned, few more matches, 2 more games. If Raw official by the end of the day make it into the top 16, it is going to be incredible, and I would love to see that happen. But let's move forward in our rankings and move forward to the next page. This is where we see majority of the teams that have just played right now. HRZ off to a decent start, 10 points from the first match. Legacy Esports, considering the cards they were dealt in that match, 9 points is quite a lot.
Even for our esports, we expected them to come out swinging, and which they did. They were focusing a lot on those position points, tried to survive for quite some time. That was a mad dash that happened towards the end. Somehow getting those 3 points, earned them those 6 points. But for Reckoning, I think the idea was pretty much set. All they wanted to do was go in for as many fights as possible. But yeah, the circle shifting away from them, that was a bit unlucky. But WindGod, they could not get much out of this game.
All of this conversation aside, fixtures, Carpediem, right? We have seen them in the recent third party. How long do you think before they get a placement point to their name?
I think that's pretty much not their style of play. Getting those position points, that is what they absolutely abhor. At the very same time, they rely on how they execute their performance in those team fights. We saw that one fight where all of the players were taken down, but you could see Gamla Boy's position always having that flank for his team. Flank angle, got 2 finishes over there, took down the players. That was lovely. But what happened against WindGod, that was quite unintentional.
Man, I mean, but we can't really say anything about it, right? According to us, this was their worst game. They had 8 eliminations in that. But ladies and gentlemen, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, which is the iQOO Z9S series, as I mentioned, starting at 17,999. And of course, iQOO BMPS 2024. It is off to an incredible start. I can't even wait to see what the last group from this set red, or as Necro calls them, the Danger Red, has to offer. But before that, I think we will have 2 more maps to go for this group.
Yeah, 2 more maps. maps, and it is going to be the map of Miramar next up. So it's going to be really interesting because look at the numbers and look at the names on the screen right now. You've got Reckoning, you've got Insane, NIY, a little bit of a letdown from their sides. Horn and RIVALZ, they also played quite well considering how they were surviving till the very end. That fight against pro officials, Insane also third partying, was a little too much for them to handle. Our Team Cosmic, definitely one of those teams, are really eyeing out for them. Our Esports have had a decent start, but Team Lolzzz, now these are the players. We've seen Sanchit, we've seen Mudit play even in the past before, now under a new banner. Excited to see how they perform.
I mean, see, I'm also getting old, so my memory has been lapsing. But yes, I thought for a second that we have seen them again and again. And this is not their first rodeo, right?
Yeah.
We have seen them in the competitive circuit for a long time. Lolzzz, again, I mean, big content creator in the community. Everyone knows him. And he has been practicing as well. Everyone has seen that grind. And of course, I think off to an okay-ish start. Again, I think it's more than just mechanical skills you need to survive in a competition like this. It's much more about mentality, knowing how to handle that pressure. And I think these lads will definitely figure it out as they go. But it will be difficult to survive the round of 128, round 1.
Of course it will be. There's no second thoughts about it, especially considering you've already gauged the competition already. In fact, all 6 groups have been completed. It's down to the final 2 right now, if you're considering Set Blue as well. So they know what needs to be done. And today's the first game. Usually it all comes down to all these teams trying to test the water, which they did. It was such a slow game of Erangel, just barring a few of those early fights. But as the games keep on commencing, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a mixed bag, and there will be those teams making a comeback. It's going to be fun.
I mean, I hope. I mean, it's going to be fun indeed. Because I think at this point with this group, how they started the day off, feels like they already have nothing to lose, right? And of course, the last group as well, there's going to be a few big names that are still there. So we're going to wait to see them in action. But I think as we talk about these individual performances, one individual that you wanted to see in action a little bit more wasn't really there.
I think has to be Savitar from WindGod. Another one of those assaulters that has always delivered, and now that it is Miramar, you're going to expect WindGod to be taking over those high altitude mountains, and up above they would be raining death and destruction. So if Savitar does not let his foot slip, I'm pretty sure this lad has got what it takes to get some big numbers on the board.
100% agree with that. I think the whole team just got unlucky, and not unlucky, my apologies. They got greedy for Gamla Boy. I mean, you have to admit it. They saw that one man, they were like, alright, free point, guys. They rolled out, but they forgot about the other 2 players from Carpediem lurking in the back lines.
So what I feel was a little otherwise. I felt like WindGod and Carpediem both realized that they had to make an entry inside the circle. So yes, Gamla Boy did have a flank angle. Avi was present with him. So the idea was to kind of get all the players regrouped at one position and then make a rotation inside the circle. What they did not figure out was Fierce had a good angle on Avi. And suddenly Avi got knocked out and everything just went falling down.
Wasn't just Fierce, even Pukar was pushed up quite close to the compounds that were evaded or in fact abandoned by the players of WindGod Esports. But let's see, hopefully this game too, they can recover, ladies and gentlemen. The big bird is in the sky over the map of Miramar. And we're off to an interesting flight path on this map as well. Starts all the way from the northwestern quadrant, the city of La Cobriera underneath it. And it's going to end just a little bit northeast of the city of Impala. So anything southwest is off limits. Anything beyond Monte Nuevo, it is going to be off limits.
It's going to be fun nonetheless. We would love it.
Yeah.
Finally, you get to see a very odd flight path trajectory that means only one thing. You're going to get those early fights. A lot of fights happening for contestation of those vehicles. So this is one of those games that we might see a couple of teams struggling. But for Carpediem, I don't think much of a trouble. No problems getting down towards El Pozo. Even for Reckoning, no trouble there as well. For WindGod, I think it's going to be a very dandy game. Should have no issues whatsoever.
Do you think Pukar right now misses Somraj and the boys? He's like, yeah, had they been here, I would have gotten an early fight.
Maybe. You still, I think, if Gujarat Tigers would have been there, that could have also been another storyline. But they will be coming to play next. But another team that we need to talk about is KARUNADU Esports. They picked a fight against the likes of Carpediem, and they had a very good opening just to bottle it up down the line. So that is one thing that they can really avoid. But Team Insane, they've been the beacon of consistency every single day, every single tournament they come into play. The first day has always been phenomenal.
Yeah, I was just about to say that they've been the beacon of consistency only as far as day 1 goes. Don't know, man, what happens to them on day 2. Every single time. Oh, but what is going on over here? It's a scramble, ladies and gentlemen. 3 teams, well, 2 teams colliding right now in the city of Impala. Reckoning Esports, they've just moved out of it. They are heading towards Porto Pracio. Otherwise, they would have been here as well. But now we get to see what these 2 sides are made of. We have the players from
Team Cosmic.
Cosmic and, of course,
Psy
Rulers as well. No openings found. Weapon is ready, but Wizzy whiffs a shot. Has still the opportunity to take down the knock. Whiffs a few more. What is going on?
It's so helpless situation going on for NoLove. Just has that crossbow to himself. Requires some assistance, but look at this. A dagger on the back and NoLove gets converted into thin dust. And for Rulers, a great start. And now look at this. The crossbow has been procured.
Bro, he was trying to run indoors. They closed the door in his face to finish him off. That is the most hilarious first frag of the game I've ever witnessed.
This is insanity at this particular moment. And it is quite gutting if you are Team Cosmic.
Oh, yeah.
NoLove left away from his squad. And we eventually saw what happened. But now coming back to how things are, Crimson does have that M4 on him. He's got his loadout, at least for that early fight, but going up against Rulers. Now, this was a team in the previous game of Erangel. We saw Kaelgay getting caught early on by the players of Assam Tyrants. But this time, they would want to salvage a couple of points for themselves. But look at this, Carpediem not alone anymore. They've got Team Umpire up against them.
Well, but it is Carpediem, so I feel bad for the players of Team Empire. Fierce knocked out. He's going to get finished off. Where are the rest of the lads from the side of Carpediem? Oh, they are a little bit far away, so Empire does get an option to recover. Predator is going to be brought back in, but Carpediem, how do they react to this? They only have one. It feels like they only have one call out, man. Just go and take the fight. They never want to back off. Look at Max. His teammate just got finished off, and I'm pretty sure they did relay the information to each other. Guys, there's an entire squad over here. Fierce would have given the call out. And yet, Max is like, yeah, not a problem. I'm going to see what I can do about them.
The overconfidence really costing Carpediem in this particular fight. Especially when Fierce knew that they had those unwanted neighbors just right beside them. And hence, still deciding to take a fight all by himself. Alright, I mean, you know that you're a very good assaulter, that's fine. But it's always the numbers that overwhelm you, and these sort of casualties are something that Carpediem needs to avoid. Nonetheless, we know this is a team quite infamous for engaging in all those fights, but position points has always been the cause for concern for them. As even now, the circle has shifted way far off. It's an eastern one, and we're seeing this tendency happen in the iQOO BMPS 24 so far. Most of the circles around Miramar are heading towards the eastern side. And now, Truck Stop being the smack center. It's been ages since we last saw a Truck Stop circle. Hoping to see it this time around.
Delayed reaction coming in from Rulers. Nemo isolated. They had the advantage in the fight. They are going to look to press it forward. The trade comes in for Rulers. Crimson knocked out. It's a 2v3 situation. Wizzy has a perfect position. All she needs to do is just stay here. Wait for the players from Team Crimson to peek out. Smoke lobbed out to go for a revive. But Nupari, they want to move out. They want to try and pick a fight as well. Another smoke lobbed out, allowing them to go around the corner. Looking for the finish secured over there. 2 versus 3 numbers against them. Crimson, how do they react? The nade is perfect, and Neo hits the floor. The numbers brought down to a 2v2. A Scarel is what Nupari has to play with, and Rulers, they are going to look to go for a revive. Alright, it's a 3 versus 2 situation right now. Becomes a 4v2. Completely forgot about that one player still lurking in the backlines from the side of Rulers.
Yeah, that is exactly why Team Crimson cannot make the push over here for TC.
Oh, Crimson is done.
Yeah, almost. As Nupari and Pash, at this very point, now they're going to be pushed at. And literally, they have to create that crossfire situation over here. And Pari, I hope she gets inside this particular room and builds that TPP angle, because otherwise, I think for TR it's going to be such an easy job. But understandably, why? Because you had an opening from out there, and TR just outplaying TC, and there you have it, Pash trying all her level best, but eventually she also falls as Team Cosmic. They bow out of this game, and for Sai Rulers, good 4 points. They're going to be quite happy with it, as now we've got a fight elsewhere. It's going to be around the graveyard. KARUNADU taking on another team.
Hey, but I think someone just got banned in this match right now.
Ouch.
Might have been one of the players from the side of our Esports. Quite unfortunate, but yeah, it does happen when you're going up against the players of KARUNADU Esports. These lads do tend to get a little too aggressive, but that is what we enjoy. Although Regeltos might not enjoy this game as much as he would have hoped. He's the last survivor for his team. Even the previous game not really working out that well for the players of our Esports. Now hiding in this factory, he's just waiting for any piece of information that he can get. Look at that. Important trade comes in. Manus hits the floor. Evil as well follows up. Bad OP, definitely bad and quite OP.
I think for KARUNADU, we've also seen them play really well during the previous iteration of BGS 24. The grind matches especially had that chicken dinner, and hence built up a lot of hype around them. But eventually in the subsequent rounds, could not do well and crashed out of that tournament. Have again received an invite into the iQOO BMPS 24 this time around and had a decent start nonetheless. But after that, we could see them faltering apart in that previous game of Erangel. But for our Esports, the alarm bells are tolling. The previous game was a mediocre one, just could fetch around 6 points for themselves, and now down to their last man. This is a little concerning, especially when you talk about the legacy players making a comeback. iQOO, Regeltos, both these lads, they have to make a mark.
So iQOO MVP of the previous game, Evil from the side of Team Insane. 5 eliminations were secured. We have the top 5 players of the previous match on our list. RageGod from Legacy Esports, 5 eliminations. Daljit from Raw Official 4. Superman with 4. And Afu from Team Insane with 4 as well to his name. Right, stage 2. Where does this take us? And, well, it's kind of a central shift. Not a lot of trouble for any of these teams. Except, unless if you are Carpediem or HRZ. Carpediem still around El Pozo. HRZ still around Monte Nuevo. Although I do feel at this point inside of the game, if NIY were to find a stable footing for themselves, this could actually be their match.
For NIY, the mentality is pretty clear. Just hold the center and do not choke against fights, especially against Legacy. What the boys did over there, in fact, that only lonesome player, RageGod, was absolutely enraged in that particular fight. But for NIY, we've also seen this team make a comeback from the BGIS 24 into the iQOO BMPS 24. But a little bit of that cluster is starting to build up around that graveyard area. A lot of those teams just trying to hunker down over there, find a good spot. And all of them are actually anticipating a little bit of that hard shift. But for Reckoning, this is one of those teams to be reckoned with, and have been guns blazing. Previous game also a decent amount of finish points. Miko so much out in the open, about to get punished as Hunters. He's not the player to usually miss his praise. This time quad clinical. And for Sai Rulers, especially after having such a good start, and Miko going out in the open, this is going to be a cause of concern.
Yeah, definitely will be. Reckoning Esports, even Nemo takes a few shots on a body. Not really allowed to move as freely as she would want to, but Sai Rulers at this point in the game, 4 eliminations secured. Even if they play for survival, I think it would be a decent start to their journey. This is just game 2 that they're playing today. Nemo just completely abandoning and evading from the situation. The entire team just looking to move up north, but a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999.
We've talked a lot about this phone, especially how good it is on this budget. You've got a curved display. You've got really good battery, 5500 mAh. And the best part is an 80 watts worth flash charge. And it comes inside the box. So that is one there. But this is one of those newer names that we're finally getting to see. Assam Tyrants, previous game, had a decent opener. But the circle shift really hurting this team. And we hope that Assam Tyrants this time, they maybe get a couple of points for themselves, at least around 8 to 9. Because now a lot of the influx is going to be coming in from that western side. The eastern area is completely vacant inside the circle. And that is exactly what RIVALZ are trying to capitalize on. But for KARUNADU, they've got a very good start, at least 3 finishes off the bat against our Esports. And let's see how much more can they fetch for themselves.
An airy silence taking over the map of Miramar after that first fiasco towards Impala. And in the city of El Pozo as well, where Carpediem lost one of their key players. As of now, there have been a few interactions, but no one really wants to commit to a full-on brawl against the opposing side. Everyone is being extremely cautious with how they move about and which fight they want to engage in. Like we see the players from Seven Ocean on our screens right now. So there was a little bit of a drop clash in Los Leones, Seven Ocean and Raw Official, but again, it's Los Leones, the biggest city across any map inside of this game. And both the teams just split it into 2 halves. Seven Ocean took the western half, Raw Official went for the eastern side of things. And I think the idea was to get your loot done, move up north a little bit early, and then just wait out for the opposing side to exit while you try and pick off their players. But that hasn't really happened yet.
Whenever it comes down to the city of Los Leones, it feels like it's an unspoken treaty between the teams that, you could divide your loot. And we've seen, even in the past, even in major official events as well, 3 teams have also dropped down over there, and everybody tends to go their ways. So that's a given. Los Leones can really accommodate so many of those teams. And even as the competition, we head on to the next few stages, you'll see that actually happening. Revenant, Team Tamilas, 8-bit, at least 3 of the few. And there have been so many of those new undergods also going down there. So who knows if even after the shuffle, all of them tend to land in that one group. It's going to be quite exciting as well.
I was just about to say that, Fixes, that, yeah, you are raising our hopes, but all of these teams need to qualify for the later stages where they end up in the same groups.
Yeah.
In the round of 128, I think it's going to be very difficult to have a lot of teams that utilize the same drop location, but maybe in the later rounds, the probability does go quite high up.
And let's not also forget, Johnny, that Carpediem, who knows, they also might tend to drop around the Los Leones area.
They'll go wherever, man. They don't look at drop locations, they just look at the map.
But this time, the confidence really not being exuded by the players, especially Fears getting taken down early on, and that sort of takes off the spearhead of the particular team, and now they have to rethink and re-strategize as to what they want to intend. I could clearly see the options are quite limited, and the circle shift. So a lot of these IGLs, their predictions going absolutely right. KARUNADU at the central spot. WindGod, we know WindGod, Avi, he's a mastermind, always gets the center of the circles. It's the fight where they usually tend to struggle. But for Insane, they've avoided every single fight and hence want to enter inside the circle from that western side. Should get that little bit of that hill control, or maybe they would want to take control of the southwestern ridges, which is pretty much up for grabs.
Insane have had a great start to their day today, and they end up finishing in the top 4 of this particular game as well. Then we will be off to Insane's usual start, outperforming everyone else on day number 1. But this western shift of the zone does leave the team scrambling for a lot of map control. As you were talking about WindGod and Avi, there are 2 teams already eyeing out for the center. HRZ were actually quite close to the center, but they've chosen to fall back towards the southern edge of the circle now, which is a little bit of an awkward rotation, to be honest, because they do bring themselves into the line of fire of Seven Ocean. Raw Official is going to look to move up north as well. If you want to move extremely quickly, well, check out the Hero Extreme 160R 4V 160cc engine. Oil and air cooled as well. It is incredible. Our official mobility partner, ladies and gentlemen, is Hero. and the Extreme 160 R4V being given out to the MVP of the finals.
For somebody who does not have a lot of knowledge about the motorbikes, I love that color. That grey with golden is something that we haven't seen, and would love to test drive this one out. I've been meaning to buy one for myself, but we'll talk about that a little later. Raw officials, the winners of the previous chicken dinner. When we all thought that it is going to be Team Insane, they come out swinging, man. The numbers, the way they went in for those revives, and considering in the previous BGIS, they had really a good run. And the inclusivity of Uns2OP in the roster coming in from WSP. Would really love to see how this pans out, because they still lost their star assaulter, Yashu. We saw him play a couple of days earlier from for Miracle Esports. Could not do much over there. And that is the problem, right? Especially every single time after a tournament, a lineup breaks. That synergy takes a lot of time to build up. And now Carpediem, Pukar getting knocked out. Team Empire wanting to initiate that push. Gamla Boy, the first line of contact. And Reaper, he shows no mercy. And Carpediem, now they're in a kind of a pickle from which they really need to evade and elope.
They got the first one in El Pozo, and they are going to find the rest of them in the middle of nowhere. Team Empire looking to wipe the floor with the players of Carpediem, and it might all be done, but no. Max finds an important trade. He's the last survivor for his team. Needs to convert at least one finish from this match, and he does manage to secure at least 1 point. But from the distance, he has taken a lot of damage from the flanking players, and it's going to be extremely difficult to survive from here on out. Even with the shotgun, the S12K. Storm, look at him. He's gone towards the right. Empire from the left. Storm goes down. Max still fighting for his life. A 1v2. Empire taking a lot of damage. Max still quite healthy. Is this actually going to happen? Because out of nowhere, the players from Legacy Esports, they chime in. And all of a sudden, Team Empire, they're going to be forced into a corner. Forced almost on the verge of exit. Max, he has found 3 eliminations for his team. Now he needs to avoid the players from Legacy Esports. Gets in the buggy, tries to make a run for his life, and he fails. But it is still a better outing for the players of Carpediem than we had hoped. I thought they were going to take an exit with no points, but they get 3. And now Empire, man, I feel bad for this team. I feel bad for these players. They thought they were going to go for a squad wipe, but no. They just end up getting baited.
Carpediem scrapping off whatever they could have gotten from that fiasco, but needless to say, Legacy Esports, even in the previous BGIS 24, where they were playing under the banner of Vasista Esports, had one of the cleanest run, and we'd also given them the tag of being the third-party kings. Considering how they usually tend to play, always around the edges, look for those fights, and then once it's over, they decide to strike. It is pretty much in their DNA. And now as the circle keeps on shrinking down, we have the players of WindGod having the central spot to themselves, reckoning. This time, no casualties whatsoever. Looking so strong. They have the intent clear. They want to take this fight against NIY, but somebody needs to thread the needle.
Well, let's see. NIY against the players of Reckoning Esports. Found the opening knock, but Reckoning, there's still a little bit of distance between the two sides, so Reckoning Esports, they have the luxury of staying in the backlines. And Sam, he's too far away to do anything. If NIY push forward now, they are going to be signing their own death warrants. But what is this? Shahir, he tries to move out into the open, barely avoids getting taken out. Just scouts out the information about the opposing side, falls back with the rest of the team. But over here, we have WindGod going up against the players of Assam Tigers. And Khandu, he's been knocked out. 3 versus 4, WindGod, they have the upper hand against the opposing side, but can they capitalize? That is the question we need to find an answer to.
WindGod is one of those teams that has a very defensive foothold. Every single time somebody tries to ram in on them, they've got an answer ready. And for Assam Titans, they weren't prepared for this. Khandu instantly gets wiped off, and now the numbers are starting to dwindle. WindGod, they have that central position all to themselves now, as the Assam Titans having no other options but to retreat, try and find some cover. They wanted to get a little hanky-panky over there, but seems like WindGod taught them a lesson, took their wins off the sails.
Assam Titans just pinned into that position, but NIY, oh no. Initially engaging against the players of Reckoning Esports, they fail. Try to rotate into the circle, lose out on one player. And there's the second. HRZ, they're going to be ever so grateful for these frags. One last player remaining, Mickey in the distance. He's taken a lot of damage over him. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to survive as well. So out into the open, Yuki, Bashir, both of them are going to get finished off. In fact, they're waiting for it. They know what's going to happen to them. But HRZ, I just hope their points do not get stolen. But in the meanwhile, they pick off a few players from the Reckoning as well. And there was a third party into that fight. But Lucifer, look at him, moves up to secure those frags. Does not know he's walking into a trap called Seven Ocean.
At this point, he does not really care. Just came in, got that finish, and won't want to scoot away from here. No, he intends on taking this fight after all. As Lucifer, he needs to understand, he needs to retreat, has that little bit of a cover fire coming in from his teammates. But now he safely gets himself out of the woods. As KARUNADU, real close to where the players of Reckoning are, and Immortal. I do not know how on earth did he manage to survive that onslaught. That grenade doing some massive amount of damage at Stone BGMI. The second one coming in from Gyro God. This time it connects, and Reckoning suddenly find themselves in a whole world of trouble.
Yeah, Viper is the last solo survivor. Can't really do much. Gets caught reloading the weapon, but he's going to be shot in the back rather than in his face. It's the players from HRZ who find that frag for themselves. In the meanwhile, a few updates. Team Lolzzz, even they have been eliminated from this game. No points secured, I believe, in this match. Reckoning Esports, they've been wiped out from this game as well. Our Esports surviving with one player. Empire, NIY surviving with one player each.
And look at this. How clean rotation did Team Insane pull off. Especially avoiding those early fights. Yeah, did lose out on Shadow. That happened while maybe getting inside the circle. But for now, I think they've got a really good place to play around. At this point, have that 2-1 split going off for themselves. But have to be very watchful, Johnny, because you've got the players of Raw officials just beside you. And they've also got a nice stretch going on for themselves as Legacy. This time, they will deliver a strike against the players of Team Empire. In fact, Empire himself getting taken down, and Legacy Esports, the intentions are quite clear. Just ensure that you clean up the edges and then make an entry inside the circle.
Yeah, they've been doing a pretty decent job of just being outside the circle and looking for those loose stragglers over there. Found 2 frags for themselves, but finally the push comes to shove. WindGod Esports, they have had enough of it. But while they try to move in on the players of Assam Tigers, a nade just destroys their hopes and dreams. 2 players knocked out, WindGod. Numbers equalized to a 2v2, and while Avi just stays back, Rex has gotten a little too close for comfort to the players of Assam Tigers, looking to go for a revive. But while he does that, Assam Tigers, if they have utility, they can lob it around the corner to look for the frag. But Avi, he's covering exactly that angle, and Avi goes down. This is the opening the Tigers were looking for. And there's the push. Jax goes out first. Knock is there. The second he gets traded out for. Rex still standing tall and fighting for his team. So the numbers are down to a 1v1. And there's the backstab. Rex takes a lot of damage but still wins the fight. WindGod still surviving, 4 eliminations on the board.
I have no idea how Rex pulled this one off. But this was an absolute beauty considering the fact that Avi had been taken out. But now the floodgates for Team Insane have opened up. And they know they've got the players of WindGod exactly where they want them to be. Not really initiating for the push, but from the backlines, you could also see Regulatos from our Esports, who could give a huge dent to WindGod and their dreams of winning the chicken dinner. Everything was going on fine, but Assam Titans, regardless, they played really well in this one. Of course, dropped the ball down there, but now we've got Seven Ocean taking on the players of HRZ as Lucifer, the final player surviving, goes in for the fight against Reflex. It is going to be a little bit of a 1v1 situation, but from the backlines, you still have Remember providing that cover fire.
And Lucifer is going to be forced back beyond that red. Seven Ocean, they've done a brilliant job just maintaining the calm and the composure within the team. 6 eliminations secured in this game. It's going to be the revive that brings the numbers back into their favor. All they want to do right now is secure those elimination numbers and bring them up. No, they leave Demon behind, it feels like. Remember and Reflex just looking to push forward, and they want to play just by themselves. Insane on the other side, ever so consistent. 3 players still in this matchup, although there could be trouble for them. as the players of KARUNADU Esports are looking to go beyond the ridge, but a nade comes in from SpyOP. He finds those 2 knocks, and as GyroGod looks to move in inside of that ridge, he gets knocked out as well. Stone BGMI, the last survivor from the side of KARUNADU Esports, bleeds out inside of the blue, and that's going to be the squad wipe right there. Top 4 teams remaining now in this game. 9 players still alive, 3 of which are from Team Insane.
The playing grounds might be different, Johnny, but the teams still competing for that chicken dinner are pretty much the same. Team Insane and Raw officials in real prime position as Rex. There you go, just gets taken down, driven over by the players of Team Insane. And now Insane know who their competition is. Anuj 2OP, he's been spotted out, dished out a massive amount of damage. But for now, Raw officials, they've got control over the circle. Insane need to find some way to infiltrate inside of it. But Superman, one good grenade, and Afu, he could be tasting some real deep waters there.
Top 3 teams, 7 players. Raw official again in the top position and the prime spot to go for the win. Could be a back-to-back chicken dinner for this side. Insane outside the circle. Raw official in complete control of the zone. All they have to do is deal with Lucifer in the backlines. That's the one man, if not accounted for, who can ruin his this game for them.
Yeah.
And of course, huge props to HRZ, by the way. I did not notice, but the top 3 from this game and the previous one, it's exactly the same. And as I said, out of nowhere, Lucifer shows up, ruins the day completely for Raw official. In particular, Anuj 2OP takes a huge chunk of his HP on him, but Superman picks up that frag for his team. 7 eliminations on the board for Raw official. Now, again, the same fight as the previous game of Erangel. Raw official taking on the players of Team Insane. Nade lobbed out across the ridge. Lands quite close to Evil, but he's still alive. And Insane, they've gone for a beautiful spread right now. Spy, OP, and Evil, they're going to be the frontliners. Look to see if they can close in, get some vision of the players of Raw official, while they have left one man in the back lines, Afu, who's making a run, trying to close for the ridge. It's not going to be easy though. Smoke blocking the way, while Anuj 2OP, he's playing the flank, has a rock for cover, but he still needs the line of fire before he can take the fight.
For Anuj 2OP, his position is very crucial, very instrumental, and very pivotal. All at the very same time. Insane, quite parallel to each other. It is a standoff. The previous game we had Raw officials having better numbers. This time it is a 3-on-3. And Anuj 2OP needs to carve something, needs to conjure something. One grenade, and that smoke screen right in front of all these players, just blocking, hindering their vision. As Anuj 2OP steps out of his cover, spots out Spy, but was unchecked. And there you have it. Afu delivers as Anuj 2OP falls down. And it comes down to the remaining 2 players of Raw officials. And now suddenly, Raw officials decide to get the trade in. Superman and Daljit, they need to piece this one out together because they still have Evil and Spy OP right opposite to them.
And Spy goes down. Evil, the last man left standing. It's down to a 1 versus 2. And he can definitely clutch this out. Superman, he's trying his level bets. Daljit gets knocked out, but it doesn't even matter. Raw official, back to back. Incredible win for them. Again, another 10 finish chicken dinner being secured. But I still have to say, what is this consistent performance from these 3 teams, man? HRZ, they're doing incredible. Doesn't matter if they were on the 3rd position. They still were top 3 back to back, right? Raw official, this is an incredible chicken dinner for them. And Insane as well in the top 2.
All these 3 teams are playing as if there's no tomorrow for them. You could see that utmost seriousness coming out from the players. They're not making those wrong negative movements. They've been prioritizing the circle. Their entry has been perfect. And towards the end, I think it was all about that trade game potential coming in. Because I really felt like Anuj 2OP dropped the ball there. He could have done better. Was not aware. But at the same time, getting in those trades from his teammates really helped Raw officials get that victory.
Fixers, you want to hear the most scary thing right now?
What?
Insane is doing it really well.
Oh, they always do.
It was Necro's prediction. They're releasing the Kraken, man.
And even somewhat...
We are not going to hear the end of it if he gets his prediction right.
I don't think that's going to happen.
He's dancing right now behind the camera.
it's all right. He's just dancing behind the camera because for Insane, one thing for sure, and this is one of those discussions I think all three of us might have had some point or the other, that day number 1 of Team Insane is usually always great. And this time around, Insane did get that second position finish, but with not a lot of finishes to their bags. But still, that consistency is out there. I really want them to make it towards the end, and they've done this in the past as well in the previous BGS 24. But when we take a look at the winner chicken dinner movement, it was all about Insane eliminating the threat from the backlines for Raw officials. I think for a point, it went down to the wire when that final player surviving Lucifer had almost taken down Anush 2OP. Good backup coming in from Superman, and Raw officials, this team has just been recently formed with the addition of Anuj 2OP, and you could see the synergy still being visible.
Exactly. The man has a lot of experience under his belt, and of course, as we keep talking about it, used to play with the players from WSB in the past, now has joined the players of Raw official. And again, I mean, with all of that experience, I think the one key thing about Anuj 2OP that makes him special is the fact that he has that versatility of fitting into a lot of different play styles. And again, the level of performance that Raw official have brought in after the addition of this player, it is just incredible. I want to see. So this might sound weird, but once we move on to the map of Sanhok, it would be exciting, and it would be one of the first things we have ever witnessed, one of the first we'll ever get to witness, if the same top 3 teams are there, top 3 in the next game as well.
Hands on my heart, I really did not expect Raw officials to be playing so well. Because honestly, when you talk about this particular team, Yashu, one of those players, because coming up next is going to be Sanhok, goes on to the previous BGS 24, that clutch that he pulled off in this particular map, that is where he got his recognition. That is where a lot of people started to know who Yashu was. But right after, he was signed into for Medical Esports and did not have a good time. Whilst there was a huge vacuum created from his absence, Anuj 2OP coming in and filling it up in such short span of time, that goes on to show how good this team really is. But then again, when you talk about Raw officials bringing in Insane together, now Insane is a roster that does not like a lot of changes. They have been going on with these same lads, and finally you could see that synergy really building up. They are starting to deliver.
But again, it's not just these two, right? We have the players from Honored RIVALZ. Even they are doing quite well. Again, as I mentioned, they were top 3 in the previous game. They were top 3 in this match as well. Yeah, in this game, they got comparatively less number of eliminations. But again, compared to what we used to see from these players in the past, just scrambling here and there, completely lost in the inside of those matches, it seems like this time they have a fully fleshed out strategy. They have understood their own strengths, and they know how to play against the other teams, just focusing on their own strengths and just playing for position consistently. But look at this. We have the point rankings from the previous match on our screens. 20 points for Raw official. HRZ finishing with 10 points. KARUNADU Esports with 10. Insane. 6 placement points, not a lot of finishes, 3 eliminations secured, 9 points in the bag, but hey, it was a good game for them.
Yeah, for Insane, they know it's their mentality is always about getting a good position inside the circle, very much focusing on those zones and try and be as try and play with as much as conviction as possible. But when you talk about disappointments, reckoning, certainly one of them, Carpediem, unwanted fights, again, really digging their own graves. NIY, back-to-back bad performance. Even for Assam Titans, really felt for a moment that they had the players of WindGod under their grasp, but that also slipped away. All thanks to Rex and his amazing play over there.
Yeah, but still hoping to see a recovery from the set of Carpediem, and I mean, yeah, previous game they got 8 eliminations, this one was 3, so that's moving them up for like what, 11 points.
Yeah.
And we know for a fact that Carpediem, they're going to wait till like I think round 3, round 4 before they have that 1 placement point on the board. But again, I mean, I would love to see this team get drop clash. That seems to be their trigger, right? This is that one. This is one of those teams, just like Global Esports or the likes of iQOO Soul, that if you drop clash them, or even Carnival Gaming for that matter, if you drop clash this team, they always feel at home.
That did happen in this game of Miramar. They were drop clashed by the players of Empire. The only problem I feel is they get a little too ahead of themselves. Fierce, what was he even thinking, trying to take on 2 players at the same time? I think confidence is fine, but there's that thin line between confidence and overconfidence. You cross over that, that is where the problem really arises.
But that's the thing, I want a 4v4 drop clash. So if anyone wants to go after Carpediem, I mean, I think it's their risk for the taking. It's going to be an incredible game of Sanhok coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. But before we head to the map of Sanhok, we're going to take a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Two games already done and dusted, but the intensity is off the roof in the iQOO BMPS 24. And this time, joining along with me on the desk is going to be my big man, Necro. So you've been watching from the sidelines, and you were having a little bit of that dance moves which we wanted to see on the camera. But yes, Team Insane is who you really went for, and seems like a second position finish isn't too shabby.
Yeah, my team's doing consistent. That's all I need. As long as they are staying on the first spot in the overall standings, my prediction will come true. But you know what, jokes apart, even teams like Reckoning Esports in that previous game, I wanted to see them in the final few moments, unfortunately failing that too. But you know what's not going to fail you as a viewer and as a player? That's going to be this beautiful device on the screen right now, iQOO Z9S, starting from 17,999.
And we have been talking about the features, especially when I just tried to sneak this device under and took it to the hotel and played a couple of games of BGMI. And yes, that was under the wrap. Still, Johnny just blew my cover. But I can vouch for this. You can play those long hours of BGMI and there's no strain at all. Because even when you get juiced out, instantly that 80 watts of flash charging really fixes all your remedies up. So, but at this point, I think... you know, we have to talk about Reckoning and their fall, because the first game, yes, fine, they got a lot of finishes to themselves. But the second game, just 3, considering you placed 3rd in the grand finals of the BGS 24, this is not acceptable.
Listen, I feel like these known names are doing this on purpose. They just barely want to make it to the upcoming rounds. They do not really want to be the flashy ones on the deck. Just barely make it. Look at Carpediem too. First game, decent points. Second game, decent points. As long as they're keeping themselves in that race, that's all that matters.
You know, I really do not feel like Carpediem are playing to their best at this point. They're being a little carefree. And I hope they buckle up, because the competition is quite intense, because that is going to be reflected in the overall standings. And there you have it. I think none of them, barring Raw Officials, has made an entry. It's Raw Officials back-to-back chicken dinners, consistent performance, and look at where they are. 40 points. I think one of those teams that can really give the likes of Carnival Gaming and Hyderabad Hydras a run for their money.
I know, right? 20 points per game. Now, that's super impressive. Look at the finish points, too. 20 finish points, 20 placement points. That's perfect from a team like Raw Officials. You move on towards the latter half of the board. That's where you're also going to see Team Insane now pretty much right next to the players Newman. And for Newman, you speak about them. This team failed to perform. You've also got a Team GS right underneath them. You've also got ARC. In general, for these teams, they're, of course, doing quite decent. For Team Insane, they're, of course, now going to be on an uphill climb. Towards the latter half of the board, you do not see any of their name.
Yeah, I think it's just legacy there. and on a 32nd position. And Legacy Esports in the previous game, we saw they got back to their old ways of going around, trying to third party, spreading all sort of chaos on the map. But KARUNADU Esports in this previous game did get a lot of finishes to their names, and hence are sitting at 11 points, especially after the debacle. But Reckoning Esports, 2 games done and dusted, 11 points. Definitely not meeting the mark. But for Carpediem, I must also add on one other thing, Necro. I really feel like this is one of those teams that are the late bloomers. They need that little bit of that pressure on their heads, because if that's not there, they tend to go for all these shenanigans. But once push comes to shove, once they realize that if they do not perform well, they're going to be out of this tournament, that is where they start playing really seriously.
Listen, the first 2 games, Erangel and Miramar, you saw the usual suspects in the final few moments, right? Now, moving on towards the map of Sanhok, we will see a bit of a blast of different colors. We might just see a complete different team coming out on top. Maybe it can be WindGod this time to win the game. Maybe it can be Team Insane, a team that's barely missing out on the chicken dinner. But what I want to say is that Sanhok brings in that wild factor, that X factor that we all need to see now at this point in time. Even for teams like NIY officials, you try and speak about this team in BGS 2024. They were doing quite decent. They were there to the late stage as well. Unfortunately, failed to make it towards the grand final. That's a whole different thing. You've also got squads like KARUNADU, you just mentioned a while ago. Even they do pack a lot of punch, but unfortunately, a bit of a letdown in that previous game, but maybe they can try and pull themselves back.
Because it is time already. In just a wee while, we'll be heading over into the match. But now a quick look at the matchup. And this is where I want to get the conversation rolling for NIY Esports. Because I was just checking out the roster, and you could see majority of the players are missing. In fact, the star player, you remember Darker Devil and his MG3 performance, NIY Esports had such a long run in the BGS 24. He's nowhere to be seen. So for him to take an exit, and it's just Sam and Mo here, 2 players sticking, getting 2 new players, I think has been a huge point of concern for NIY. Hoping that they somehow make it into the next round. But for now, I think eyes will also be on the players of Team Lolzzz. Because, again, when you look at these players, you've got Mudit, you've got Sanchit, and these are not the new undergods into the scene. They are now the seasoned veterans. They're also the professional players. We have seen them partake in various official events. In the previous BMPS 23, they were also there as well. In the BGS 24, they also had a good run. And now to play under a new banner and still not deliver, that is where the real trouble arises.
Yeah, that's a really good point that you brought up, right? Some of these returning names who have been representing themselves in the official tournaments and still they're not able to perform, it really just makes us question, were they really following the pro circuit or were they just taking a time off? I don't exactly know what's going on through their skulls as well. You've also got a few more names like WindGod Esports. First 2 games, not the ideal start you wanted to see from a banner like WindGod. You try and compare the performance to the first game. You look at WindGod's rotation, it was so questionable. They try to face off against the players of Carpediem, where Avi was just out in the open. I'm not sure what that man was doing. He just stopped over there and he got taken down.
Yeah, man, for WindGod, the wins had been taken off their sails, but hopeful that they perform well in this one as the match of Sanhok begins.
The plane flop pad begins all the way from Hathin towards down south, which will be Kampong. And considering it is the map of Sanhok, we know teams are not going to have any struggle moving towards their drop locations. But you try and see a few drop collisions, though. And I would love to see Reckoning Esports face off against a few teams off the rip. Maybe even Boot Camp can be stacked up with a lot of those. Team Insane, they can move in towards Boot Camp if they do one. Raw Officials, so far, they have been super consistent, 20 points per game. That's the average Raw Officials is moving with. And if they keep on moving with the same average, they're probably going to surpass a lot of those teams on the first spot in the overall standings. You've also got Reckoning Esports now moving towards that Boot Camp area. And I would love to see that collision come through. RE2 right next to him, moving towards the Ruin side. Still, a few of these drop collisions that could have came through have been avoided by the teams. LG moving towards Mongnai, Camp Bravo. They've got quite a wide spread for themselves. No one's going to be stopping them from doing so. They can't spread their wings. Team Insane dropping down south of that boot camp area. And this time, not exactly moving towards the proper designated drop spot. Instead, they're just looting the individual compounds. So that's quite interesting. Team Insane taking a bit of a back step. They do not really want to go for the drop collisions anymore. Just loot up the individual compounds, get your hands on the basic loot, maybe try and go for a few fights here and there, because Team Insane, they do lack on the elimination points, especially in the previous game. Just getting those 3 elimination points, 9 points in total for Team Insane, that was a bit of a letdown. I want to see them perform a bit better, challenge those fights as much as possible instead of playing for placement every single time. The game 1 was decent, game 2 was decent too. They're keeping that consistency, that ball rolling in their court. As now you've got Carpediem this time amping up the aggression. And I love this tweak from them, facing off against TC, and there's one single man in the front. But even Pucar is all by himself. He needs to wait for the cavalry. And that's what he's exactly doing. Before he makes that strike, he's waiting for the foes in the front to try and be a little bit more comfortable. Move out in the open. And as soon as they do so, that's when Pucar will strike. But he's got no clue that the opposition, he's already moved away.
For Carpediem at this very point, just a couple of weeks ago, we saw Pucar pulling off a 1v4 over here in a recent third-party tournament, and a big one at that. And that was quite special. But this time, Carpediem, they know that they really need to buckle up, considering they've not had a really good time in the first 2 maps. And we've always talked about Sanhok being that one-off map where you can instantly make a comeback. All you got to do is play by the book, play according to how the zone really forms around. And for now, you've got Assam Titans taking on 7 Ocean. Now, this is one of those teams, and in fact, both these teams, we haven't heard much about them. As remember, already down on his knees, as ProDot goes in for some assistance. I don't think they are going to have any trouble in getting the revival, but Wrecker, this angle, Necro, looks to be quite deadly.
Yeah, with the high ground, they've got everything favoring them. For Wrecker, he knew exactly where the opponents were too, but then he realizes it's way too early to go for the fight. No teammates around the fray too, so he needs to be a little bit careful before he actually makes that pounce. All the players in the front, the fallen man's back up on his feet, and Wrecker's got no clue. He wanted to reposition himself, but at the end, he just ended up blocking his own line of sight. Carpediem still quite close to the foes, and I'm not a big fan of this. One single player behind that tree, and luckily enough for that player, they haven't been spotted by Pucar.
Let's talk about the mentality of the players, especially the ones that Carpediem are up against Team Cosmic. First 2 games really not going their way, could not fetch a lot of points for themselves, and this time they're literally scared to death. Going by the mentality, the lobby, the stakes are so high, but look at that, big fights going on. Insane and Raw officials settle their differences or want to intend to, but now Superman has got a lot to say about it, as somehow still holding the doors as Insane. The backup comes in from the backlines, but Raw officials, everybody clump behind that one rock, man. And there you go. Superman just being driven over. RBOP, a relentless effort, but this time in vain, as Team Insane just losing out on Shadow. Make sure they wipe out the threat, and it is going to be Raw officials, and the dreams of getting the hat-trick chicken dinner go in tatters.
Shadow played such a pivotal role in that fight. Getting 2 eliminations off the rip like that, but then getting ripped apart himself. And for Team Insane, it's a tradition at this point. They lose out on 1 player early off in the game, and then in the final few moments, they're just alive with 3-man squad.
Look at this.
Focusing on this fight for now. You've got TGL. Sun should get knocked out. Mudit is there. And this fight means a lot for Team Lolzzz. If they do lose out in this fight too, everything will come collapsing down. But nicely done by Mudit. Now that's going to be the equalizer that was needed on the fray. As TR now, they're going to be in a world of trouble. Nico's there in the back lines, but for how long can Miko keep himself safe? That's the question. He's playing towards the stairs, and Mudit is ready, cooking that nade. And this nade's going to find the perfect mark. Miko's taken down too, and within a flash, you see the entire Team TR just collapsing down.
Yeah, for Sai Rulers, this time wasn't really their time. The previous game, they had a really good start, took down Team Cosmic, but this time, against Team Lolzzz, and Mudit being the beacon of hope, considering Team Lolzzz had such a rough start to the first 2 games, and now they've made a couple of changes to their roster as well. In fact, Lolzzz himself comes into play, and this team wins a fight. And considering the fact that Lolzzz, one of the very well-known content creators out there, we've seen him go for those rank pushes. Been watching the streams lately. This time, he wants to try his mettle in the competitive scenario as well, where things are even more intensified, needs more challenges in his life. But when you take a look at this particular circle, Raw officials, Necro, they were holding the smack center. That got contested by the players of Insane. And now, even when we take a look at the map, or when it comes in front of us, Reckoning aren't far behind. They drop down at boot camp, and who knows, any given moment, they might make that rotation and may catch the players of Insane officials napping and give them a taste of their own medicine.
I mean, for Team Insane, getting that early momentum, getting those few elimination points to kick things off, and that too against a team that has been at the top of the overall standing for this particular group,
yeah,
that's going to be a big boost that they needed. Taking down a team from the top like that, and now Team Insane standing a chance to top the charts themselves, that's quite the another factor. And keep this thing in mind, Shadow himself was also knocked out and finished in the previous game too, early on. And this time as well, the same thing happens. TC, a few foes lingering around, this time in the name of Carpediem. But there's another team in the nearby vicinity, and they need to be careful of that.
They certainly have to. And Crimson, trying his hands on Max, almost sprayed down that entire magazine, eventually just to whiff. And now another angle gets formed, and NIY from nowhere, they also chime in inside this battle. We have been talking about NIY making some huge changes in their roster. Dagger Devil not here, even Scorpion, he's also not playing from this roster. And now after that little bit of that revamp, they are having a tough time in the office. But Pari, she's going to be charged in by 4 players of Carpediem as Max instantly comes in for the ram-in. Pari gets one, but instant trade-in comes there as Pierce from the backlines. This time, he decides to provide cover fire. But for now, Carpediem really need to get those revives as No Love, he also gets picked off.
Yeah, Fierce now all by himself at the top. He's got his teammates too around the fray, but considering they're also quite low, Fierce, he's got a lot of those responsibilities on his shoulders. Needs to get the revival on the fallen players too. There's a few more foes in the front. Try and take care of them. There's TC and IY. And for TC, now just getting taken down to this one last man. Not a lot can be accomplished. But eventually, Pash is still able to strike down one more foe. There's Fierce right there around the corner. And Pash strikes him down as well. But unfortunately for Pash, that clutch gets stolen away by Yuki. He could have clutched out the entire scenario. He found strike on the 2 players, and one man from Carpediem was already knocked out, so he was taken down to a one-on-one.
And for NIY, they were really waiting for a long time for this moment to happen. They wanted Carpediem to have their entire attention at the players of Team Cosmic, and that is where they decided to strike. And now, I'm loving what Yuki is trying to do. Constantly changing positions, creating better angles, and for Carpediem, they need to recuperate. They need to get that revive and all their fallen teammates and sort of try and avoid this fight, because if you're unaware of your opponent's whereabouts, better not engage, because look at what Yuki is doing. That's some bold moves out there, Necro.
Yeah.
And it might really pay off in dividends for him.
It might, though. Still, it's a big might. Unfortunately for Yuki, the fallen players are already back up on their feet, so now the chance for him to actually try and clutch out anything seems next to impossible. And Carpediem, they're already checking out those lines. You can see Gamla Boy somewhere down line. He's got a little bit of that hinge. There might just be someone around the fray. Gamla Boy, he does hear the footsteps. And Yuki, that's what he's exactly doing, is falling into his own trap. Gamla Boy's ready with his crosshairs trained. And he's just waiting for Yuki to step up a bit more. But Yuki backs away at the nick of time. But he's got no clue that there's also Gumra right on the trail. And Gumla's not going to let him go like that. Mickey's right there in the back lines too, but there's no way he can provide any sort of cover fire. Yuki's in a big world of trouble.
But still, he has somehow found some cover, has injected that first aid, and now Mikey has got that perfect vision to provide cover fire. But Gamla Boy, he need not take this fight all on his own. He needs to buy some time. He needs to give in all those calls. Does he have one grenade at least? Because if he has, then I think Yuki could be a dead man walking. But for now, Mikey providing assistance from the back lines. Yuki, well aware of where Gamla Boy is. Just has that one stun grenade and one smoke to work around with as Max. He's been spotted out. Both these players eyeing each other. But it is going to be Yuki, who all by himself had been dishing so much damage. But Fierce, he finds another angle, and now NIY down to their last man.
NIY, that's quite a rough start for this entire game. We thought we might see a bit of a variety in the winners. But that's not the case so far. Usual suspect dominating once again. The only change we saw is that Raw officials this time, they got eliminated early. Seven Oceans, even they're there right around the fray. They wanted to maybe be a part of the third party, but in the final few moments, just canceling the plans. Carpediem moving back towards Seven Oceans. And I'm not a big fan of that entire placement they're trying to come up with. WindGod towards Paradise Resort. For now, this place is going to be safe, but soon enough, there's a high chance it might just be converted into a Hell Resort. Seven Oceans. They're pinning down the players of Carpediem. But for Carpediem, it's all good in the hood. As long as they're there in the safety lines and they can easily escape away from that spot.
For Carpediem, they've been in similar situations before. But for Legacy, Esports really close to the players of Team Lolzzz. Kunal, he's taken quite some beating as Sanchit already down on his legs. And now RageGod wanting to go with that S12 case gets smacked right back as Su from the backlines provides cover. The IGL himself, the dire wolf, far from his pack, now cut off. As against Mudit, lobs a grenade, sails away, not into perfection. As Mudit's still alive, look at Kunal and Lolzzz have that perfect vision. And Su, he's just counting those final breaths.
Yeah, for some reason LG, they're really lacking in those gunfights. And eventually, they get wiped out completely by Team Lolzzz.
Look at Mudit, 6 finishes.
I'm loving this new face from Team Lolzzz. They're so aggressive, not shying away from the fights at all. They know one thing, the point structure, it does favor aggression. So you might as well do that. And they're able to get a lot of those points. Mudit himself, single-handedly, just dominating the lobby so far. Carpediem, they were pinned down, but not anymore, as they just break through that deadlock.
But at the loss, and in fact the cost of one player, but Pucar so much out in the open. He's been sprayed at. And seems like it's another team, it's Seven Ocean, trying to get some revenge for their fallen comrades over there. The losses quite hurting them. But whilst all of that is going on, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S. Do check it out. And in fact, if you want to partake in a competition, head over to Google, search for iQOO Z9S and answer some simple questions and you can win prizes worth 50,000 rupees.
HR, here we go, the fight commences. For Carpediem, they mess up big this time. Fierce was out in the open, and he had no clue there's Arto overwatching him like that. Arto gets the knock, that's going to be the opener. Opens up a lot of the possibilities now. But eventually Arto gets strike down himself. Had no clue there was Max still around the fray. But then Max gets knocked out by Lucifer, who's all the way on the opposite side of the spectrum. Lucifer, luckily enough, he had the angle available, so he strikes him down. Now for Carpediem, it's even Steven trades on the board. It's taken down to a one-on-one, but can HR come out on top in that duel? For Carpediem, this is another big mess-up.
Lucifer has always been that sneaky assassin. And for HR, Lucifer again being the hero, but Pucar, he wants vengeance. He's angered, and now it's time for him to put the pedal to the metal. At this given moment, does not have a lot of utility to play with. I'm pretty sure Arto is going to get that revive. But both these players need to patch themselves up.
Yeah.
Now the stage 4 arrives and seems like HR, the escape route has been cut off. And looking at how they're throwing all those smoke grenades, they want to get a little bit of loot done. But if they're a little bit careless as well, this might really go against them as Pucar just decides to pounce upon Lucifer, who was looting pretty much out in the open. Now it's down to a 1v1.
It's the snake in the map of Sanhok, but this time Pucar's taking heavy damage upon himself. But he dishes enough damage on the opposition just to get knocked out by the zone. Even for HR, they're not going to be there in the game anymore. This was such a good fight that no one survives from it. It was a proper collision happening too. Unfortunately for HR, they had the striking advantage, but not the man advantage in that fight. And that's where Carpediem managed to bring it down to an equalizer. For Team Insane though, look at what's happening. Insane on the move, on the run. They do not really have the vehicles to play with. And why? The entirety of TE is right in the front. And Mikey, if he wants, he can go for the strike. Predator, Empire himself is right next to him. And there we go. Reaper falls down. Mickey, this cannot be a better opportunity that he can ask for. Empire's right there, proning in the front, and still this man is going for a trigger discipline. He wants a clear line of sight on the second player too. Predator's right there around the corner, and as soon as the man gets knocked out, he's there to get the confirmation. That's 1 free point accumulated. And now Predator, he also needs to watch out from the back and the front. He's screwed.
So many snakes in this particular map. Mikey was just one with the nature. This time, went in for that extra finish point instead of going for the squad wipe. He knows he's made peace with himself. He knows he cannot get inside the circle, but what he can do is throw a wrench to the works of so many of the other teams. And now, Reckoning Esports, they've got that high advantage. They know that there's somebody lurking down below. But instead, the call out's been given. All of them regrouping, reuniting, and maybe they're going to head on towards where the IGL is. Gravity IGL has that beautiful compound. Need to be quite mobile, just like an official mobility partner. The Hero Extreme 125R.
Only if Team Empire had this bike.
Yeah.
This wouldn't have been the outcome. They would have had a fluid rotation in the center of the zone. There's still one single compound, which is out in the open, but it's still not taken by anyone. It can be contested by teams if they do want to get their hands onto it. It will be filled up with a lot of those consequences too, but speaking of that, Ari facing off against Team Lolzzz. It's Regaltoss's team versus Lolzz's. Let's see who's going to be the one to come out on top this time. Mudit, this man's been on fire recently. Shots have taken through the smoke, and a lot of those connections are also being found. For Ari, it's not a good position at all, considering they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. But even for Team Lolzzz, the back's against the wall. They need to try and move in the zone as soon as possible. For Team Insane, they finally do find some semblance of cover, but up against the players of Reckoning Esports, and I'm not a big fan of this.
This is going to be quite a feisty fight. I'm pretty sure bloodshed is going to occur in the rainforests of Sanhok. Any given point. Insane, they might get sandwiched also from the backlines. Team Lolzzz caught between a rock and a hard place. We've got Esports still inside the circle. For Esports, it's all about finding that cover and just playing around it. Do not overextend. Team Lolzzz, however, on the other side, they have to come charging in. But even for Team Insane, they have that concrete cover to play around with, but still not out of the woods yet. As Kunal, he will find whatever he can and has that 22 first aids to go along with him. So we know for a fact that Team Lolzzz, they've got their contingency plans right. But for Team Insane, they've missed out on the chicken dinner on 2 occasions. Surely third time has to be the charm.
3 players from Reckoning, 3 players from Team Insane. The fight seems like it's set to perfection. But Team Insane, they've got different plans as they face off against Team Lolzzz. And already Lolzzz is knocked out. Lolzzz is being knocked out so many times in these 3 games. It's insane. And you speak of Insane themselves, even they lose out another player. And this time it's going to be in the name of Vafu. He needs to back off to safety. A few smokes will be tossed out to get the man back to the safety lines. But will he really be safe? That's my question. For Team Insane's evil, he knows exactly where the opposition is too, but he's just not able to find that glimmer. But as soon as that glimmer will be found, probably Team Insane will go for the strike as well. This compound, it's outside of the zone, backs against the wall. Reckoning Esports, they've got their own troubles to deal with, and this is where Team Insane will go for the sprint.
They found that perfect golden window, and they want to capitalize on it, especially Immortal getting taken down from Evil over there. That was special. Now Hunters, he's been such a young prodigy. The previous BGR's 24 had a really amazing run. A run worth remembering, but now he needs to put his money where his mouth is. He needs to start delivering. And all of these teams still playing around the edges of the circle. None of them inside. Just Team Insane recently got in. And for KARUNADU Esports, the previous game, they managed to get a lot of finishes to their names, but still struggling with getting enough finish points as WindGod and Esports on a little bit of a standoff over here as Esports, they're all over the place. Now Evil gets a knock elsewhere. And now he still has his eyes fixated on the players of WindGod.
Yeah, Team Insane is also engaging in a fight against the players of RE. There's so many fights happening at the same time. It's crossfires after crossfires. And I think so Team Insane, they're on the verge of being eliminated too. WindGod, a valuable chance for them to come out on top in this game. And I mentioned this at the start of the game too. For WindGod, this can be a possibility. They're doing quite good so far. Simple's going to be the man in the back while Dream's there in the front. And they're just laying out the smokes. They want to move up close and personal a bit more. There's a lot of those teams in the sidelines, and that's been a main sign of concern for WindGod Esports. They're not able to play fluidly. But look at the zone shifts. It shifts right in the court of WindGod Esports. It cannot be anything better.
Oh, that's nasty. Especially Dreams delivering the latest addition to WindGod along with Simple. And for now, WindGod, they know that they've got this in the bag. All they need to understand is do not have to mess it up. But Insane, look at their intent. They also do not want to back off. This time they want to make the chicken dinner theirs, but do not have the numbers to back it along with. Even the circle quite far off from them as WindGod. They found perfect concrete covers to play around with. And now Insane, sooner or later, they have to make that movement in. But Modit, this man refuses to give up. He's still alive, Necro. And let's not forget, Kunal, he's got that first aid healing battle also going for himself.
Yeah, he's been the main performer for his team. Mudit's looking pretty nice, solid, but as the players try to make it inside of the safety lines, it's WindGod's game, and it's their turf, and no one's going to be able to breach through that. WindGod just racking up the elimination points as they find the players out in the open. No one's going to be stopping them from securing this chicken dinner, but keep this thing in mind, Team Insane, even they had quite a solid game. Another man from the side of Team Lolzzz, that's going to be Mudit all by himself. He was quite nice throughout the entire game, but not anymore. He's not going to be able to stand up against the players of WindGod, considering he was overwhelmed in the final few moments.
This time WindGod ensured that they took off the wins of the sails of all their opponents. We could see them dropping down around that Paradise Resort. They paid complete attention to the circle. However, they were in those sticky situations, but this time they were smart enough to avoid when it was necessary. They let all the other teams fight it out amongst each other. I think we had a lot of that intense fights. Right from minute one, we saw Carpediem being in a whole world of trouble. Still fighting it out, surviving for quite a long time, but that fight against Honor RIVALZ did not pan down well. But this chicken dinner for WindGod was so important, so crucial, because the first two games, they literally had messed up. Now, this sort of reminds you of Vasista Esports. If you remember, when they also came into play, the first two games, they really fumbled. But getting that chicken dinner in that game of Sanhok really helped them in their endeavors. Same goes for WindGod.
I mean, pretty much in the early phase of the days of a tournament, you know all it takes is one single solid game. And that's what WindGod got. As soon as this one single solid game is going to be there underneath their belts, WindGod's going to propel themselves in such a good spot in the overall standings. As long as you're getting those good games, that's all that matters. In the span of 6 games, you at least need 2 good games to keep yourself in the qualification marker. But if you're not able to get those, well, then you better bring in the consistency. For Team Insane, that's what they're exactly doing. They're getting those constant placement points, even a few elimination points to top it off, and that's what you saw over here too. Unfortunately, for a lot of these teams, the zone just shifted in the court of WindGod Esports, and that's where they just secure the chicken dinner. But that's the crazy part, though. I just had a conversation about WindGod Esports at the start of the game, and I mentioned this. Sanhok can be their appraisal, and that's what exactly happened. If you remember, in BGI's 2024, in the early phases, WindGod was performing really well on this map.
Certainly they were, and I loved it how you just made it about yourself that WindGod can win this map. And we did have this conversation that one of those teams that hasn't been performing well in the first 2 games might come out swinging. I think WindGod was in a very good position. Same goes with Reckoning Esports, dropping down at boot camp, then making their way inside. But that fight against Team Insane costed them a little too heavy there. Few players getting picked off one after the other. You talk about the outliers, I think it was Carpediem from the edges. They were wiping off a lot of the squads, but let's not forget Modit and his contribution in this game. Right from minute 1, they took that fight against Ruthless. They wiped them out. He had around 3 finishes over there, and he kept on going, kept the players of Esports even at bay, somehow ensured that they got their team to that 2nd position, and this was also quite necessary considering Esports and in fact even Team Lolzzz did not have the best of days so far.
I mean, the last time when we saw Modit on screen, he had 6 elimination points. I'm not exactly sure what the number's going to look like in the end, but one thing is for sure, he's definitely going to have a little bit more than 6. That's for sure. You move on the conversation towards teams like Team Cosmic, newer faces on the block, clearly struggling in the first 3 games, but you never know, in the latter 3 games, they can start to make that comeback. Before teams like Team Lolzzz, they have done good, but you try and look at the opposite side of the spectrum. RE, a big fail today's day was.
Even in the final game, I felt like it was such a tough stretch to get inside the circle over there, considering stars had aligned for WindGod. Everything panned down in their favor, the circle shifting north, they had the higher grounds, they had the rocks to provide that cover fire. Everything was well set. And for our esports, the first game of Erangel, they fetched around, 6 points. The second game did not go well according to their standards, could not get a lot. And this game, it was all about surviving. So that fighting intent has been missing from our esports. But now I want to get the conversation back to WindGod Esports as we take a look at the point standings and talk a little bit more about them. Because whenever it comes down to WindGod, you talk about their primary assaulter, Savitar. He hasn't been playing today. He has been missing. They got in some new additions. They got in Dreams into play. They've got Simple. And both these players have been doing quite well.
Yeah, but look at the point standings. WindGod getting 19 points in that one single game. That's going to propel them high in the overall standings. You've got TGL with 17 points. That's a lot of points accumulated by this one single team. You've got Team Insane with 12 points. And now Team Insane, they have been a burning torch of consistency. For Raw officials, unfortunately, they faced off against Team Insane off the rip like that. And the fight just did not really work out for them. And that's where Team Insane got the advantage. You move on towards KARUNADU Esports with 9. You've also got Carpediem with 7. Carpediem at least getting these points consistently. That's going to keep them in a better spot in the overall standings. Reckoning Esports with 5 points too.
Considering the reckoning that we saw in the BGIS 24, I'm pretty sure there has been that little bit of a dip down in their performance, especially with all the news that we get to hear off stream and what's happening outside. A lot of this organization approaching their players certainly hasn't gone well for them, because now you cannot see that consistency coming in. You cannot see that synergy setting in. And then they left also Shikari Jod. He's now playing from WSB. He's benched over there and coming in, getting in Dionysus. Immortal is playing today. Nothing seems to work out for Reckoning.
I feel like we're just trying to read into it a little bit too much. Give them that lay of the land. Give them that time. Reckoning Esports in the latter 3 games, they can make the comeback. For some reason, with the way they have been performing in the previous events, there's this little bit of a trust that they've built with the viewers and with us too as well. Because they've got the firepower and this new point structure, that's all you need. And as long as they've got it underneath their belt, it's all good in the hood. A lot of these no names, they're just playing to barely qualify. They do not want to make any flashy plays. And maybe Reckoning Esports is also one of those.
There certainly could be, but so much to talk about. But finally, we are done with the matches of Group 3 for today. They will be coming back in action tomorrow, but we still have the final group from round number 1. That is Group 4 from Setrade coming into play. But before we head on to their matches, folks, we're going to go for a short little break. We will be right back after this, and we'll have a very good conversation coming soon.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Johnny joining alongside with me on the panel. And Johnny, what a comeback that was from WindGod Esports. Sanhok has always been their home turf, and they performed there.
Yeah, I mean, the improvement was clearly visible from Erangel till Miramar, and finally on Sanhok it came to fruition. But again, it was the last game of the day, man. I mean, had they picked up the momentum in the first match, they could have done a lot more, but we are still happy, right? I mean, they still have tomorrow remaining, and of course, the entirety of the second half of round 1.
Hey, but luckily enough, at least we still did not see the usual suspects on the board, right? Raw officials, they collided against the players of Team Insane. Yeah. They got wiped off early, and then later on, even Team Insane, they had to move out in the open to make it inside of the zone, so even they got wiped out. Even Reckoning Esports, they had 2 different teams to face off against.
But hey man, what's been happening between Raw Official and Team Insane, it leads you to believe, is there a beef going on between these two teams?
Man, these guys might as well just not like each other.
But hey, we have a question from one of our lovely viewers. That is you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And the question is, what do you think about the players with 2-finger claw? Is it still good enough or sustainable looking at the competition today? Interesting thing. We were having a conversation, like there's a guest right now in the studio over there on the other side, on the other broadcast, the Hindi broadcast, and Robinson and I were having a conversation about how the game is being played by the players of Mogo Esports, since he's been helping them out in the back end. And the discussion was around which grip do the players use, and he was telling us like a lot of the players were actually impressed with NinjaJod, who's still sticking around with the thumb playstyle, which is the two-finger grip that players are talking about. And of course, it is still viable. It's all about what you're comfortable with, and it's about mastering your controls. If you master a control, it does not matter whether you're playing with a 3-finger, 2-finger thumb, or you're playing with a 4-finger. I play with 5-finger. I'm still not as good as them.
I play with 3 fingers, and I think so I'm pretty good. So, yeah, maybe you can also try out 3 fingers. But the overall standings on the screen. CG still at the top, of course. This new group has just played 3 games so far, so Team Insane is now on the 11th spot. And Johnny, I guess you were doubting my pick, but now look at Team Insane doing so good.
Yeah, man, I mean, it was a safe option, right? Yeah, Necro is dancing again behind cameras. Yeah, but Insane do tend to do well. I mean, it's how history has been made, right? It's a fact. Insane day number 1, they are going to be absolutely insane. But then again, once they return tomorrow, my challenge to all of these teams still is the same. Please someone take down Silly Esports. They've been on the first position for a long time, man.
Silly Esports are the newer faces on the block, and they were here to make a mark, which they did. Considering if you're a new face, you would always want to make a dent in the pro circuit. And Silly Esports in the round 1 itself, they are definitely doing so. But if a known name does that, they would need to reveal the cards that are there under their sleeves. And if they do so, later on, they would get hard countered.
But look at this now. WindGod, as you were talking about their recovery, we saw them break within the top 24. And Carpediem, they're in the same shoes as 4 Aggressive Man. And literally in the same shoes, both the teams, we saw them on the leaderboard with 18 finishes, not a single placement point to their name. So it's going to be important for Carpediem once they show up tomorrow to have that recovery, to be consistent in their matches. But talking about letdowns, Necro, our Esports on that 39th position with just 11 points secured. NIY now.
Yeah.
NIY is also an interesting team, not really being able to perform. Just 8 points secured in the 3 matches they just played.
Even Esports, 16 points only, still there on the last page of the overall standings. But as I mentioned, even to fix this, all it takes is one good game to bring you back in the race. In the span of 6 games, you need at least 2 good games. And Reckoning Esports, we're speaking about them. Reckoning Esports can easily make that comeback in the overall standings. They've got so much firepower. They were also there in the podium finish of the BGS 2024. So what else do you need? You speak about our Esports. Now that's a real sign of concern, my friend. I don't know what they're doing there on the last page.
It is definitely going to be a big sign of concern. I mean, few big names, but we expected this, right? They've been off the competitive circuit for a long time, and it might take them a little bit of time to readjust to the rest of the competition. And while the performance today has not been amazing from the side of our Esports, ladies and gentlemen, we have our amazing official smartphone partner. This is the iQOO Z9S series starting at 17,999. And why did you just go maybe?
Because maybe they need their hands on this device.
Yeah.
So they can perform a bit better.
Should we ship them one of these each?
I mean, it's only for 17,999. Anyone can afford it, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
even the players can easily buy it. Why do we need to ship them that?
Exactly.
They can just buy it on Amazon.
I'm pretty sure they're going to try and get their hands on one of these devices as soon as possible. And show you guys, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned, starting at only 17,999. And of course, packed with a lot of amazing features. Just like our lobbies are packed with a lot of amazing players.
And not just that, maybe even the guys can have a chance to win this device for free. If you move on towards Google search iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to Rupees 50,000. That's a lot.
That is a lot indeed. But we're going to have to see now which team walks away with a lot of points from the next few matches, ladies and gentlemen, because the groups are about to change. We will have the last group from Set Red beginning their journey of these last 2 days. And it's going to be exciting as well, because after this, we will have witnessed all the 128 teams that were invited for this iQOO BMPS 2024.
Let's speak of the returning names this time. You've got Team Limra, a team that was doing so good until the grand finals of BGIS. You've also got PSY Officials, RTGxIND, one of your favorite teams. You've also got New Version being back in the race. You've also got REMORSELESS, Esports, and you've got a few more teams that are there, even AstroKids.
Yeah, talking about a few other big names, Team Crore is another team that a lot of teams, in fact, a lot of our viewers will keep an eye pinned on. Gujarat Tigers is one of those bigger names that is going to be returning to the party, of course. It is kind of a rebuild that has happened with the side of Gujarat Tigers. Clutch God is still going to be there, though, and it is going to be exciting to see how they move forward in their journey. And of course, if you remember, 4 Dominated, they are going to be there. Pekka God, we remember watching him in the past. Kalu OG is also going to be a part of the team. So this is also another returning name. But this group, now why this group is interesting is because we have a lot of those under gods that were there in the previous BGIS, and not just that, from the a few from the previous BMPS as well. And of course, the conversation the last time we saw them was about their lack of experience, right? Now they have some experience under their belt. Have they figured out what needs to be done to move forward?
The returning faces not exactly doing so good in the past, but another chance given to them to try and prove themselves. And the same thing can be said for GT. It's been a while since we've seen this team in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's been a long time, to be honest. So, and the one big performance I think we remember from the side of Gujarat Tigers was when the first iteration of this lineup came in the BGIS 2023. Yeah, the one with the cycles. That was a brilliant rotation strategy from their side. But since then, it's been a while. As you mentioned, we haven't really seen them on that big stage up until now.
RTGxIND should be another point of conversation. If you
Very
remember
true.
in BGS 2024, they were performing so good till the early stage, but as soon as they moved on to a stage where it mattered the most, RTGxIND, they choked big, and we all were hoping that they might just qualify in the future, but this lineup was looking so promising. I hope now they have got the experience that they perform even better.
And of course, talking about the experience, and as you were talking about the lesser-known teams, right? Team Limra. Their run in the BGIS 2024 was just amazing. It was phenomenal. But unfortunately, once we saw them on that LAN finale stage, Necro, the LAN jitters got to them. They completely bombed, and the performance on the first 2 days of the finals was not up to par. The last days, things actually clicked, but I think all of that was because at that point they had nothing to lose.
Yeah, a few days ago, there was a question asked about Team Limra and why there's such a big dip in the performance.
Yeah.
Now let's see them in action. Let's see if there's an actual dip in the performance or not. Team Limra is one of those teams that likes to take things slow, that likes to play tactical. So let's see if the same playstyle is going to be there, or are we going to see a complete different Team Limra where they prioritize the fights? I would love to see that.
Yeah, along with you, I think Ravan over on the Hindi desk would love to see that as well. That was his prediction for the team to do, or in fact secure the most points today. And it's going to be an exciting one as well. Team Limra can actually pull this off. Their run in the BGS was very aggressive start. They were very confident as far as the online stages are considered. But I think in front of the amazing crowd that was there in Hyderabad at the LAN finale, they panicked for the first 2 days. Again, lack of experience does result in that happening. If you've not set foot on a LAN stage before, the first time you're there, it gets very scary. But now they have that experience under the bag. I believe if they can maintain the composure and go back with the same mindset that we saw them in the BGIS 2024, this team can go all the way very deep into the tournament, and maybe hopefully we get to see them on that finale stage again.
I mean, especially hearing your crowd just cheering for the rivals, it's also something that can play a lot of those big thoughts in your mind, and that's something that might just work against you as an esports athlete. And for Team Limra, it was their first time stepping inside such massive land, which makes a lot of sense why they cracked under the pressure in the first 2 days, but then later on the third day, they tried to recover, but it was a little bit too late. Let's be honest, the overall standings, it already had a big lead.
Yeah, I mean, there was a massive difference by then. They could not do a lot. But of course, we did enjoy the action that was put on display by the players of Team Limra. And again, our expectations this time around from them are going to be the same. But it is going to be an interesting start to the journey of this group as well, considering they're going to start their journey on the map of Vikendi. And yesterday's Vikendi was absolutely insane. In fact, as has been for the last few days. Is today going to be any different? Well, it is time for us to find that out.
The icy lands of Vikendi as they boot upon the screen. The plane fly path starts all the way from Winery towards Dobro Mesto. And now this plane fly path will be a big trouble for a lot of the teams. If they do want to move in towards Cosmodrome, that's a tough stretch. Even Mount Kresnik will be a tough stretch for these guys. Goroka will be in reach. But if you want to move in all the way towards Zabava, Coal Mine, pretty much that's going to be way too tough for you to try and reach. But still a few more teams. I want to see a few drop collisions, especially on the map of Vikendi, because you know in the mid stage of Vikendi, you're not going to see any action.
Exactly. I mean, the mid stages are just going to be completely quiet for this particular map, unless, Necro, we get an edge circle.
Unless GT, they decided to just go on a full throttle mode.
Do you expect them to do that, though?
Yes, GT is supposed to be a team that brings in the aggression, that has got a lot of firepower too. And if you remember, all the playing 4 in this GT squad, not exactly the playing 4, but the playing 3 in this GT squad were also known as Team Insane in the past.
Yeah.
And if you remember in 2023, BMPS Team Insane, they set a record for themselves with the most amount of chicken dinner in the league stage.
Yeah, but the problem right now with those 3 players is going to be the fact that they are missing the brain that was there behind all of that.
The driving force.
Yes, Adi. He is playing for a different team right now. They have a different IGL that they're playing under. But let's see, our circle is centered between Villa. Well, it is centered towards the west, just off of Villa and Goroka. But we have a fight breaking out in Dobro Mesto, and it seems like NON, they're not off to a great start. They've lost 1 player already in the first few minutes of the game.
It's the first time I'm going to see a fight in Dobro Mesto. Let's see how this one actually does go, considering there's already a casualty on the board for FY. That's the exact way they wanted to kick things off in the fight too. All thanks to Hulk. This man is now trying to be quite naughty in the playing field. He wants to catch a few players off guard. He knows exactly where the opposition is too. But look at this, NON. All of them just looking to rotate out together. They do not want to be a part of this action anymore. They want to disengage, but that's where Hulk might just strike. And Hulk is there on the opposite side of the spectrum, but he's still not going for the shots anymore because Hulk wants to keep himself out of the harm's way.
Yeah, he was isolated and had all of these three players just stopped in their tracks, turned around and taken those shots. There was a possibility that they could have found trade. So as you mentioned, Hulk wanted to avoid any sort of trouble over there, but NON, they haven't really completely abandoned the city of Dobro Mesto. They just circled around and went off to the far southern side of the city. Just a little bit further away from the players of Team Fatality, but here we have it. The players from Gujarat Tigers. Oh no, Necro, it seems like they've been denied access to the cement factory. And they're out on the run on foot.
Yeah, it just blows. Players are out in the open. There's a team on the back as well, which is trailing them down, and that's not a good news at all, Johnny.
Yeah.
Gujarat Tigers, this might just be a really bad start that they're not looking for. Hirsch, Skips, these two players, they pack a lot of punch, a lot of firepower indeed. And Skips this time, he's going to be the man to showcase his face to the problem. It's TR up against Skips. And Skips is just waiting for the right moment to strike. While Risley, all they can try and do is maybe pull off something that's going to put the opponents in a big question mark. But for this entire team, TR, do they even have any clue that there's GT around the fray? And it seems like they do not. But here we go, GT, they already kicked things off, and this is what I'm saying. GT, they are known for their aggression. They're not going to back away from situations like these.
One pick secured, and I was wondering the same thing. Do the players from Team Ruthless know that there is an opposing team around them? They had no information, apparently, as you mentioned, and Skips also goes unnoticed. Advantage picked up by the players from Gujarat Tigers, but Team Ruthless, they instantly readjust, looking to back off, looking to disengage. Wise choice considering they are going to run into a fight with a big disadvantage if they push forward, but Gujarat Tigers isn't the only team over here towards the southeastern quadrant. That's the problem. You have the players of RTGxIND, there's another squad playing on the shorelines. AstroKids, they've taken control of Hot Springs as well. So not a lot of options for Team Ruthless to actually disengage and move towards the circle, unless they decide to proactively pick a fight.
I wanted to see this fight, man. It would have been an interesting one. Yeah, GT started things off with the advantage, but still, maybe you can try and get the advantage to two of the players were out in the open. But TR, they did not even try to capitalize.
Yeah.
It's completely fine. They did not even want to get the revenge. They just wanted to back away. They were scared.
And no attempt for a trade was made over there. They just instantly back off, as you mentioned. No risk taken, no reward gained.
Pretty much. RTGxIND towards Cement Factory. And this time they've got quite a nice loot to play with. Utilities on board. You've also got the Mets to play as well. Ralphie, Reeb, Lobster, Radeon. All these guys, they have been playing with each other for a while, so I expect a lot of that synergy from them. I do not want to see a weak RTGxIND anymore, because what we saw in BJAS 2024, I hope that was just a teaser.
Yeah. Look at that, the iQOO MVP of the previous match on our screens, and it's going to be
8 finishes. Wow.
Mudit from Team Lolzzz. As you mentioned, 8 finishes, 73% finish contribution for the team.
That's a prime example of carry.
Yeah.
This man just carried his entire team on his back, converting those firefights in his favor. There's Jux Amazing, who's doing really good, and now we've also got Mudit, who's individually able to perform really well.
But NON, what are they going to be up to? That is also going to be an important question. Still lurking at the corners of Dobro Mesto.
They want to flip the Weekle.
Oh,
can they do it? Yes, they
wow.
did. Nice.
Well done.
I think so. We should clap for that. I was kidding.
Wow.
Team Limra.
What a traitor, Necro.
Team Limra towards Villa. Man, it's so peaceful. I wanted to see some early action. Team Limra, they're right next to the players of PSY. But considering it is the map of Vikendi, it's pretty much going to be podcast hours once again.
Oh, yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Vikendi podcast.
And speaking of the podcast, you know, Spiro has recently started a new channel.
Oh wow, about what?
Speaking about all like the spiritual stuff. And
have you not been invited to that podcast as a guest yet?
I've not, but recently I've just been busy, you know, with events and everything else. So
with life, living,
pretty much.
Nico's been a happy man recently.
I wish I was.
Are you not happy?
But sadness is a trail that always keeps on following you.
That's just being consistent, man. At least we are consistent somewhere.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Enough of emotional talks.
Yeah, it's actually getting kind of sad.
Yeah, I don't know why. The conversation just turned into a deep one.
You took
This is not a podcast anymore.
Are Esports, are they going to make the same errors as they did the last time, do you think?
I mean, Esports was quite a formidable force, I'm not going to lie, when we saw them the last time.
Yeah, but
they made it till the later stages too, but once again, just what I said for RTGxIND, I hope that was just a teaser that we saw in the past.
Yeah. Hopefully. Alright, so updates of what is happening around the map. Slowly and steadily cluster building around the center. On our screens, we have the players from the side of New Version, another returning name from the past. And they are playing close to the center, just south of Goroka. And I think they are waiting for the players from RAFN to push down south, but that hasn't happened yet. Keeping an eye on that frozen lake. And Gujarat Tigers, I mean, in kind of an interesting move, after dropping towards the eastern side of Cement Factory, they just decided to go up north towards Peshkova and have stayed there until now. They're still there, by the way.
Remorseless, another returning name on the screen. And for this team, the previous performance was quite questionable. So let's hope that's not going to be the same case with them once again. AstroKids, though. The last time when we saw them in BGMI 2024, they were quite promising. They were quite aggressive, too. But this time, considering they're starting things off on the map of Vikendi, they do not really need to go aggressive anymore. They can take things slow and steady.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they can take things slow and steady, but the question is, will the rest of the lobby allow them to do so? That's the question. As of now, on Vikendi, no one aggressive, so yeah, the opportunity is there for them to be a little passive, go for those placement points. But once we reach Miramar and then the last game of the day being played on the map of Erangel, they are going to be forced into those fights. Look at that, in the distance, just around the players of Team Crore. AstroKids, they are moving along their merry way. Shots fired upon them. None of them connect. Although information has been given out to the opposing side. And now, Team Crore, they will have to be careful. Or maybe not. AstroKids just keep on moving up north.
These guys are the Ravens on the block. They should be able to get the information easily in their hands.
Are Ravens and Crows the same thing? I don't think so.
Pretty much. They look the same, right? So it should be the same.
Different species of birds, man.
Whatever. Remorseless. They're facing a bit of a problem themselves, considering a man was knocked out. But who is the one to take the shots against them? That's what I want to find out. And here we go. It's RTGxIND. They did get the knockout. It should have been a nice spray, too. To get the knockout that far away for Remorseless. Maybe a bad start to this game. Avoided by these guys. So now they're going to be alive for a bit longer. And if I'm not wrong, this playing 4 from Remorseless is completely new too. So let's see how they perform as well.
And it's going to be quite interesting to see how they or in fact where they end up at the end of the day. And again, ladies and gentlemen, yes, the circle did move. Although what we saw from the players of RTGxIND against the players of Remorseless right now, Necro, I mean, that was a lot of distance. You can't really go ahead and secure a finish from there.
Yeah, especially when the opponent's also in cover.
Yeah, so now information has been given out to the players of Remorseless that RTGxIND will be on the edge of the circle. And we know the zone formations on Vikendi, right? Always the central shift up until stage 3, stage 4. So there is a possibility of RTGxIND being gate-kept once they try to push forward by the players of Remorseless.
Yeah.
If they want to go for those early finishes, that is. But again, a huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting from 17,999.
Pocket friendly, that's all I'm going to say. But now if you try and look at the zone 2, the center's starting to get stacked up with teams. FY as well, slowly and steadily gravitating towards that center. You've got GT finally making it to the safety lines as well, but this time GT's looking to play it a bit off that off-centric spot. They do not want to be a part of that chaos anymore. Just stay in the outskirts, try and get yourself in a better spot, and hope that the zone pans out right on top of you in the future stages. For GT, there's another team in the back line, so we might just initiate a fight towards Mount Kresnik, but considering it is the map of Vikendi, a lot of these teams do tend to get cold. And when you're cold, you just want to stay inside of the house and be cozy.
Yeah, don't blow up a molly over there, though.
Why not? It's a campfire. Artificial.
Not on your own teammates.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday we saw a lot of teammates happen in the map of Vikendi just because of how chaotic things were. But as you were talking about Gujarat Tigers, I have to say, I mean, they've gotten themselves quite deep inside the circle. And considering just a few moments ago we saw them in Peshkova, that was a very quick rotate. But Team Limra on our screens, a lot of expectations from these lads. And while they're still holding on to the position of Villa, they have been surrounded from almost every single direction. So if the circle takes a hard shift, they are going to be in trouble.
Team Limra, Hesperos, the main man. The man who's supposed to be the one to make the major plays. The one who's supposed to save the day. The Batman for this team. That's him. But this time, it's quite a slow start. And you know what happens when it's a slow start, right? Maybe those warm hands, they won't be warm anymore.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you might just start whiffing a lot of shots.
Considering how slow this game is, I think we are going to expect a lot of whiffs.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure a few players are taking a nap as well. I won't be surprised.
I think one of those players might actually be from the side of Team Ruthless, because they have just stayed there at Mount
Even
Kresnik.
Team Limra.
Yeah, Limra as well. Limra is still comfortable, right? They're smack center of the zone. Ruthless is all the way in Mount Kresnik.
Hesperos hasn't moved an inch, by the way, since he's done looting. So he's probably taking a nap. He's like, yeah, guys, I'm going to be taking a nap for the next 10 minutes. When there's the stage 5th on the board, let me know where do we need to go.
Let me know when you need him. And that has always been the case with Hesperos, by the way. I mean, he's always that one man who is quite reliable for the team, but shows up late for the team fights, always converts it into a lot of finishes, but as I said, shows up extremely late.
So what are you trying to say? He baits his team?
I think his teammates just bait themselves. They rely on him too much.
What? Interesting. The map's on the screen, and there's one team all the way down south. Do not ask me what are they doing, but they're going for a really long rotation. That's for sure. 3 players looking to move maybe all the way from the left side. I'm not sure what the game plan is for these guys too, but let's just hope whatever they're looking to pull out, it works out this time.
That is Elevate Esports, by the way.
Yeah, but they're not elevating so far. They're all the way down.
Exactly. They need to elevate themselves. And the performance in this game.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of difference between the word elevate and eliminate.
Oh, so who's going to eliminate them?
They might just eliminate themselves. But only if they have their hands on our official mobility partner, which is Hero Extreme 160R4V. They can instantly elevate themselves all the way to the center of the zone.
Yeah, quickest rotation with that 160cc engine.
Exactly. People are just going to see you whiz past them.
Yeah.
They won't have a clear line of sight.
That's the sound you'll make while you zip past them.
Pretty much. But look at what's happening on the screen. Team Limra, there's a team right next to them. It's AstroKids. And Team Limra, they haven't moved an inch, by the way. They haven't moved a single muscle. It's a trap being set up in AstroKids. They think that the entire compound's completely empty. But Hesperos, this time, he's the one to get knocked out first. Johnny, you cursed him.
Hey, man, I didn't curse him. I didn't curse him. It's his fault. They woke him up at the last second. As you mentioned, he was taking a nap. And at the last second, they just gave him a call. Hey, Hesperos, by the way, AstroKids are here. And that's not it, by the way. AstroKids go ahead and find a second knock for themselves as well. Even Gokul was taken down. So right off the bat, Team Limra not off to a great start that we were hoping for. 2 players down, 2 still remaining.
Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly Team Limra was doing. It feels like they were actually taking a nap.
Yeah.
AstroKids, they moved inside a villa as if it was their own territory, and Team Limra was still not striking them. They genuinely were taking a nap.
Hey man, we were kidding, but imagine if that was actually true.
Imagine if they were actually taking a nap. But I'm pretty sure they wanted to pull off the trigger discipline moment,
true.
make the opponents think that they were not there. But in the end, the opponents, they just came out on top in every single duel that just came into fruition. And for Team Limra, they messed up big. That trigger discipline was pretty bad. Both their star players not in the game anymore, Gokul and Hesperos. Now it's taken down to Poco and Dragon.
Yeah, haven't even looted up properly the players of Team Limra, because we did see the player Poco. He still has level 1 armor and level 1 helmet. Not a lot of throwable utility as well. Not a lot of ammunition on him as well. So what was this team doing all this time?
Taking a nap.
Oh boy, I really want to figure that out. I mean, what were they up to? I mean,
I know, right?
Yeah.
I do understand the play style over here. They wanted to go for a trigger discipline, but they held on to it for too long, to the point where they had so many strikes that could have went in for free. They could have gotten those knockouts too, but still they did not really go for those strikes. And AstroKids, they just easily sailed in that compound. They got those 2 eliminations, and now they're ruling it.
Hey, but look at the map. We're in Miramar, and in fact, Elevate Esports now finally looking to make a move. They are going to try and breach the circle all the way from that eastern edge, but that's going to be a problem now, Necro. The entire circumference has someone or the else just standing there as a roadblock in their way.
Some heavy words by Johnny.
What do you mean heavy words? Light. There's a light word for you, Necro.
Yeah. Let that silence speak for itself. RTGxIND, though, beginning a fight themselves. This time up against the players of Remorseless. It's something that's going on over and over again. At this point, it feels like these two teams, they've got a personal beef. But look at NV, new version. They face off against their foes. But they're the one instead to come out on top with ease. For Remorseless, they lose out on second player. It's also Lemba knocked out. This fight now, it's really not panning out great for the opponents. Remorseless, they need to take a move away from that entire vicinity. They need to back away from that spot.
A new version right now, as you mentioned, picking off one individual from the side of Remorseless a few moments ago, and now readjusting themselves to take a fight against the players of RAFN. But Delta, Jod, what a nade! Clutch OG knocked out. This could be the opening RAFN are looking for. This is a flank that new version didn't even see coming towards them.
RAFN, considering they've already found the knockout now, but the man's got a little bit too much to try and worry about. He wants to find the equalizer, but there's also a revival coming through on the fallen player. Delta, he needs some backup. And that's where the cavalry arrives. There is a man closing up from the back lines, and Delta now realizing the fact that he's also got the lower ground of the fight, which is not a good news at all. Mikey from the top is tossing in that nade. It might just be on the perfect spot too. A little bit of an overshoot. Luckily enough for Delta, he does take a decent bit of damage, but he does not get knocked out. But this time, another native sails in. That's going to be it for Delta.
Alright, I guess it is time for us to shut down the jokes as well, Necro. We are about to transition into Stage 5, and with 16 teams, 57 players still alive, things are about to get extremely chaotic on this map of Vikendi. New version moving in, closing in on the players of RAFN. A lot of utility already committed upon those two individuals, while the revive has come to fruition. I think this might be the end of these two lads. Another nade, Delta Jod hits the floor again for the second time, and Dictator barely surviving behind the broken wall with a sliver of HP with the DBS, gets a knock but instantly gets raided out.
Radiator, he does get the knockout, but that's all he's going to find. Where's the third man from this team? He's all the way in the back, and he's not even looking to find him back. It just blows. The man's still in the back. He does not even want to provide the cover fire, but here comes the third party from Gujarat Tigers. They do realize now the opponents, they're going to be at their lowest. Mikey's all by himself, isolated inside of that house, and that's where GT will make the pounce. Mikey's got too much to try and worry. Utilities are also being constantly tossed in that house. He can't do a lot. Breathing room's next to none, and he needs some backup from his teammates too. For Gujarat Tigers, they have done a perfect job in knowing exactly what the timing's going to be to try and third-party this. And now they've found that they're not going to let go of Mikey. He's in a big deadlock, but he still strikes down one player before getting taken down himself. He's still standing on his feet as Gujarat Tigers. Things are now crumbling down for them too. They're taken down to a two-man squad, but these two players, they're more than enough to bring the lobby down on their knees. As now new version, they struggle to find any of their knocks.
Yeah, it's a 2v2 situation right now that has developed between these two sides. Harshi's going for a revive on to Skips, trying to bring him back. There it is. But look at the radar now, right? There's another team lurking on the sideline. That's going to be the lineup of Esports. And WindGod, he finds one more looking for that last frag. Vortex hiding around the corner. And he gets pushed upon by the entirety of Gujarat Tigers. They are out for blood. They are on a hunt, and Vortex is going to fall prey to these Tigers. WindGod does get knocked out by the third party, as we said. Esports, they were lurking on the sidelines, and now they will show up looking to wrap things up over here for these placement points, for these finishes, 3 finishes that are there in front of them. New version eliminated, and also, by the way, Team Limra was the first team to get wiped out from this game. What just happened?
It just blows. Maybe we can give it to them. First game jitters, but speaking of this fight itself, GT, they've got so much trouble brewing up. They do make it out alive from that entire kerfuffle. Luckily enough, even WindGod's back upon his feet. But man, the third party from Esports, it could have been worse for GT.
They're smack in the center of the circle now.
Exactly. GT2 finding that perfect timing against the foes too. It was pretty nice, taking down a team like New Version. That's a big threat that's eliminated from the game now. And for Esports, it's not looking too good. Constant nades being tossed from the side of GT, and this time they get a re-knock. Mr. Spray's knocked out from Esports. And it's not looking so good, and we know what happens when GT find the opener. They're not going to back away from the push.
Of course, 5 eliminations already secured. It seems like they are picking up the pace. The shift in momentum, so much pressure felt by the players of Esports. They just left Mr. Spray right there. And I believe finally they have gotten him back. A revive comes to fruition. Mr. Spray back into the fight, but from the flank, Gujarat Tigers, they get a little bit distracted by the players of RTGxIND, but Team Crore, as they try to make a push inside of the circle, they find themselves pinned in the shack. Par from the flank, looking to see if he can be the distraction for the players of Team Bliss, allowing his teammates to get a revive, be back into this fight.
It's time for Bliss to spring back to life. If they can, well then it's GT who will swing them outside of the lobby. And Bliss is currently on the move. Backs against the wall. They need to execute quite a long rotation too. You've got FY2 playing on the southern edge. Esports right in the smack center. And TR, luckily enough for them, for TR, they lost out on one player so early in the game.
Yeah.
Up against the players of Gujarat Tigers. And now once again, they're looking to run away in the arms of Gujarat Tigers. Bliss, though, they're getting capitalized now. The zone's out in the open. Not a lot of spots to play with. And for TC, moving from the back, it's not panning out that well for them either. Yuthin all the way back in the blue. He's going for that constant patch, but he's only got 3 first aids in his hands. He needs to make the run inside of the zone.
Well, Team Crore, Yuthin, as you mentioned, under so much pressure, he has to somehow figure out a way to dodge the players of Psy Official. And of course, the players of Team Fatality as well, who are closing in upon these two teams. WindGod going to climb that hill as quickly as possible. Does not want to let the prey in front of him escape, but needs to be aware of the flank for a few seconds. I believe that one last player from the side of Team Crore was spotted out, but gets completely ignored on the sidelines. RTGxIND up against the players of Psy Official. The threat of the backstab still there from the players of Team Fatality, but they are resisting the urge to go for a push. But hey, what is this? Out of nowhere, NON, they show up. And this is go along their merry way, not even bothered by all of this.
They do not want to be a part of that fight. They were just there to try and get the lay of the land maybe, but RTGxIND, they do wipe out their foes, and they keep on moving up. And that man from NON, he striked against the players of FY, but FY, they got the better of him.
He went down to the blue.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm not sure what he was doing.
Me neither, man.
The man was lost. And I think so he was the only one who ran over AimGod in that fight.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what he was trying to do there, but a big mishap, that's for sure.
Oh, but while all of this chaos has been happening around the circumference of the circle, in fact, outside of the play zone right now, look who is still sitting at the smack center.
Esports.
Yeah, unbothered, unscathed. they are letting everyone else fight each other while they are just basically chilling at the center. And it's at the top of the hill as well, so it's a king of the hill situation right now.
Yeah, but hopefully they're not going to be the center of attraction soon. As long as they avoid that entire banner, it's all good. Do not be the center of attraction. Air Esports, now it's time to be a little bit more peaceful and let the opponents fight it out against themselves. Gujarat Tiger losing out on WindGod in that duel, but it's completely fine considering he will be back upon his feet. And WindGod's been knocked out so many times in this game so far.
Yeah, but again, I mean, as long as Harsh is doing his job, Skips as well, it should be okay for Gujarat Tigers. At the end of the day, it's all going to be about the aggregate, but Team Fatality, AimGod gets knocked out again, Hulk right next to him, so it's not going to be a lot of trouble to go for the revive. Yuva OP is pushing for the frag, but RTGxIND, Lobster shows up, takes a lot of damage from the DBS, gets instantly wiped. We're down to the top 4 teams, 13 players still alive. Era Esports, they've managed to keep all of their players intact, and so has Team Fatality. But Fatality, their momentum looks extremely good in this matchup. 8 eliminations on the board already.
And Esports from the top is just raining down death and destruction, as they also dealt a lot of damage to the team that just made the pounce, which was RTGxIND. And that's why the push could not really come into fruition. But now it's time for FY to bring themselves back in the action, swing them back to life. As Era Esports still in this max center, they're doing so much damage to the lobby. Mr. Spray all by himself, left to deal with 2 players of GT, and that's where GT gets the advantage. Now it's taken down to a 1-on-3. Skips right around the compound wall. All the 3 players pouncing at the same time, and that will be it. The Prowlers, they do prove that they're the Apex Predators.
Now it is down to these 2 sides, Era Esports and Team Fatality. Who makes the first error and who's going to suffer that fatal wound? 4 versus 3, 1 last man from a 3rd team lurking in the blue, and that's going to be Bliss. Esports' Eggy666, who's just hiding inside the blue zone right now, going for a small little heal battle over there. Oh, what a nade comes in. Hangzhou finds one knock. AimGod finds the other. And it seems like Era Esports, a huge error in judgment. They are going to be shut down. And Team Fatality looking for an incredible win to kick things off. 11 eliminations secured. Eggy steals 1 frag, but it's not going to matter. He still falls to the blue zone. And there it is, Team Fatality. An incredible winner-winner chicken dinner to kick things off.
As soon as they wipe out the entirety of Era Esports, they spring themselves back in the chance of winning the chicken dinner.
Yeah.
Even GT could have been a big problem in the foot, but luckily enough, Era Esports, they faced off against GT, and that was the major threat instantly neutralized. And that's when FY, they had the best chance of coming out on top. RTGxIND could have been the kryptonite, but luckily enough for the players of Fatality, Era Esports were taking the shots against RTGxIND and they collapsed.
I think that compound was just too solid for Era Esports to mess things up from. I mean, especially in the early stages of the game when you had like 8 teams, 10 teams remaining. Everyone else around the slope of the hill was fighting each other. Even Gujarat Tigers, their fate was sealed because there was a little bit of an open distance from the building that Gujarat Tigers were in to the building where Era Esports were, and crossing that was never going to be even. Gujarat Tigers realized that, and that is why we saw them just wrapping up the stragglers from their side. Fatality, although impressive performance from this particular team. I mean, there was a solid run over there. I think there were a few moments where I felt, all right, maybe now they are going to get kicked out of the lobby. Maybe now they're going to get wiped out. But no, they just handled the pressure extremely, extremely well.
That's the prime example of moving under the radar. I never saw Fatality winning that game, but just coming in out of nowhere with all the 4 players. As I mentioned, RTGxIND could have been the kryptonite, but luckily enough for Fatality, Era Esports faced off against RTGxIND, and when RTGxIND were looking to make the push, the players got caught in the rotation.
But RTGxIND, as they made that final push towards the edge, trying to pick off that extra frag, I think they could have just stayed in the back looking for an heal battle. And Era Esports now, this is a team that I think this was going to be their win. But unfortunately, I think they lost 1 player early to the players of Gujarat Tigers, and from there it was a 3v4 scramble. They were forced out into the open. Can't really go back into the building from there.
It was their fight to lose, that's for sure.
Yeah,
now taken down with a 3-man squad. That's why Fatality just had the major advantage in that entire fight, and that's why they came out on top. But you cannot really forget what happened off the rip. Team Limra, a big mess up towards Villa. I'm not sure what those players are doing. They were going for a complete trigger discipline, but that trigger discipline just did not really work out the way they wanted to.
Yeah, that position towards Villa, and especially when AstroKids were closing in, you and I, we were quite hopeful. All right, it is Team Limra. They're going to go for the fights early. We were hoping to see some frags, but no. AstroKids show up. Even they were surprised, like, all right, we got 2 knocks where the other 2
finishes.
players, free finishes. And AstroKids didn't even break a sweat after that. I think they ended the game with like 5 eliminations in total.
That's exactly my point. AstroKids faced no trouble in facing off against Limra. And all the 4 players, they were perfectly positioned to success towards that Villa side, but they still somehow mess up that fight.
Yeah.
Only because they wanted to play for trigger discipline, and that's where things messed up. You move on towards Fatality in the final few moments. They were playing it perfectly. They knew exactly when to strike. They knew now's the right time to strike. And as soon as they saw the elimination feed going off against GT, they knew now it's time to pounce on top of the prey, and that's what they did. And Eggy took down the last man of Esports who was there in the compound wall.
And of course, talking about Fatality as well, I think this was supposed to be their comfort win. Because you think about how the game started, right? We had a circle between Goroka and Villa and AstroKids, the players from the side of Fatality, they weren't really too far away. They started from Dobro Mesta, so it was still inside of that northwestern quadrant. They didn't have to move around much. I think Gujarat Tigers, in terms of their rotation strategy, were the most impressive team inside of this game because they started from Cement Factory. They move up to Peshkova, loot up over there. They were looking for a few stragglers from another different team that somehow did manage to avoid Gujarat Tigers, and then took an early fight inside of the compound where they eventually did end up finishing on the 4th position side of this game.
You want to know a question of the century?
What is it?
What every single person is wondering. Are you ready to answer that?
I don't know if I'm ready, but I would still like to hear it.
What happened to Elevate Esports?
Oh, yeah! I completely
Look at
forgot about Elevate Esports.
Look at that surprising entire expression that you had on your face. That's what I'm saying. Elevate Esports, they were down south. But then what happened to them?
I mean, I didn't even see them, man. I mean, they were so late in rotating.
Yeah.
Weren't even part of the action. Yeah, where did they go?
They took social distancing a little bit too seriously, my friend. They just wanted to stay away from all the action that was going on inside of the zone and maybe just got wiped out outside of the circle.
Just Who knows? PTSD from 3 years back, man.
I'm not even sure what was happening with this entire team, but they were just not seen in the final few moments, not even in the early game moments. They were just there down south, moving with the vehicles. That's it.
Yeah, I think they just ran out of fuel after a certain time, but hopefully they can bring themselves back. They still have a few more matches remaining.
Yeah, they still have got 2 more games to go. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, after this beautiful game of Vikendi, now it's time for us to toss to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Yeah. Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. This is Super Johnny, joined by Fixes alongside with me. And we have Fixes indeed begun the journey of the last group from Set Red. Team Fatality walking away with that win on the map of Vikendi. Are you happy with that result?
Yeah, finally I'm satisfied, especially considering what we saw from Reckoning in the previous group. again a team coming in from the BGIS 24 Grand Finals. They're formerly known as Team RAFN.
Yeah.
And despite one of their star fraggers, Reaper, they came in with WindGod and performed so well.
Exactly, but AimGod is still there. I think that is also another player that the team relies on quite heavily. And again, Fatality, I think the way they were able to handle that pressure was quite brilliant. But you were giving us a piece of information. You have been watching the games from the sidelines. How do the players react to Vikendi fixes?
So Robin Saar was here and I was having this conversation, and he was of the opinion that Vikendi games tend to go so slow that they actually tend to take a nap, and suddenly you see all those fights breaking out at the same time. So your hands aren't really warmed up, and sometimes you tend to get into the midst of those fights and eventually the results are not shown otherwise. But you know, coming back to the discussion we were having from Team Fatality, the IGL stepped up big time. Hulk, last I saw, he had 7 finishes to his name, and I'm pretty sure he's going to be the iQOO MVP in this one. But if you talk about few other outliers, I think Esports is one of those teams that we honestly did not expect a lot from, but they also came out swinging. Yeah,
Esports played quite well for themselves, and I think one team that we expected a lot from, but unfortunately they took an early exit, was RTGxIND. Not an early exit, but not a lot of finishes like we wanted to see. We want to see a lot of aggression from them. Gujarat Tigers as well. Gujarat Tigers, don't get me wrong, they played very well, but also have to give the fact that that compound fight which they took very early on against, I think it was the players of New Version, by beating them, that was the most important thing, and that one fight got them a lot of points. But that level of positional awareness and zone prediction, I think if they can replicate it again and again, then Gujarat Tigers, their run in this tournament is going to be very impressive.
For Gujarat Tigers, I would like to draw parallels with Carpediem, because when you look at the roster, they've got players like, you know, Harsh, Capes, Dark Lord. We know that they've come in third in the previous BMPS 23, and they are quite a frag-heavy squad. With the inclusion of Clutchcott coming in, I think he just amps it up a notch. So as to how GT played, they were again quite aggressive right from the start, but they need to know where to just notch it down, where to draw that line. So Gujarat Tigers, I'm still not satisfied, especially considering big hopes from their side, because even last time for Gujarat Tigers, the lineup was a little bit different, but they could not move ahead from the wildcard, eventually crashing out. So yeah, GT, they really have to prove themselves. But when we take a look at the point standings, Johnny, I think nothing that surprises us. Team Fatality come in 21 points. Esports, we've talked about them, 12. But GT, I think, still quite understandable, 11 points. But would love to see them getting a chicken dinner. But
hey,
Team Bliss, this is a promising one.
I mean, Team Bliss might be promising, but there is a surprise fixes. Elevate Esports on the 6th position. That is a surprise we have to talk about, because how did they manage to secure those finishes? We saw them rotate so early. They were all the way down south while everyone else was already pushing towards that Goraka hill. And then out of nowhere, I mean, that is impressive. I mean, talk about playing under the radar. This team was invisible.
When you take a look at Team Elevate, certain of the couple of those players, I think Spidey, we have seen Psycho, they've come into play from different lineups. So much has changed after the BGS 24. They've all come under new banners, and now this is one of those teams that does carry that experience with themselves. And Vikendi is again one of those zone-centric maps. And for Team Elevate to have such a good start, I think it's a really good thing. But again, when we talk about disappointments, I think one name we both unanimously agree has to be Team Limra. Considering their run in the BGIS 24 Grand Finals, how good they were, surely far from even close to their 30%.
Exactly. But while Team Limra's performance has taken a dip, ladies and gentlemen, iQOO, they are bringing you an upgrade in performance with the iQOO Z9S series, starting at only 17,999. And as Necro keeps calling it, and he is right about it, extremely pocket friendly. And of course, if you go onto Google and search the iQOO Z9S series, you can stand a chance of winning prizes up to 50,000 rupees. It's the segment's fastest phone with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, 5500 mAh battery, 80 watt flash charge, and of course, fixes approved.
I've put a stamp on it. And trust me, if you are getting into esports and you want a device on a budget, for 18K, I think this is sublime. But now again, coming back to the picture. So we've got Miramar. Now this is one of those maps where I expect Team Limra to make a comeback, because so far, even during the BGIS 24, they were the undergods that time. This time they're the seasoned veterans, because in such a short span, they've collected so many fans across the southern Indian and in fact throughout the entire country. Goes on to speak that we have high expectations from them. And every time it comes down to teams from the southern circuit doing so well in that map of Miramar. So, Limra, you ought to perform this.
Hey, that's a lot of responsibility right there. But let's do one thing. Let's keep things simple. Let's see how the next game turns out. But for now, let's have a look at the rankings, ladies and gentlemen. The overall leaderboard will be on our screens. And of course, after the way that journey was there for Group 3, I mean, Group 4, it will take them a while to find themselves within the top 16 or maybe even within the top 24. Because this game, I mean, it was quite evenly contested between the top 3, top 4 teams.
Yeah, this game was, again, a game of Vikendi. Anything can happen. If you have the blessings of the circle, you're going to do well. And Error and Fatality did come out swinging. So, Raw and Insane had a really great day number 1 for themselves, hoping to see that consistency come in. But this is where you have nobody else barring Fatality. 1 game played, 21 points secured. If they can maintain this run, who knows? They might also get inside the first page.
I mean, they can. I mean, they will have to be consistent. So, Fatality, I mean, the ball is in their court right now. But apart from that, I think everyone else on that second page, not on the second page, on the third page of this overall leaderboard, they are going to be scrambling for a lot of positions. There are Esports all the way on the 39th, 12 points secure. You have Gujarat Tigers on the 42nd position with just 11 points. And, of course, these are just the rankings for set red that we are watching in front of us. I wonder where these teams will be right now if we talk about the 128 teams in terms of the overall.
I think tomorrow we're going to have that reality check.
That's the final reveal.
Once we get that final reveal, all these teams will know what work needs to be done. Because this time so far, we've had so many of those teams come in, couple of teams that we expected to play well. They did. And most of them, and in fact, I had a lot of disappointments also. So coming in, there will be that massive reshuffle, and then hoping that they make the cut. Top 64 is what we're talking about. 50% of the competition gets slashed after round number 1. But now a lot of these teams, it's all right because Limra pretty much at the 62nd position. They could not get much. AstroKids coming them, catching by surprise. And yeah, Limra, that was a very bad response from their side.
Yeah, it wasn't really a start anyone was hoping for from Team Limra. Of course, as soon as we saw the name in the matchup list, I think everyone was just hyped to see, all right, Team Limra, they're returning. Now have some experience as well. Maybe they will have figured out how to keep their nerves in check, but not like this, man. But okay, to be fair, Vikendi off map, anything can happen, as you also said. So hopefully we're going to see them at least build their consistency starting from the map of Miramar. If they have a big game, then they will have an opportunity to bring that momentum, carry it forward on the map of Erangel. If they don't, then I guess we'll have to wait till tomorrow.
Let's hope that they do this in Miramar and just get the deal done. At least try to get a chicken dinner. And we know Team Limra is one of those squads that do possess the ability to engage in a lot of fights and also come out winning. Because you've got the likes of Hesperos. And when you have that player, and again, you've got a couple others along with him, everybody knows how to deliver. You've got Poco, you've got Gokul. And one quick look at the matchup. Team Fatality have been incredible so far. Team Limra, not the same. RTGxIND, they did not get a lot of position points, but in terms of finishes, 8 is still a good number.
Yeah, RTGxIND actually did quite decent for themselves. And as you were talking about Hesperos, that's the worst part, that he was the first player to go down to the AstroKids in the previous game. But of course, I mean, the way Team Crore played, that was also quite impressive. AstroKids, the last time we saw them, they were struggling. This time around, I think they are also one of those lineups that are focused on aggression. 5 eliminations from the previous match. Not a lot of placement points, though, so I think that is something that they will have to work on. And Elevate Esports, I take everything back, guys. I mean, Elevate Esports, that was actually a decent performance. I think 8 to 9 points secured from that previous game. Out of nowhere. I did not even see them be a part of a lot of those fights. They were the last ones to rotate towards the circle. I think they made it stage 3, stage 4 is when they actually started to move towards the zone. But still an impressive run. If you can do that on Vikendi, Miramar should be like a piece of cake.
We hope so, because now Elevate, again, a new name into the block. A couple of players we know of. Then again, they're trying out 2 names that they haven't played with in the past. So I really hope for Elevate to come in. And again, it is one of those off maps, Vikendi. If they can manage to somehow keep this performance in Miramar, that would be a beautiful thing. But that being said, the voice in my head says that we are ready to charter to the skies of the desert, where amazing action awaits us.
And let's see how this game of Miramar is going to turn out for these teams. It is going to be an intense one for sure. And of course, I mean, today it has been the trend of a diagonal flight path. This one starts from the northeastern quadrant all the way from Campo Militar, and it's going to come to an end just a little bit north of Valle del Mar.
And at this point, when you look at this flight path trajectory, a couple of those teams may be dropping down at Impala, Los Leones, La Benedita. They might have to stretch their wings a little bit, fly high, or maybe drop down and get a vehicle. But sometimes when you drop down and contest for that vehicle, you might meet some of your foes, and if you do not have your weaponry, that causes a lot of trouble. We've seen even in the past, that has happened multiple times in the iQOO BMPS. But my eyes, Johnny, are gazing out for any drop collisions. We've seen Fatality drop down at La Cobreria. Thank goodness you do not have an iQOO Soul here, else they would be fighting it out. But seems like this time around, Hacienda del Patron, it looks stacked. Same goes for team Bliss, who apparently dropped down around San Martin. So even the girls from TR dropping down over there. It's going to be interesting to see how that particular fight really pans out, because even at Picado, I see an abundance of so many teams. You've got Team Crore, you've got Team Psych, and there's one more. For Remorseless, though, they've dropped down somewhere between Picado and Chumacera. I think the idea is to head over towards Los Leones. But for Gujarat Tigers, no contestation. El Pozo is quite vacant. Should not have any issue. But take a look at Valle del Mar. You've already got AstroKids along with another team. And that is a fight against Team RAFN. And taking a look at the circle, Johnny, I don't think we have any confusions. It is a zone that we have seen in the past. And Chumacera, a very good area. Whoever has control over it has such a good chance in winning this game, as RTGxIND right beside them have the team Ruthless in front of us, who apparently haven't been that ruthless. But now look at AstroKids just chasing down the players of RAFN, and they're aware. Previous game we saw Levi do extremely well along with Light, and hoping that this time they get the finishes and also a really good position for themselves. That being said, Picado has also contested a little bit. Would love to see what happens over there.
Well, let's see how the rest of the game is going to turn out. Absolutely love the circle. Hopefully it ends towards that western massive wall of the map. We did see, we did get a pleasure to see that recently, like this week itself. But again, a little bit of a slow game is what I expect in this one, considering majority of the teams are already inside of the circle. No incentive to actually force a fight against each other. Apart from that northeastern edge of the circle towards Graveyard and San Martin, where we have Bliss against the players of TR. Team Limra now all the way in LSR, as you were talking about them. I mean, moving down south, looking to find their way inside of the circle as well.
To be honest, Team Limra.
Yes.
Whenever you take a look at the team, in fact, there was a question coming in from one of the members of the community on X about Team Limra's performance. I think today is where they deliver, because their run in the BGIS 24 was quite stellar. Earned them a lot of fandom, and everybody across India rejoiced when Team Limra came out to play in that final day. And still can't forget the memories of how aggressive they got out of nowhere. But even for Fatality, the IGL coming out and smashing everybody left, right and center. Hulk is going to be the iQOO MVP of that game of Vikendi, followed by Matty. From Error, we've got Harsh. He's always been there. One player who's never run out of form. Even today, he did deliver.
And Elevate is going to be Chief, who was a very impressive 3 finishes secured. Pranav from the side of Team Crore, 3 finishes by him. And Team Crore also another surprising entry inside of the mix of top teams from this particular group. Gujarat Tigers, we have them on our screens in El Pozo. Another comfortable position inside of the circle right now. No one around them to bother them. The closest contenders are going to be the players from Fatality up north in La Cobreira. And even in this game, as we saw that name of Elevate Esports in the list of top players, they are still in Campo Militar, man. The furthest away from the circle.
I think it's fine. Considering, as long as you're not losing players, as long as you've got your head straight, you know what you're trying to intend, because every single time you dropped around the edges, you need to be a fight-heavy team. You need to know to take those edgy fights, because if you want to play from the center and drop down at edges, then timing is quite crucial. You can see the players of Elevate did loot till the zone started to shrink in, and they're moving along with the zone. At least one advantage when you play from the edges is that you know that your backlines are clear.
Yeah.
But one thing we've observed a lot in the iQOO BMPS 24 this time is the teams are tending to take those longer rotations. One moment you see them at the southern side, and suddenly the next moment they enter in, inject themselves from the northern. So that has been one of those tendencies. So you always have to watch your 6. Because otherwise, you might land yourself in some really muddy waters.
Well, let's see. For the time being, Bliss they're also trying to find a comfortable position inside the circle. They are looking for that high ground advantage, and Turbo is the man who's looking to climb up this hill. Extremely slow match again on Miramar, just like we had one on Vikendi.
Yeah. But when it comes down to Team Bliss, one thing you notice, Johnny, a lot of those recurring names, the names we have seen and did sing songs of in the past. You've got the likes of AJ, you've got the likes of Turbo, and then you've got Sam along.
And Eggy, when was the last time I saw Eggy in a competitive lobby? I don't even remember.
Yeah, it was just a couple of months ago. In fact, in the previous BMPS, he did come into play. Even in the BGS, he did partake, but he's been jumping a lot of bots. And at least the only good thing is that they've been jumping as a whole team. So Eggy, if you remember, had a spell with TWOB. We remember seeing him even at GT for a short span of time. But Eggy really became popular from his times when Enigma. So if you remember Turbo, even Turbo was a player who was in Reckoning, I believe. And AJ goes way back, quite old. Was one of the parts of even the current roster of iQOO Soul when they were back in the days of Global Esports. Now this is me just going a couple of years back. But yeah, all these players have those interesting storylines along with themselves. So I don't know if we could give them that bunch of misfits put in together tag, because they've been playing with each other lately. But still, far from their peak, far from their glory days. Really hope that this iQOO BMPS may turn their fate around and find something stable for themselves.
Well, let's see. A lot of these teams are looking for stable footing as far as this map is considered. We've RML on our screens. They have avoided getting into the line of fire. In fact, the line of sight of New Version, who are just west of their position. Although it seems like they've spotted out someone from the side of Bliss in the distance, and they are keeping an eye on that compound, especially Just Divine. Has the 6x as well, although needs to push up a little bit to have clear sight of the opposing player. I think he still does see a few pixels move every now and then again over the windows. Not really an easy feat to spray down anyone from this distance. It's a little too much. Oh, much better angle.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's kind of taken a page of the book from how you play Vikendi.
Yeah.
Things have really slowed down, but a bit of a more reminder. I think recently we just saw the players of Team Blind wielding the bolt actions. They had been getting a couple of knocks here and there. And that player, Eggy, he does ring a bell. One of the other players after Daljit, quite renowned for his Kar 98 headshots. And it's been quite some while that we got to see him in his prime, and hoping so that happens today. Hoping that Team Bliss performs really well. Because now when you take a look at the circle, you've got the players of Team Crore in a really good position. And even for NON. Now, this is one of those teams that we haven't heard a lot of. But who knows? They might come out and surprise all of us. But Team Limra, There you can see this time around the eastern areas around Impala. And this has pretty much been the go-to case with Team Limra. Always focus on getting a later entry inside the circle, but it's going to be a clean one at that.
And we can hope this game is going to be a clean one, especially considering there's going to be like 2 or 3 teams blocking their way if they make the wrong call in terms of rotation. RTGxIND on our screens, just breaching the circle from that northeastern edge. No trouble at all for them. And you're going to have no trouble, ladies and gentlemen, with our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 17,999.
For RTGxIND, the previous game was quite decent in comparison of how they had started off their run in BGIS. It was a little turbulent this time. They look rock steady. And another team I really felt like we could have seen them in the grand finals. But barely missed out, making the small mistakes. And this time they know that what needs to be avoided and what needs to be done in order to make it to Kochi. Because for RTGxIND, they had won so many of those hearts, especially Lobster, how aggressive he tends to get. Along with that, Arib, you've got Radion, all these 4 players. Now, this is one of those teams that loves taking those fights. But at the same time, they know how to take good positions inside the zone. They did drop the ball during the semis week 2, but hoping they do not repeat the same mistakes this time around.
Well, let's see though. Still a lot of time remaining before we can say something for sure. Again, stage 2 of the game. Still not a single casualty. And I wonder even if a shot was fired by anyone in this game so far. It's been talking about the teams rotating outside of the circle right now. Elevate Esports, that is the team that I'll keep my eyes pinned on. They're still, well, they've just gotten out of LSR. Moving towards Impala along that eastern shoreline. It's going to be a while before we see them appear on the circle, appear on the map itself.
You're quite a believer in Elevate, aren't you?
No, I'm not. It was very weird, man. They just showed up out of nowhere. Like 5 eliminations to their name.
Yeah. They did tend to have that performance.
Look at that.
So, one thing is for sure, right? They know how to play the circles. And they know how to scrap off a couple of finishes here and there. But even for the likes of Elevate, too early to call out, in my opinion. But in the iQOO BMPS, you have 6 games to play, at least in the first half. And then there is going to be that reshuffle. You've played 1, you've had a decent outing. It's all about getting the momentum set for you and then move ahead. But because now, again, when you take a look at the influx for all these teams that has been coming in from the northern side, Fatality making that northern rotation right on the tails of Gujarat Tigers. And for GT, having that higher ground, it's not going to be a tedious task to spot the players of Fatality out. And this is one of those early threats that, Johnny, I really feel like GT need to exterminate. Because if Fatality are left alive, we know what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, of course. But that's the first fight breaking out right now. RAFN going up against the players of 4 Dominators. They've taken down 1 Dominator already. The rest of them looking to go for a revive. But Frankie is just listening to those sound cues, relaying all of this information about how many vehicles are approaching the tip of this hill. Now, RAFN, they're going to set themselves up for a re-engagement into this fight, although has anyone from the side of 4 Dominators gotten close enough to go for a revive over there on Scorpy?
RAFN, like you said, one of the newer names, but Frankie definitely rings a bell. Certainly not the same Frankie. And kind of used to love and adore. And we were talking about getting back into the past, talking about how there have been so many of those returning names. And for 4 Dominator, who have lost out players, and this is not a good sign, especially after Vikendi. It's been a little bit of a dip down, and yeah, Delta Jord, he gets that first pick. RAFN, this is one of those teams that we haven't heard of much. But really keen to see how they perform in this game.
Yeah, and still observing as to what they're going to be up to, and of course the jury is still going to be out. But my goodness, I love this shift of the circle. It's on the southern hills of Chumacera, just east of Valle del Mar, and that terrain is extremely awkward to play from. Kind of similar to how the Stalber Hill is designed on the map of Erangel. The only difference is this one is not as green. It's a lot of rocks over there. And AstroKids, while they have gotten there early, I think the big advantage will lie in the hands of Team Fatality if they move in towards that Minasdra and Rallis position. Although Gujarat Tigers mid-rotation collision up against the players of Team Ruthless. They are going to look for a knock on towards BabyBot, but BabyBot, they do manage to get a little bit of distance between them and the players of Gujarat Tigers. But what is this? A head-on charge and a lot of damage taken on by San City. Gets knocked out. WindGod finding that opening knock for his team. And the Tigers, they are going to look to pounce upon these bodies that are there in front of them from the distance. A little bit of damage dished out to WindGod, but now Team Ruthless, they will have to be as ruthless as possible if they want to survive this fight. WindGod looking to close in. The backlines are going to be compromised. They might have heard those vehicles, but can they recover? It's going to be extremely difficult. Oh no, on the run. They abandon ship. It's not going to matter. Water spray. Another knock secured by the man, WindGod himself. He's going to look to wrap things up, looking for those finishes. The other players from the side of GT, a little too afraid to close in, but now they finally have skips. He's managed to deny that revive opportunity to the players of Team Ruthless.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers, this has been really phenomenal, especially what we got to see from WindGod. And Team Ruthless making a lot of errors in that fight. I could not see any sense of why San City had to come out so much in the open. Gets taken down, WindGod, that beautiful rotation, finds another angle, and then gets one more. And for Team Ruthless, especially after having a quite rough start in Vikendi, they surely wanted to somehow recover, somehow get a couple of points, but that hasn't happened. BabyBot, San City, both being taken down, and Team Ruthless clearly out of options right now. They have to tuck their tails and run.
Yeah, no other option, no two ways about it. Either they run and survive, or they just go down instantly. Again, if you are the survivor of that finale, you do walk away with Hero Extreme 125R, our official mobility partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024 Hero, ladies and gentlemen. A huge shout out to them. But on our screens right now, it's going to be Psy official. High ground advantage gained by AimGod IGL. And I think a little bit of information on of what is happening on the other side of the ridge as well, with how he was constantly re-peaking that ridge.
This particular team, Sai, yet to see more of them. B-Joy, AimGod, we've seen them in the past from a different banner. Howsoever, Friotin, another returning name from the BGIS 24. This time they've got the King of the Hills position. A very good one if they play it to their advantage. This could give them some very good results. And now Team Elevate, the team that you had your eyes on, have been also paying constant attention to how they've been rotating. Kind of reminds you of Team Limra a little bit. Staying aloof the pack, stay around just the edges, playing from the peripheries. That has been their go-to approach. It worked out in the game of Vikendi, but considering all 16 teams still alive by the end of Stage 4, this is where Pandemonium Marcus, this is where a lot of those teams will try to inject themselves from that eastern and southeastern side. You're going to see a lot of those fights panning out at the same time. Now you've got 16 teams alive, blink it, and the next moment only 8 or 9 remain.
Well, yeah, this is going to be so chaotic so soon. Team Fatality, look at them, they've closed in on that southwestern edge of the circle of the play zone. Gujarat Tigers on the northwest, northeastern side. I think that is going to be a big fight over there with RTGxIND, Team Crore, Bliss. And of course, the cluster outside the circle, Psy, Team Limra. But new version, it seems like they found their opening frag. Error Esports, Johnny picked off. Just 4 casualties in the game so far. And here they come. Elevate Esports. Finally see them.
Don't want them to take a fight against AstroKids, would you? AstroKids.
I would actually. I mean,
you want them to
just
fight?
do something.
You want to see some action.
Yeah.
And you've been yearning for that, and we hope to get to see something, at least for now. Team Elevate, right beside the players of Team Fatality. An instant switch around coming in from that northern side. They get the pour in coming from the south, and now this is where things get really heated up. Hulk trying to find another angle for himself, clearly because this one area is outside the circle. He wants to get an angle on the players of Elevate, and then maybe they decide to go in for the push, because if you talk about teams having a good position inside the circle, Team Error, they have done it twice. Promising one at that. New version. Previous game of Vikendi, we saw them drop a fight against the players of Gujarat Tigers. This time, already are starting to take down players, already have that one finish to their name. And a knock just secured recently. But can they hold on? Can they get a top 3 or a chicken dinner? That's the big ask.
Well, it is a big ask indeed, but RTGxIND radio knocked out. Team Limra finally kicking things off, but can they convert these into a few extra frags? They are looking to make that push up the hill. It is an important one as well, because that blue zone closing in on their backs. It's going to hurt them a lot this time. It's stage 4. Well, they might proceed from this point onward with a finish point in the bag. That late rotation of theirs, will this come to haunt them? It's a question I find asking myself, but look at the finish feed, Fatality under pressure from the players of Elevate Esports over there. RTGxIND, as they move out and avoid the collision against the players of Team Limra, they find themselves against the players of Psy Official. Right on that southeastern edge of the map.
And finally, we see the finish feed dancing. Finally, a lot of those teams are taking those fights that we had been hoping for. Team Bliss, right beside them, we've got another squad. Right above them, you've got Team Crore. Team Limra coming in from the close lines. Just beside them, but Team Error, once again, they've managed to do it. They have the circle to themselves, and seems like Elevate, they're getting taken down one after the other. And now RAFN, they also bite the dust as AstroKids, having their eyes on 2 players of Team Elevate. They also have to deal with multiple foes at the same time. Fatality, Reaper tossing a grenade. Does it make its mark? That's the big question over here, as now Reaper trying to advance in. Slowly but surely, Chiefly already on his knees. As the last member, he needs to scot away from here and does not. As Elevate, this time they will bite the dust, but Fatality, well, the knocks were coming, but Hulk taken down at such an important position. That is going to be a little concerning.
Yeah, it is definitely a lot of concern over there for the side of Elevate. I don't think they're going to survive in this game. In fact, they have been eliminated already. And RAFN also outside of the picture. NoNx get eliminated from this match. All of a sudden, we are down to 13 teams, but just 37 players still alive. So, majority of these teams are starting to lose those bodies mid-rotation. But once again, Error Esports and Gujarat Tigers, prime position to finish in the top 3 in this game. Team Limra, they're struggling inside of the blue, with Team Bliss blocking their way, blocking their entry, and this delay in rotation, this hesitation in moving forward, this might be one of the reasons why Limra gets eliminated a little bit early. And did I just see Hesperos with 6 first aids? Is that the plan now? Go for a heal battle on Miramar?
Considering your entry is blocked off, why not? It's always better to have a plan B than just fumble there. We remember, even in the previous set, in the previous group, we saw RageGod from Legacy Esports, how long he survived and still managed to secure those position points, because now stage 5, it's going to start closing in. We still have 12 teams alive. Error Esports have a good position, but now this is a fight that they would want to avoid, because Gujarat Tigers, they're having quite a run. But if Gujarat Tigers get a little bit complacent also, from the backlines, you've got Team Ruthless, and from the side, you've got Fatality to deal up against. Gujarat Tigers need to make a choice. They need to clear the tails first, but now ClutchGod spotting out the players. Surely is aware of his backlines, but now Gujarat Tigers seems like they're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide over there. ClutchGod backs off, looks for the heals. Fatality in a few moments. They will be climbing on that hill. But before they do, Team Ruthless, they chime in. Isha, she's going to hit the floor, gets knocked out. One last player remaining from the side of Team Ruthless. And she can't really do much as well. She has to keep her head down. Stay Pin down, stay hidden to survive. Secure those placement points over here. RTGxIND against AstroKids. And AstroKids have secured decent number of eliminations yet again. Look at that, 5 finishes on the board. They're going to look for a few more. That's the 6th. Or did that one actually get stolen? Yeah,
I guess so.
It got taken away.
Yeah, because the number is still stuck at 5. But regardless, this was something that we had expected, Johnny. So many teams surviving in those end zones, but RTGxIND back-to-back being consistent, but still far from getting a lot of finishes as Gujarat Tigers this time. Revenge is a dish, best serve cold. As Yuva OP, he's already down on his knees, and Gujarat Tigers want to see this till the end. But in order to do so, they're being also fired upon from elsewhere. But WindGod again trying to create that flank angle, but he needs to find something better. Instead, he's gone down and is trying to select and get a couple of utility to his names from the crates of the Ruthless girls. As now, Fatality, they've taken that one loss. But Gujarat Tigers keeping so much of those numbers alive. Seems like it is a chicken dinner coming home for them.
Well, let's see. There's still Esports that they have to deal with. And of course, Fatality in the back lines. But this high ground advantage can definitely be a big game changer. But AstroKids, as they try to move in, get a little too aggressive and a little too close to the players of RTGxIND. 2 of them are going to hit the floor and get wiped out. Lavish, barely any HP on him to try and re-peak that position again. Sheik, she's one of the last survivor from the side of AstroKids. She's done quite well for herself and her teammates, but I think this might be the end for the AstroKids themselves. And Fatality as well. 2 players down. Gujarat Tigers out on the hunt. Hangzhou spotted out. Skips, misses a spray, connects it in the second time, the second attempt. 9 eliminations on Gujarat Tigers. Top 5 teams remaining in this matchup. Esports, they're down to 3 players. RTGxIND also down to 3 players. Gujarat Tigers, I believe, are the only ones surviving with all 4 players in this match.
It's going to be interesting because this fight is going to be so pivotal, especially considering we might have an idea whoever wins this fight will have a good position to get a chicken dinner. Gujarat Tigers, WindGod a couple of moments ago, he was knocked out. Did get back to life, but suddenly now Harsh has been taken down. This is where Team Error really want to see the end of it, but Mr. Spray just scouring the land. Came a little bit closer because he knows that he's been surrounded from another direction. It is going to be RTGxIND who strike in quick succession. It's going to be Lobster who gets that knock, and Error Esports now find themselves in muddy waters as now Matty from the backlines is visible over there, but Lobster, he looks nigh unstoppable, unfazed by this entire situation. Just wants to go for the push and instead just decides to take the vehicle away, and he gets away with murder.
Well, while all of this chaos is happening around her, Sheik, she has managed to survive using the players of RTGxIND as a shield. And again, RTGxIND, they're drawing all of that attention to themselves. Gujarat Tigers, although, still looking for exact position of all of these players. And look at this. Bliss, AJ, he has gone for a big heal battle over here. 3 first aids still remaining. Does he see anyone in the distance? I feel like it's a little too much to actually land a spray over there. But look at that. A nade from Sheik. Ralphie falls, and this could be the opening that Gujarat Tigers are going to be welcoming with open arm. But WindGod shows up for the cleanup. And RTGxIND down to 2 players. WindGod gets caught with no weapons in his hand as he was trying to lob another piece of utility towards the players of RTGxIND. AstroKids, they get eliminated from the game on the 4th position. On the 5th, my apologies, Bliss ends up finishing 4th. Esports, they're still in it. Can't really win it though. Matty is the last surviving man for his team, and he's getting pushed upon by 3 players. But from the distance, Arib with a little bit of an assist, and Matty, oh my goodness, what a turnaround, what a fumble coming in from Gujarat Tigers. All of a sudden the advantage, it swings in the favor of RTGxIND, and they are on the verge of winning this game. Harsh, he's the last surviving player for Gujarat Tigers, and while they might have 10 eliminations, the dreams of the chicken dinner of this map of Miramar, they're going to be extremely dire. It's a 3 versus 1 versus 1.
Gujarat Tigers really fumbling this one. WindGod getting ahead of himself. He was heated up, but maybe he burnt himself in the process. And now Gujarat Tigers, they have to pay that hefty price. As now all 3 players decided to push in on Matty, the last member surviving from Error Esports. And we all saw how it panned out. RTGxIND capitalizing on that situation. They've got the numbers up, and now it's all set for them as Harsh. He gets that final finish onto with Matty, but eventually it is going to be RTGxIND who get that final finish, and also quite a satisfactory chicken dinner, something that they were missing out on. Got a lot of finishes, in fact 17 points out of this game.
Yeah.
I think this is a team set for success.
Yeah, I mean, RTGxIND, that was a brilliant win, but Harsh, man, you evil, cheeky man, does not care. Blue zone is there, he's taking a lot of damage, sliver of HP. He's like, alright, I'll get one extra point before I go down. Just jump shots that last man from Esports. And okay, this is a promise I made a long time ago, and I think I have to keep it. So it's special appreciation to Sheik over there. She was the last surviving player for a team, and I ran into her like a few years ago when they were just starting their journey with a different team.
Yeah.
And have to say, the improvement that she has shown over the years, it has been impressive. And of course, same goes for the entirety of AstroKids, because the last time we saw them, the lack of experience was clearly visible in their playstyle. This time, they aren't afraid to pick those fights. This time, they're actually playing like they mean to win everything.
You know, getting those couple of finishes really helped them out, and this time they backed it along with a good amount of position points as well. Still takes me back to that final circle fight, because it was about Sheik taking down one of the players of RTGxIND, and ClutchGod knew this was that opening. And then Sheik decides that she's also going to take that fight against ClutchGod. And ClutchGod did eliminate her, but the next moment we saw him getting traded out by RTGxIND. And that is even more clearly explained as we take a look at the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. Because now what I wanted to say is, the moment ClutchGod got knocked out, you could see Ralphie gets taken down, and suddenly ClutchGod, he wants to come in. He took Sheik down, it is fine. But next moment, you see the players of Gujarat Tigers, they had their eyes fixated at Error Esports. 3 players decide to run in together, and RTGxIND, they get to recuperate in that particular fight, and they respond back. And felt like Gujarat Tigers could have done a lot of things better, could have provided cover fire instead of going after Error, and this game could have actually been theirs.
No, I actually disagree with that. I think the plan of action was actually pretty solid. Just pick off the loose stragglers first before you run into a big fight against the 2 individuals surviving from RTG. Why does it not make sense? Because a 3v1 is much more favorable than a 3v2 situation. How is that a bad call?
But then again, what is the reason behind ClutchGod going all in together against an entire squad?
So
how do you justify that?
The mistake wasn't the decision. The mistake was the fact that he pulled out a molly when he should have had a gun in his hands.
Still, against 3, I know you're on a really hot streak, but I would not fancy my chances. I would still want somebody providing me cover.
I would say this is a point that you and I will never agree on, so let's just settle it's a difference of opinion between us, alright?
I mean, still, technically, you would go pushing
if you talk a lot, I'm going to call Necro for backup, right?
Mean, for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
you do not have a comeback for this, Johnny.
I have a backup plan. It's a 2v1 right here on this English panel fixes. You can't deal with the both of us together.
Because that is an
Necro agrees with me.
Again, when Necro comes on the desk after this, I'm pretty sure he would also agree the same, that even you've got all 4 players alive, 1 player goes pushing in, what is he thinking, taking down an entire squad?
All right, yeah. I mean, you are correct. I'm not going to argue with this man any further. But then again, Gujarat Tigers impressive performance and RTGxIND impressive win. Consistency definitely being put on display by both of these 2 teams, and I think again, apart from that, Error Esports as well. Huge appreciation to them. Again, another solid game, solid positioning. Center of the circle was there. For some reason, I think it's a similar pattern to the one we had in the group before this, right? Top contenders on Game 1 were also the top contenders on Game 2.
Well, for Error Esports, I think, like you said, they've been quite consistent. That's a good thing. The only thing they need to work on is, still engage in a little bit of those fights, because their zone reads, that has been phenomenal. I think we cannot take that away from them. A little bit of more engaging in those early fights. I think maybe getting into the groove with each other, because situations won't be the same every single round. Because after this, after they play their first 6 matches, there is going to be an entire reshuffle. Who knows that you might have an early drop collision? Who knows that there will be teams blocking your pathway? Because we do not know about Error much before we saw them play today. So if they work on that, I think this is a team that can go really deep into the iQOO BMPS 24 this
What I hope for now is, in a group, we get Carpediem, we get VXT and Gujarat Tigers. It's going to be a fun game of Miramar, man. El Pozo is going to be on fire.
And let's not forget, let's also put iQOO Soul over there. Because they also tend to chime in sometimes. midway during rotations.
Yeah, mid-rotation, but I want an El Pozo fight right off the bat.
But then eventually somebody is going to back off because we've seen also that happening in the past. But there was that one time where you had Adi and the boys fight it out against Somraj and his team of Entity. But now even Entity has taken a little bit of a back step when it comes down to that El Pozo fight. He tends to be one of the teams that likes to avoid it. And then later, he gets his sweet revenge.
Look at this point standing for this game. 17 points secured by RTGIND. Gujarat Tigers also there with 17 points. And we have Bliss with 12, AstroKids finishing with 9 points. So there is a little bit of consistency put on display. Era Esports, I think, positional play is brilliant in this game. I don't think there were a lot of teams approaching them for those fights up until RTGIND and Gujarat Tigers decided to push them. So we just see 2 frags upon them. Elevate Esports now. This is quite interesting. Out of nowhere, they show up one of the last teams to rotate inside the circle, end up with 3 eliminations. And I don't blame them for this. I mean, they started all the way from Campo Militar. They had to make the longest rotation inside of the circle. And they did not make it easy upon them as well. They moved for Impala first and then pushed in from the eastern edge of the play zone.
Problem with Elevate was, again, so many teams surviving till the very end. What they were hoping that in this game of Miramar, a couple of teams get taken down, and as a result would be a rather breathable entry inside the circle. That did not happen. There were so many teams around that eastern side. We talked about that blink it and miss it moment, and the moment I think the 5th circle came into close, that is where we saw majority of the fights happening, and hence Elevate was one of the victims.
Exactly. For some reason, this Miramar was just Vikendi with sand in it. No one fought each other up until like stage 4, stage 5, and that is when, as you mentioned, a lot of chaos happened. All of a sudden, instantly, I think we just went down from 16 to like 8 teams. And of course, Gujarat Tigers, I think they were the only ones who were welcoming all of that aggression upon themselves. But can they do this in the last game of the day, ladies and gentlemen? We will find out, because that is going to happen in a few short moments after this very short break.
Body fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. Move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 आउच आई एम नॉट डूइंग दिस 300
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार क्या हो रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल आना प्योर अबे बंद करो बे आंख में छुप रहा है कट शूट कैंसिल
यार पूरी रात निकल गई अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Alright, Group 4 is turning out to be really exciting, especially with Miramar action coming into play. Welcome back once again, iQOO BMPS 24. Round number 1 is en route, and now Necro, he's back on the desk. And Johnny, I mean, he had pretty much lost all his brain cells when he started talking about Gujarat Tigers execution. So I'm not going to dive into that because I know I was correct. But Team Limra, what on earth has gone wrong?
First of all, I don't know why you guys are arguing so much. Let's just blame it on the heat of the moment. Let's just blame it on the heat of the moment. It does not matter who really went for what. It's still the early phase of a tournament. These are the known names. They know they can easily move on forward in the round. Even if they do end up making the rookie mistakes, it's still not going to count a lot in the overall standings. They can easily bring themselves back with one solid game. But yeah, before we speak about Team Limra, we also need to talk about our official smartphone partner, and that's going to be the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 17,999 rupees.
And we both have had our fair share of chance of playing BGMI on that, and we can vouch for it, especially me because I've played for longer durations. Yeah. But we talk about those features, Snapdragon 7 Gen 3, that 2000 Hz instant sampling rate ensures that you get your triggers quickly pressed, and every single time you're at the forefront of all those battles, especially in the battlegrounds. But yeah, coming back to discussion, it is Team Limra we're talking about. BGIS 24 Grand Finals, the final day. Nobody can forget. But today is a day I would not want to remember if I'm a Limra fan.
Listen, keep this thing in mind. It just feels like it's Big Brother Esports all over again. A team performs great in the Grand Finals, and then later on you see a big dip in the performance. But still, it's just been 2 games. I feel like we're still a little bit too early to judge Team Limra, but these 2 games should have been really important, knowing the fact that they've only got 6 games in total. Now they've only got 4 games, from which one will be played in the upcoming one, which is going to be the map of Miramar. As the overall standings pop up on the screen, you see CG still at the top. No one even closer to try and take him away. Angry Swans on the 8th spot. It was definitely quite a big astonishment. Team Insane from today's group is there on the 11th spot.
I think I'm going to see maybe Gujarat Tigers or somebody else also making it inside the top 16. Because for Gujarat Tigers, the map of Vikendi was quite decent. Earned around 8 to 9 points. RTGxIND also very consistent. Look at them at the 22nd spot. And Gujarat Tigers, RTGxIND moving shoulder to shoulder with each other. 28, 27 points. One more good game. And I think both of them should get in.
Listen, exactly my point. These are the known names. They can easily qualify to the upcoming stages. It does not matter even if they do mess up a few things here and there. They know exactly what they're doing inside of the game. And pretty much a lot of these known names aren't even taking these phases seriously. Let's be honest. They're here to warm up their firepower. They're here to pretty much qualify in the upcoming stages and making sure that they're not going to be revealing a lot of those aces that are up their sleeves.
At this point, I do not know if I could, agree. They've been hiding strategies for sure. But make sure that you open up or show up when time is right. Because we do not want that pressure to really creep upon them till they finally decide that, oh, we had to show our real cards and now we do not have enough number of matches. Because if you are Team Limra, I'm pretty sure just sitting at 3 points after 2 games played, especially, Necro, this is one conversation that I also had with Johnny. And this time at least we agreed that Team Limra has those really good games in Miramar. And this time, that was also missing.
In the span of 2 games, just getting 3 points now, that's a really big sign of concern. I really do not want to be way too early to judge, but still, even if it's the early phase of a tournament, even if a team's not really taking it that serious, this should not be the performance from a known name like that. Just getting 3 points in the span of 2 games, that's a big letdown. That's disappointing.
I think, again, for Team Limra, you are not seeing that spark that we got to see.
Exactly.
Maybe, like you said, I kind of agree with you that underdog story that we keep on talking about, that Team Limra carried with themselves last time. It was a fairy tale run. And to be honest, when they qualified for the Grand Finals, we thought they would be an average team somewhere around the 10-12 spot. But no, they impressed all of us. After that, the bars suddenly went this high. And now, for them to make a comeback, and yesterday even somebody from the X community asked this question about Team Limra, and I think the sample size was too less. I think that's the only answer we can give. Or maybe Team Limra show up in this one.
First 2 games done and dusted. Just 3 points, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah. That should be more than enough to explain the dip in the performance. And as we know, for Team Limra, there's a lot more upcoming newer names like Fatality, which can easily overshadow a banner like Team Limra. And I mentioned too, it just feels like Big Brother Esports all over again. Big Brother Esports in 2023 BGIS, they performed exceptionally well. And this Team Limra, they performed really nice in 2024, being the undergods. And now look at their performance in iQOO BMPS 2024. It's a major dip.
Again, when you draw battles with Fatality, I would still say, Raven Esports former. team, and they have made it to the grand finals of the BGS 24. So this is a team playing like they should be playing. So I think Miramar was still a decent game. They still could have done much better. But I really want to see Reaper back into play, because if you remember in the BGS 24, you were the one who was constantly rooting out for Reaper. So yeah, when he comes into play, maybe things get better, because for Fatality, the first game of Vikendi was amazing. But I think this is where we could talk about teams that have improved a lot. Has to be RTGxIND, because RTGxIND, considering they kind of made those mistakes and could not make it to the finals of the BGS 24. Lot of learnings they took, and this time you could see that come into play. Them playing so well in Miramar goes on to speak volumes about this time they're having that intent to win it all.
It's not just this time. Even in BGS 2024, the entire run they had, it was incredible.
Beautiful.
Look at the way RTGxIND was performing in every single stage that we witnessed, to the point where we also had this trust factor in that team. And now it feels like they're once again moving in with that trust factor, even in this iQOO BMPS 2024. The consistency is definitely there as we boot up the last game of the day, starting all the way from Sanhok military base towards Georgiapol. And this plane fly path now is looking way too dicey for the teams if they do want to move in towards Yasna Poliana, Kamishki, Lipovka, Milta Power. It will be a tough stretch.
Is it a caster's curse that did come into play? Because we were talking so much about RTGxIND, they tend to drop around at Yasnaya Polyana. And seems like they might have to make a long run for it.
Here's the point, though. This lobby's been really slow so far, right?
Yeah.
And speaking of this entire moment and how it's been panning out, RTGxIND, so far they've already gotten a decent amount of points to the point where they can't start taking weird risks.
They can. At least they do have that cushion, because when you've already played 2 games, 27 points, I think you're going to be very happy about that. The moment they get 5 to 6 more, they should infiltrate inside the top 16, something that they must be eyeing out for. And also, this conversation really comes in when you talk about RTGxIND, is that they need to make the most out of it. Because in this group, they do not have anybody contending for that Yasna Polyana area. But imagine, after this, we're going to have that big reshuffle. Imagine if God's Reign comes into play, if they're in their group, that's going to be quite chaotic. But for now, you talk about chaos, we have Remorseless going up against NoNx officials.
Yeah, this is really a dicey fight off the rip like that. And this time it's going to be Remorseless to come out on top. At least the first man strike down. The man's got an Uzi in his hands too, and Aluman. He's already found the opener for his team, the advantage that his team needed. Shotguns in the hands, 2 of the players, but unfortunately this time, an off angle will catch the player. Bliss now up close and personal. There's a lot going on in his head, that's for sure. With just a double-barreled shotgun, it might just be too much to ask for. Even his teammate just getting cut open in front of him. It's a little bit too cruel for him to handle. NON, there was the advantage given by them, but then they instantly snatch it back in their own favor. And now this time, you've got the opposition charging on forward. And just like that, Rush Boy rushes on, and he strikes down another man. With that being said, now the fight's taken down to a 2-on-4. NON having the big advantage inside of the fight, while Remorseless, they can't do anything. Turban was found and returned, but that's all they're going to find. Still the man advantage in the hands of NON.
I still like the shotgun on Limra. If he somehow can make a conversion out of it, because his other weapon is equally as deadly, especially in the early phases of the game. The Uzi, we've seen some beautiful moments being created with it. But for NON, they have a really good start into this game and would certainly want themselves to get a couple more, especially having those man advantage over here. But not those utility necro. They need one grenade or maybe one Molotov to flush their opposition out, and hence that little bit of that reluctancy being exercised.
Pretty much. The 2 players now pinned inside of the house, and the man still trained with his crosser, just waiting for someone to open that door, and he will blast him in the face. And that will be the welcome shot. 2 shots taken from Limra. Needs to back away from that position. Now the opponents, they've got the control of that angle. This is where Limra misses up. And honestly speaking, I'm not a big fan of this double-barreled shotgun in general. It's something that can punish you as a player if you do whiff those shots. But here we go. Limra finds the opener. And now this is going to be instilling the fear back in the opponents. That's exactly what Remorseless needed. The opponent striking down big. And this is where Remorseless, they once again find themselves on the advantages side of things, as now the man gets his hands on the S12K, the exact weapon you need to try and fight back in this scenario. Rushboy 2, with his hands on the double-barreled shotgun, if he whiffs those shots, it's done for. He will have those 2 chances to strike down the opponents.
For NON, they really have messed this up in massive proportion, especially AK, understanding that Limra had taken over that first floor. Could see no reason for him to escape like that. But now Limra still has those 3 smoke grenades to play around with.
Oh my god.
Now it is a 2-on-2. And for Remorseless, this is quite a good recovery, but again, a very sketchy fight.
Exactly.
Very scrappy one at that. Because now it's kind of even Stevens, and now even non-esports, they're in 2 minds if they really want to make a push up top.
At the start, it was Remorseless choking that fight, then later on, it was NON choking up.
Yeah.
So yeah, the team synergy, communication, it was there good initially, but then later on, it was quite loose from both the ends. NON, for them, they started things off with the advantage, but with the way the fight panned out, really bad. And now it's just going to be a stalemate. Luckily enough for them, the zone once again pans down south. So that's a really good thing. They can go for the stalemate. They can keep on challenging this fight as long as they want.
At the cost of what? The non-officials.
Oh my god.
So much better. But again, showing back to your opponent is going to prove so costly. But somehow, the last player surviving from non-officials does find a trade. But Just Divine, he's been exceptional. Especially in such clutchy situations. Limra still out of the scene though. And now, the HP not there. But the Uzi is ever so devastating, ever so deadly. Divine, he needs to understand, need not give enough time for the opposition to heal back, because the moment Rushboy does that, this could go otherwise.
Yeah, up against the UMP. The Uzi as well, having the higher fire rate this time. Now the man pulls out the barrel. 37 bullets in the magazine. It's something that's going to support him in the fight too, easily. And now once again switches back over to the AR. The fight's not really coming to fruition. It's quite awkward. It's a big standoff now. Once again, the man backs away behind the compound wall. I'm not even sure what's going on. Both these players really hesitant in losing their life, which makes a lot of sense. They value it a little bit too much. And that was a fake nade pin that he just pulled. And that just forced out the push from the opponent. Wow. And eventually it's Rushboy coming out on top. That's a 200 IQ play.
This is phenomenal stuff. Especially Rushboy getting 3 frags out of the players over there. Lovely Remorseless left with nothing but a lot to remorse about. Especially in that final situation. Rushboy holding on. He knew that you had an Uzi and a barrel. That is what he was up against with. Not having the best of HP. He's just flushing out that player with that small smoke grenade clip. Thinking that he's going to push in. And that is where that 300 IQ play comes in. But I'm pretty sure this is not a 300 IQ play. They're out for a dip and a Southern Circle.
Oh my god.
In the evening and RAFN. I do not know if they're even going to survive here.
I'm not exactly sure what happened to these guys, but I guess it's the players of Fatality.
Yeah.
Making sure that they're getting punished. They probably saw the boat in the water lines and they were trying to shoot them down. And what can RAFN do at this point in time? There's nothing with them. No vehicles, no boats. Are they really going to go for a rotation all the way down south just by swimming? It's going to be so much time consuming to the point where the zone's going to keep on moving away from them.
It's a good thing that it's still the first circle. It's not going to hurt much. But talking about the previous matchup and the iQOO MVP, no one else than the IGL himself, WindGod. A lot of different opinions. Some love him as an assaulter, some love him as an IGL. But for me, I love him the best of both worlds together as an assaulter IGL. That's the role that really works out, because even if you are the ones taking on the reins of your team, you're still fragging out from your teammates. I think that sets you up. But WindGod,
yeah,
it's still that redemption arc he's on. Because previous time when he came on to play, he was playing under the banners of Gujarat Tigers along with Shadow.
I mean, look at this. The lineup that GT has, it's Dark Lord as an Assaulter.
Yeah.
You've also got Hirsch, who's got great firepower, so you can also call him the Assaulter. You've also got Skips with another incredible firepower. You can also call him the Assaulter. And KlutchGod himself, he's known for his firepower. So this team is completely focused on firepower itself. It's a powerhouse, but only sometimes the driving force can be a little bit problematic. Only if they do get those problems ironed out properly, it's all good in the hood.
I think it's about them understanding when to take a back seat. Because a perfect example of the previous game, I really still feel like they could have made that conversion. And KlutchGod starting off so heavy, so hot, had so much going for him. And decided to push against the players over there from Team RTGxIND, and they responded back.
That's exactly the point, though, right? These known names, these T1 teams, they know they can easily qualify.
Yeah.
So they're using these stages as like the experimental grounds.
You
They're
think they're just
testing a lot
the
of
waters?
waters. Yes, 100%. They're testing a lot of the waters, getting things underneath their belt. They're taking risks that they're not really supposed to. You look at iQOO Seoul, and you see they do not really have a lot of those points that you
Not
really
even a single
expect.
chicken dinner, yeah.
Exactly. You expect this team to at least be there in the top 3 in the round 1 itself. But we know why they're really not performing to the top level of the performance. It's because they do not really want to reveal all their cards.
That is an argument that I would welcome, because it does make a lot of sense, especially when you talk about GT really putting themselves under such dire circumstances. But if you do not want to face any dire circumstances while gaming, do check out iQOO Z9's S, as they are our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 24. And yeah, coming back to the conversation that we were having. And now think about it in that way. I'm pretty sure that for Gujarat Tigers, and especially their run, if you remember in the BGMI 24, we were thinking that they would easily qualify. They just needed, what, 4 or 5 points
exactly
to make it into the next round, and they could not. And they crashed out in round number 3 itself. And that was a big bummer. Same goes for the others also. If you look at Harsh, Skips, and Dark Lord, just recently formed, they have a lot to prove. And for Gujarat Tigers, I feel like they think that the competition, the real competition, comes in at the latter stages. The way Gujarat Tigers are playing, I'm pretty sure they will have no problems qualifying for round 2.
Right now, they're taking a lot of that unwanted risk, let's be honest. And that's why I'm saying they're probably testing the waters. Knowing the fact that it's still the early phase of a tournament, you can go for a risk like that because you're easily going to qualify anyways to the later stage. It's not a big problem, which is completely fine. The same thing we also saw from the side of iQOO Seoul. They were testing a lot of the newer stuff. We saw them playing much more passive with Ninja, which makes a lot of sense because they are pretty much preparing for what's going to be up next.
Yeah, it's all about getting things fine-tuned before competition starts getting a lot more serious. This is where all you need to do is just get a decent amount of points to qualify, and we're speaking realistically. But for Team Crore, things haven't been that sunny. Especially they've been struggling quite a lot, but this time at Esports, they do not have the center to play around Necro. Do you think this is the game where they get finally tested, because so many teams trying to cross down and head towards that Sosnovka Island?
Yeah, but here's the problem though. I'm not really a big fan of this separation from Team Crore. There's just Parth all by himself, and this duel can be easily isolated. Parth can't back away from this spot. There's no freaking way he can do so. AstroKids, they face off against Team Limra, and this time AstroKids, they're facing the brunt. Gokul's doing a lot of that damage, and Team Limra, they find themselves on the advantage. And that's exactly what you need as a team. Team Limra, they have been choking this entire day today, but now they need to try and buckle up. But unfortunately, Dragon gets knocked out. But a second knock as well from Team Limra has been delivered. And you blink it and you miss it. It's AstroKids on top. What just happened with Team Limra? They choked hard once again.
Levi happened. He had that flank angle. He delivered when nobody was watching, when everybody from Team Limra had their eyes fixated at light. That is where Levi comes in out of nowhere, but still not out of the woods yet. AstroKids, they might be under severe fire. There's a team we could see in the sidelines, but they haven't really come into play as of now. But this is actually a boon. Levi comes in and slays the opposition out. And AstroKid, they have all their players back on their feet.
Exactly. That's the best part. All the piece of the puzzle is now back right there
What is happening?
And for Team Crow, as I mentioned, Parth cannot really back away from this spot anymore. He crashes the vehicle 2 to add on top. And there we go. The man will be executed out in the open. Team Error Esports, quite an easy elimination that they just acquired. And this is the exact reason why I said I'm not a big fan of what's happening on the screen. I was not a big fan of that separation. That stance was looking pretty fishy. Parth could not back away. Whatever stance a team is taking, they need to keep first thing in mind, and that's going to be the escape route.
Yeah, that has to be taken into account. But I think the idea was maybe they would have some cover fire coming in, but yeah, they failed. And Error Esports just pummeled them down as Radiator gets picked off. It is going to be harsh opening things up, and look at ClutchGod. Ever so mighty still, this time closing around, has a little bit of assistance. This time, the two players do close in, but from multiple directions. Skips, he's taken quite some heavy amount of damage as ClutchGod trying to run over somebody. Hasn't found anybody there, but Skips, this time, he's also going to try his hands as Harsh gets another knockdown. And ClutchGod, he would not want to stop. He gets that knock onto Ed Frankie as RAFN, they want to retreat from this fight. The big question, are the players of GT going to let that happen? But hold on, the fight hasn't really stopped yet because Fatality, they also dive in.
GT are playing with fire. And as the third party from Fatality as well, it's going to be super fatal. How can they counter it? ClutchGod, he outrules the man in the front, but unfortunately was taken down way too low to the point where he was vulnerable to the plane zone. And he gets knocked out by it. And now for GT, the players are in the prime spot as Reaper was trying to back away, but even he takes a lot of damage upon himself. I mentioned this during the cast. GT are playing with fire, and that's what exactly happens. But now for GT, there's another team stacking up in the back. The problems, they just never end.
Yeah, and this is far from over. For Bliss Esports, we know this team loves to take that fight as FY. They've already been dealt with, but the threat still looming over GT's heads. They've managed to somehow retreat ClutchGod from that situation. Of course, would want to force that revive. But when you take a look at Team Bliss, look at the name, Sam, AJ, Eggy, Turbo. All the seasoned veterans coming back once again. And I'm pretty sure they're not going to let them pass. No ID, no entry. But Team Bliss, I think they're being smart about this. They want to have that better position inside the circle. But hold on. Now Team Error, they want to follow up, taking that fight against Team Crow. And this time, Shilp OP gets a knock.
Error, they've got the man advantage inside of the fight, but with that knock, now it's the neutralizer. They need to get the fallen player back up on his feet just to gain that confidence back in the fight. And that's what is exactly happening. Johnny will get the revival on the fallen player, while Justy needs to provide that cover fire. Look at the separation between the players of Team Crow. That's something I'm not a big fan of. Now you can easily try and isolate this duel just by tossing out smokes on the rooftop. And that one single man can't do anything.
True. And especially you need to engage in such splits only if you're quite confident.
Where's the backup though?
About your individual self. Yeah, I mean, the intent, I get it. But that's a very bold move. But look at this. Eggy is watching all that commotion happen in front of him. And now he's got to make a tough call. Does he retreat from here? Because even if he intends on doing that, can't really forget about the man watching from that visit tower. As Yatin, he opens up on Mr. Spray, gets 2 knocked down over there. And Team Bliss, they decide they do not care about it. They look at the bigger picture. The circle has gone way down south, and they want to get across the circle.
God.
But in order in doing so, Team Crow messing things up one after the other.
Bliss, they just pull off the mission impossible. Now it's only AJ7 all the way in the back. And I think even AJ is on the run. Oh man, Bliss, how was this rotation even possible? These two teams were way too busy fighting each other. They were tunnel vision on this fight. And Bliss, they make an easy rotate. No one was able to stop them at all. And both these teams are fighting for the bridge control. But it's a little too late considering all the teams have already surpassed that area. As Team Crow, this fight once again flourishes. This time it won't be Prano to come out on top. But the man ADS is up close and personal, and that's where he loses the duel. But it's completely fine. Shilp, he's got his team's back.
And Pranav has got 4 frags to his name. Wow, Team Crow really flipping the tables up there. As Error Esports, they drop the ball and eventually find themselves out of this game. This has been a chaotic map of Erangel Necro. You have to agree. And look at this. RAFN, they were on the backlines. They disengaged, and now suddenly They're hurting Gujarat Tigers when it mattered the most.
Fixes, my question is, what is AJ doing there? He's all by himself from the side of Bliss. It's a call that was made on purpose, I'm telling you. The only reason why AJ is there to try and claim a few elimination points for his team, because he knows these will be the exit frags that he needs for his team. Before Team Bliss, I'm not sure what sort of a game strat this is going to be. I'm seeing this for the first time in execution, but let's just hope that AJ is going to be able to come back towards that military base as soon as possible.
This is the beauty of the Southern Circles. Every single time you do not have to wait for that 5th or 6th circle to arrive. You get to see those fights mid-rotations. And RTGxIND, they just don't care.
Oh my
It's
God.
still stage 4. They could easily cruise their way inside of the circle. But taking a look at who's at the center, you have got Team Psy officials.
Fixes, talk about the advantage on AJ. He might just have the striking one. He's facing off against the players of Team Crore this time. And for Team Crore, they do spot out AJ. But what is happening on the screen? AJ, he straight up books it down underneath the bridge, and his position's now compromised. Yethin knows there's AJ in the front. Who's going to be the one to toss the nade first? It's all about the reaction. Utilities being tossed from both the sides, but this time it will be AJ knocking himself out.
Yeah, that usually tends to happen. Did not intend to do so, but Yethin, he's going to take this finish with open arms as Team Crore. Now they need to understand that their paths are clear. All they have to do is just get themselves inside the circle. RTGxIND, they have been experimenting with their rotations. That has been quite phenomenal. Just like our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R. No trouble whatsoever for them. They have not had to engage in a single fight. And look at them, easily getting that pour in inside the circle.
Now, a team like RTGxIND is really thinking it through. They're playing this game as if their lifeline depends on it. But if you try and compare this game and how it was played by teams like Gujarat Tigers, that's a complete different ball game. GT was playing with fire outside of the zone. They knew it too. They knew the chances of them coming out on top in that fight might just be pretty less, but they still went for that fight. And instantly third party started coming as well, so not a lot could have been done over there by GT.
The good thing, however, is that I liked it. They did not back off. They still fought back. I think this is what was needed, especially considering we are viewing this from this spectrum that they wanted to engage in those fights. But Pranav getting taken down from the circle. Couple of shots also coming in from RAFN as Delta Jot gets picked off. Yethin, that is definitely a spray and a half, but Assault still keeping things alive. Needs to patch himself up. At the same time, needs to trigger that revive on Delta, and I hope he does have those bandages because it is still stage number 4 we're talking about.
Yeah, they're burning through a lot of meds, and that's a big sign of concern now. The man on the bridge is constantly going to be camping it. How can RAFN make it to the opposite side? That's the question. And keep this thing in mind for Team Crore. 2 players are already booking it for the safety lines, while there's just Yethin all by himself left to camp it out. And Yethin is constantly going for that patch-up too. Eventually the opponents, they do try and cross on over without any problem, and Yethin will be safe. And as soon as the opponents make it to the opposite side, Yethin as well will get his hands on the vehicle and try and cross on over. But a real big letdown in this game was Team Limra. With an average of 1 point per game, it feels like it's Snipey 2.0.
Yeah, I think Team Limra has been quite off today. Day number 1 really not going their way, but as the dust settles, Necro, Team Bliss, they find themselves at really good position. Yeah, the cost though, I still need to process somehow as to what AJ was doing out there.
I think so, it was on purpose. They just wanted to collect those elimination points, that's it. And AJ was positioned over there on purpose to get those extra bit of finish points to top it off.
Yeah, maybe that could be the case. But now, getting back to the matchup, we've got 2 players of new version already being picked off. RTGxIND, they surely are showing no mercy. The way they have been playing, they also know they have to get inside the circle, and they've carved their way. It's all about the breach in, and Mikey has been spotted out, and Radion, look at him, fearless as he gets out of his vehicle and smacks Mackie right on his face. And RTGxIND, oh my god, they are looking pristine.
They indeed are. RTGxIND, they found themselves in a decent spot too. As long as they're able to withstand all the limelight that they're getting so far, it will be all good in the hood. Even for NV, they just don't really have the man advantage to fight off against RTG. And that's the biggest advantage RTG is going to have. Make the opponents feel like they're not at their home, even though they are. NV, with just a 2-man squad, there's definitely going to be a lot of that fear that's instilled in their hearts at this point. King patches himself up, and that was also the last first hit that he popped. Now he needs to top his HP off with a few boosters, and look at what RTGxIND is doing. Radion creates that flank angle, while Lobster is grabbing all the limelight upon himself.
For RTGxIND at this given scenario, one thing for sure, got their backlines clear. They have to somehow pour inside the circle. And the biggest threat right now in front of them is going to be new version. And now they're tossing in all that smoke path or maybe grenades. Just hoping one connects. Did though a little bit of damage on King, but not enough to take him down on his knees. But RTGxIND, looking at how they've been playing, they have to be a little bit watchful because you've got Delta Jot right beside them. And if they're not watching, I think this could be a little fatal. But RTGxIND take that risky maneuver, heading towards that Wizard Tower. And this could be a decent decision. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, for new version, this is a lifeline given to them by RTGxIND. If they wanted, they could have pushed up close and personal, but that just never came true. Even AstroKids getting wiped out from the game by this team. It is quite insane. The fact that 4 Dominators, they wiped out AstroKids. I never saw this coming. And then the zone shifts once again on top of the players of Bliss, or at least they are there inside of the zone with this compound they've got. It's a small one, but still something that they can play with. For NON, this one man from the NON has been quite annoying. Utilities tossed as well. It's going to chip out a few more damage, but not enough.
At this point, he just needs another Molotov. Does he have it? Yes, he does, but it is going to be the players of Team Bliss. Turbo realizing that if it does not deal with this threat right on their backlines, they could sooner or later be wiped out, and hence, that was a smart and quite a bold move made in by Team Bliss. I've been loving Team Bliss so far, but look at who is having that man advantage. There's Team Elevate, a team that played quite well in the map of Vikendi, struggled too much in getting inside the circle, but this time the case is different. They've got a good high ground position for themselves. They still have quite some players alive. Not a lot of those finishes though, but still, if they keep on holding on to the concrete cover that they have around those rocks, who knows? They might finally break the drought and get the chicken dinner in this one.
Pretty much. Elevate Esports, a team that is just nowhere to be seen, but now they're finally seen. They've got the limelight. Utilities tossed from them, and they're definitely doing a lot of damage. For DTR, they need to be a little bit careful. Wary of the fact the team in the front, they pack a lot of those utils, and all it takes is for one to find the opener. And that's what exactly happens. Elevate Esports, they do find that opener. For 4 Dominators, now they're the one getting dominated. And look at the amount of nades that are being tossed against them. Constantly, it's a pepper of utilities that the players are not able to avoid at all. And now the man is already pushed up, and he also gets the nail in the coffin.
Oh, he certainly gets it, and Team Elevate, something that they were really lacking out on, it's finally coming into fruition. A lot of those eliminations, and now King from new version, he's been spotted out, at least that vehicle, just hoping that it bursts open. As King, I do not know what this man is made of. Out of metal maybe, because he's been surviving so much of that barrage of those grenades coming at his direction.
Oh my god. How many nades do these guys even have? They tossed so many nades against 4 Dominators. They wiped out the entire team with just the usage of utilities. And now they had a few more nades to toss against that man of new version. King too. The man's now starting to feel insecure. King does not have any meds to patch himself up either, so he's screwed. It's either go big or go home for King. Every single measure he's going to take, it has to be to perfection. Yeah, never mind. Bliss is going to be the only team standing now up against the players of Elevate Esports. And what a way to elevate yourself now.
A 3-on-2 situation. You have the high ground, you've got the cover. All you have to do is just wait for your opponents to come out in the open and take them down. This has to be an easy one for Team Elevate. They've done majority of that heavy lifting, but hold on. Can't really rule out Team Bliss. Slowly but surely, they're crawling their way inside the zone, but still, that man disadvantage, that high ground advantage that Team Elevate have over them, it's going to be such a cause of concern. But this is what I was talking about. You give them that opening, they're sure to strike. They're sure to hurt you when you're showing your backs.
And Bliss are the veterans too. You cannot underestimate these guys.
Yep.
And that's what exactly happened. Sam strikes. He's got a lot of that poison running through his veins, and he transfers it over to Corey, and Corey's not able to withstand the effect. Chiefly, even he's trying to create that off angle. Sam's position's noticed as Sam is taking a lot of that damage upon himself. Wall of Death moving up, and now both the players, they need to move out in the open too, and that's where the advantage is once again in the court of Elevate Esports, as they will be the one to elevate themselves for this chicken dinner. A nade sails in, and that's going to seal the deal. That's it, Elevate Esports. This one single big game is going to put them in a decent spot of the overall standings.
Considering how good their first game went and second game, so many teams were alive, they could not do much, but this time, they understood the gravity of the situation. They understood how the circle has been forming around. I think that prediction where they decided to take over the southern hills, I think this is one of those very uncommon circles that we get to see in Sosnovka Island. And they had the best position. But kudos, commends to the players from Team Bliss, because that was a rotation where we're still yet to fathom on how they really pulled that one off. But a really good game coming in from Team Elevate, 9 finishes to their names, and that fight against 4 Dominator, then to follow it against New Versions King, those barrage of utility being dished out was just a delight to watch.
It feels like AstroKid as well. They're back with a vengeance in their mind. This time they seem a little bit more refined. The firepower that they possess, they're looking pretty good with that. Taking down a team like Team Limra, it is not easy, but still, yes, it makes a lot of sense. Team Limra is struggling. They're not able to perform, but still, man, in a proper 4-on-4 collision, facing off against a team who's already been there in the land finale, doing so good, it is tough to take them down. And AstroKids, they have proven themselves with that fight.
And AstroKids have made a couple of changes in the roster. If you remember, in the previous BGS 24, Top Dog came into play with that roster. They could not go really far. But this time, you know, the inclusion of Light and Levi looks quite promising. And even she knows how to hold her grounds on her own. But once we take a look at the winner chicken dinner moment, I think we all had that presumption that it's going to be a very easy one for Team Elevate. But Sam really got it down to the wire. It could have been anybody's game, but the circle still favoring the lads from Elevate, them having that high ground, and just did not let the players of Team Bliss close in. No ID, no entry is what they said, and got this chicken dinner home. But this game of Erangel, I think, was the most fun one to cast, considering we got fights right from minute one.
Exactly.
So much of that action happening out. We had action around Novoripnoy, then following it up all around that bridge scuffle that we got to see. Multiple teams fighting it out, and that Team Crow standoff, I'm yet to process. And Gujarat Tigers picking multiple fights. This was a fun one.
There was a third party after third party for GT, and they themselves knew that they were playing with fire at that point. GT, they were rotating late. They know that, at the end of the day, there's also going to be a lot of those teams stacked up on the edge of the island. That's what GT knew. They came through. They tried to go for the fight. They did come out on top in that fight too, but then later on a third party came through. GT were not able to stand tall against them, considering they already took heavy beating from the previous fight. So for GT, it was pretty much done. My real expectations were from Team Limra. They failed to pretty much deliver. You've also got a few teams like, in general, you also got a few teams like Team Bliss that actually did manage to perform. And speaking of Bliss themselves, we had a conversation about this during the cast itself, that these guys are the veterans, and now finally making it till the top 2. Maybe it's going to be a good start for the latter 3 games that they're going to play.
I think for Team Bliss, the only thing I would say is at least they ended the day on a good note. Because Vikendi and Miramar was not the way that they had really thought of. And this time also they did something quite different. That was a bold move, let's be honest. Because 3 players, there's a fight going on right in front of you. They did not care who's blocking the bridge. They took that leap of faith. And thanking their stars, nobody was actually stopping them.
In my opinion, that was brilliant. They knew these 2 teams are way too busy duking it out against each other. Let's take the opportunity and let's instantly book it to the opposite side. And they easily made it too.
And now this is where the discussion comes in. Had AJ joined forces with them if he were alive? Now again, this is a speculation we're trying to make. Do you think, Necro, this could have made a difference?
I think so, it could have, definitely. But once again, we're speaking of Bliss. A known name in the inside of the entire banner. We know what they're capable of. And I think so Bliss themselves know as well they can easily move on in the upcoming stages. It's not an issue at all. They're probably testing the waters. Because what they pulled off in the previous game, no team in their right mentality will try to go for that.
Yeah, of course. I mean, for Team Bliss, that was a gutsy move, and we all welcome it with open arms. But now let's take a look at the point standings. Elevate Esports finally getting the chicken dinner. I think Johnny has been all praises for this team, and they've delivered 19 points. For Bliss, look at that 13, not too shabby. But AstroKids, look at those 10 finishes and then 0 position points. I think AstroKids, they're on the right path. RTGxIND have been quite consistent as well, getting some 6 to 7 points. But Team Limra, 0 points. I think throughout those entire 3 matches they played, they just managed to get 3 points overall.
Exactly. I mentioned this a while ago too. 1 point per game. That's the average for Team Limra. It feels like I'm witnessing Team Snipey all over again, but this time with a complete different banner. Jokes apart, though, moving on forward towards another conversation, right? 4 dominators, a few newer faces on the block. You've got Team Crow too. For Team Crow, I do understand the entire way they wanted to play that previous game. They wanted to go for a bit of those bridge camp frags, but unfortunately, it just did not really come through their way because the stance they had wasn't good. And this is where the experience really comes into fruition. Only if this team would have had a bit more experience, that's not the stance they would have taken.
I think the intention coming in from Team Crow, this is something we discussed even during midcast. The setup was right. You had backup providing backup angles for everybody. It's all about you really understanding that this lobby is quite difficult. You need to understand that sometimes numbers do matter, because you know, one player was on top of that house, the other around that lighthouse area. He could have given him cover, but like discussed, drop a couple of utility and then you're instantly cut off. And this is where you also tend to go in for such rotations when you have real self-confidence that yes, if a push comes onto me, my teammates are going to provide cover fire, at least I'm going to take down a couple of players, and that is how things should have really panned out. But eventually I think for Team Crow they still somehow survived. We do not know how. But now folks, let's take a look at the overall standings. I'm pretty sure RTGxIND will find themselves inside the top 16, as Gujarat Tigers would have edged in very close to that first page. And there you have it. In fact, it's Team Bliss. Out of nowhere, they made it to the top 16.
That's what I'm saying, man. Team Bliss, they were quite consistent throughout the entire day.
Wow.
Getting those elimination points constantly. Team Bliss, they got themselves in the top 16 just by playing 3 games. And that's really impressive. And that too, they were testing the waters, by the way. They were not playing it too seriously every single time. As long as they were getting that constant points flow, that's all that mattered for Team Bliss. Now keep this thing in mind, even a team like Team Envy is also moving under that radar. Even Envy has been consistent with their approach to these 3 games.
But I don't see Envy in the top 32, at least as of now. I think Envy just had that one good game, because the first game they got taken down by Gujarat Tigers. The second game they also fell off pretty early. But for GT, 32 points, I mean, should be quite decent. RTGxIND with 34, something they can live with, considering you've got so many of those bigger names languishing down the order. But for Team Elevate, that was a nice breath of fresh air, finding that chicken dinner. But this is where the real trouble starts arising. Our Esports at the 48th position. KARUNADU being so aggressive, yet not really favoring. In fact, even for Carpediem, what do you have to say about them?
Carpediem, look at Reckoning Esports, just 16 points.
Oh, damn.
A lot of these teams are just hoping for a comeback in the latter 3 games, let's be honest. They know they can easily pull off a comeback. You speak of NV2. In my opinion, in the span of 3 games, 16 points isn't insanely bad. There is an easy way you can pull yourself back in the overall standings. As you mentioned, there are worse than that. You move on and flip the page and you instantly see teams like DOW with just 10 points. Hell, ignore that. Move on to the last page and you see Bolt Rushers with just 6 points. Team Limra with 3. TC with 0 and TR with just 1.
This is unacceptable, especially for Team Limra. Understandable for at least Team Ruthless and Team Cosmic. I haven't seen them play a lot, but then again, for Team Limra, they are the BGIS Grand Finalists. They placed 4th, for Christ's sake. And this is something that is such a tough pill for us to swallow, because any given day, Team Limra would never play like this. 3 games done and dusted. I think they have to pull off a glitch reborn. They have to get maybe 2 chicken dinners tomorrow to somehow redeem themselves. But as things stand, Team Limra, they really fumbled today.
There was another known name on the last page. That was Team Empire. With
it's fine.
Really less amount of points, by the way.
Team Empire, every single time you see them, they go with a complete revamp. So that has been one of the major issues, and it's always Empire just forming players, getting in players from somewhere here and there, and hasn't really shown up. Even last time also, Team Empire could not do much. But let's talk about our casters' predictions. We all made our predictions. Let's see.
Yeah, I mean,
was the
closest?
Okay. So, Necro, you have been showing a lot of faith apparently on Team Insane. I think still they did not top the charts, but if you consider how horrendous our predictions went, you're the winner. Congratulations.
What do you mean top the charts? They just played 3 games. They can't top the charts in just 3 games.
But still, I think Raw Officials performed better than them.
No, Raw Officials is underneath them. Team Insane, they pretty much are almost on the verge of winning the last game too. That's why they toppled Raw Officials.
No, I think Raw Officials still have more points than...
How many?
At least 2 or 3 more.
Really?
Yes.
I think so. Team Insane was at the top because Sanhok was really good from them.
Yeah, but still, Raw Officials were quite consistent in the first 2 games. They had a 20-20. It was a 40 points there. But still, you know, I'm going to give you this win.
Okay.
So take it.
You know what?
Just take it.
Yeah, I'll just take it.
We've had enough from English. The only silver lining for us is that somebody from English Test gets to be the winner.
Exactly, I know, right?
Yeah,
I've been winning this constantly back-to-back now. Yeah. At this point, it feels like it's another day in the office. I've got the third eye that I just open up every single time before making the prediction. But the iQOO MVP contenders on the screen. Goblin with 20 finishes, still at the top. No new entry over here in the top 5. You still do see these 3 new faces on the block, dominating, doing pretty good.
And thinking about any particular outlier, today I think Hulk had a really good game from Fatality.
Hands down.
7 finishes in the first game, but still that consistent run. Something that Goblin has been displaying. Out of the 20 finishes that Goblin has, I'm pretty sure 8 to 10 finishes are just courtesy to those insane grenade skills that he possesses. Hydru, he's been the revelation of this tournament so far for Silly Esports coming out and being a cut apart from the rest. I really hope that Silly Esports makes it to the final stage of this iteration of BMPS 24. But because this is where this argument really comes in. They're giving their all, while the others are kind of sort of testing the waters. I really hope they do not gas out.
Still the early phase, though. I would say it's better to test the waters right now than testing later. Because in the final few moments, if you're just falling on top, your faces do not exactly know what to do in an uncomfortable spot. That's really going to catch you off guard. And Fixes, with that being said, even today's day is coming to an end. You got any final words to sum it up?
Yeah, some teams performed really well. Reckoning and Team Limra were a little bit disappointing, but good to see. Gujarat Tigers show that intent. Team Bliss, another legacy, making a comeback. Raw Officials, Team Insane having a great day number 1, but I hope a comeback from the others tomorrow.
Before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, iQOO and Hero Extreme, for sponsoring this event. With that being said, today's day comes to an end. That's going to be it from me, Necro, and Fixes. We'll see you guys tomorrow with 3 more games from these same teams. Let's hope that they pull off a comeback.
fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider, gonna make way for the mega tasker. Carefully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट। किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से?
Take 63. Ouch. I'm not doing this. 300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।